inked in red so dark it might have been old blood. We found another translation, he said. Daemon did not take it. Moqorro held it out anyway. From the scrolls recovered in Volantis, the phrase we believed meant black flame may also be read as black wing or black dread. No, how convenient. There is more. There always is. The priest's voice lowered. The prophecy does not speak of one resurrection. Daemon's expression did not change, but the chambers seemed to narrow. Moqorro placed the parchment on a stone altar beside the ash circle. It says, "When the first flame remembers its rider, the buried fires shall open their eyes. The children of the sky shall wake in stone and shadow. The winged dead shall answer the horn of night." Daemon looked at the Valyrian script. He had learned High Valyrian as a prince. Curses first, poetry later. The letters were old-fashioned, some nearly unrecognizable, but not meaningless. The priest was not lying about the shape of it. That did not mean he understood it. "The winged dead," Daemon said. "Yes, you believe more dragons can be raised. I believe more dragons will be raised whether we command it or not." The words lingered. Above them, far through layers of stone, Balerion shifted in his sleep. The chamber trembled. Ash stirred in the circle at Daemon's feet. He remembered Valyria. Not as a homeland, for he had never seen it in life, but as a wound he had walked through after resurrection. He remembered skeletal wings beneath rivers of lava. He remembered shapes moving under ash plains. He remembered Balerion's bones waiting in the heart of the doom like a king upon a pyre. He remembered the moment flesh had crawled back over ancient bone. He remembered, too, the other shadows. Not all had been still. "How many?" Daemon asked. Moqorro's voice softened. "We do not know." Daemon laughed once. A phrase to carve on mankind's tomb. The priest stepped closer. "My prince, if the dead march with giants, bears, wolves, and perhaps worse things from the lands of always winter, then one dragon, even Balerion, may not be enough. So your solution is to wake more abominations? Our solution is to use every fire against the dark." Daemon turned on him. "And when the dark is gone, what then? Will your god kindly put the dragons back in their graves? Will the resurrected beasts thank us and sleep? Will men look at power and decide, just once, not to make a throne from it?" Moqorro had no answer ready. That pleased Daemon more than it should have. He walked to the altar and picked up the parchment. The Old Valyrian script seemed to move in the red light. Buried fires. Winged dead. Horn of night. Horn. His mind returned to the relics found beneath Dragonstone. Dragonbinder horns, the priests had called them, though Daemon mistrusted anything with a name so useful. The Valyrians had made wonders and horrors with equal brilliance. A horn that claimed to bind dragons might just as easily bind men, souls, shadows, or doom itself. "Where are the horns?" he asked. Moqorro hesitated. Daemon looked up. The priest chose wisdom. "In the vault above the eastern furnace. Guarded by my most faithful." "Then they are poorly guarded. My prince, no one touches them without my command. No priest, no lord, no dragon seed drunk on old blood, no fool with a prophecy burning holes in his head." Moqorro bowed slightly. "As you command." Daemon studied him. "You agree too quickly." "I obey." "No. You wait." The priest did not deny it. For a moment, Daemon almost admired him. There were many kinds of dangerous men. The loud ones died first. The greedy ones could be bought, redirected, or exposed. The brave ones could be honored, used, or killed cleanly. But the patient righteous were the worst. They could build a pyre beneath your bed and believe they had warmed the room. Daemon stepped closer until the Red Priest had to tilt his head back slightly. "Listen carefully," Daemon said. "You may believe your god pulled me from death. You may believe the flames chose me. You may even believe you did. But I have been used by kings, queens, brothers, lovers, enemies, and my own pride. I have developed a dislike for it. Makoro held his gaze. And if the Lord of Lights will requires what you refuse? Daemon's smile returned, sharper than before. Then your lord may come tell me himself. The ash circle behind them flared. For one heartbeat, the chamber filled with light. Not red, white, dot, cold. Daemon turned. In the center of the ashes stood a shape like a man made from smoke and snow. Tall, armored, crowned in frost. Its eyes were blue pits in a face that had no flesh. Around it, the black ash whitened. The heat vanished from the chamber so suddenly that Makoro gasped. The thing looked at Daemon, not through him, at him. Then, its mouth opened. No sound emerged, yet Daemon felt the words inside his skull like ice driven beneath bone. We remember fire. Dark Sister was in his hand before thought caught up. The shape vanished. Heat slammed back into the room. The ash circle exploded upward, scattering black dust across the walls. Makoro fell to one knee, coughing. The parchment in Daemon's hand burned without flame, curling into nothing. For a long moment, neither man spoke. Then Daemon looked at the priest. The dead have priests too, it seems. Makoro's face had gone gray beneath his scars. Daemon sheathed Dark Sister and turned toward the stairs. Double the guards on the horns, he said. Then double them again. By morning, the eggs had begun to hatch. The first scream came from the lower hatchery just as the sun rose red through the sea mist. It was not the scream of a man dying, though several men nearly did. It was thinner, sharper, furious at the insult of birth. Dragonstone answered it. Heat surged through the floors. The old chimneys spat flame. Balerion raised his head from the ridge, and every living thing on the island froze as the Black Dread listened. Daemon reached the hatchery before most of the guards. He found 3 dragon keepers pressed against the wall, one bleeding from the face, another clutching a burned arm. Elena stood between them and the ash pit, holding a broken shovel like a spear. Her hair had come loose from its braid. Soot streaked her cheek. At her feet, cracked pieces of black shell glowed among the embers. The hatchling crouched atop a mound of hot ash. It was no larger than a hunting dog, but already terrible. Its scales were dark green with streaks of molten gold along the spine. Its wings were too large for its body, thin as oiled silk and trembling with heat. Smoke curled from its nostrils. Its eyes were bright copper, fixed on Elena with the offended pride of a creature born expecting worship, and finding instead a girl with a shovel. Daemon stopped at the entrance. The dragon keepers bowed frantically. Elena did not look away from the hatchling. "It bit Mark," she said. "So would I, if Mark greeted me with a net." The burned dragon keeper winced. "My prince," it came out wild. Daemon looked at him. "Did you expect it to come out trained?" The hatchling hissed. A small jet of flame burst from its jaws and splashed against the stone near Elena's foot. She flinched, but did not retreat. Daemon watched her. Fear was present. He could smell it. But fear alone did not interest him. Everyone feared dragons unless madness had eaten the useful parts of their mind. What mattered was the shape fear took. Some men became cruel when afraid. Some became stupid. Some became obedient. Elena had become still. That was rarer. "What did you do?" Daemon asked. She swallowed. "Nothing. Nothing often causes fewer bites. I was watching the eggs. This one started rocking. The keepers ran for chains. I told them not to. They did anyway." "No way. Why did you tell them not to?" Her eyes flicked to him briefly. "Because it was afraid." The hatchling snapped at the air as if insulted. Daemon laughed softly. At the sound, the creature's head whipped toward him. Its copper eyes widened. Something passed through the room. Not sound, not smell, but recognition of power. The hatchling lowered itself slightly, wings spreading. Not bowing, measuring. Daemon stepped into the ash pit. "My prince," one keeper warned. Daemon ignored him. The hatchling opened its mouth. Embers glowed in its throat. Behind Daemon, Elena whispered something. Perhaps his name, perhaps a warning. He extended his left hand. The hatchling struck. Its teeth closed around his forearm. The dragon keepers shouted. Elena lurched forward. Daemon did not move. Pain flared bright and clean as the small teeth pierced leather and flesh. Blood welled. The hatchling tasted it. Then it froze. Daemon felt the change. Valyrian blood had always mattered to dragons. Songs made romance of it, as though dragons loved silver hair and ancient names. That was foolishness. Dragons loved heat, dominance, hunger, and the deep old magic that lived in certain bloodlines like banked coals. But this was different. Daemon's blood had crossed death. It carried the taste of the ritual of Aurelor's fire, of Balerion's resurrection, of whatever had answered from the dark when the priests called. The hatchling released him. It backed away, shaking its head as if confused. Daemon crouched, ignoring the blood dripping from his sleeve. "There you are." The creature hissed again, softer. Elena stared. "Does it know you?" "No," Daemon said. "It knows what touched me. That is not comforting." "No, it is useful." The hatchling crept closer. Daemon remained still as it sniffed his hand. Its breath was hot enough to sting the wound. Then, with great suspicion, it pressed its snout briefly against his palm. The hatchery exhaled. Above them, Balerion roared. The hatchling shrieked back, tiny and defiant. Daemon's smile came unbidden. "There, me. That was life. Not prophecy. Not priests. Not graves opening their black mouths beneath the world. Life, furious and arrogant, screaming at something 10,000 times its size because it had not yet learned scale." "What will you name it?" Elena asked. Daemon stood. "I will not." The girl blinked. "But it is not mine." Her eyes widened slightly. The hatchling turned back toward her. Elena looked down. "No," she said at once. Daemon arched a brow. "No, I am not a dragon rider. Neither was anyone until they were. I came because my house sent me. Because my father thought our name might regain honor if we stood close enough to yours. I am not." The hatchling snapped at Mark when he shifted too loudly. Elena stopped. Daemon saw it then. The invisible thread. Fragile, unchosen, already tightening. Dragons did not care for house ambitions. They did not care for fathers, politics, or whether a girl thought herself brave enough. They chose through instincts older than kingdoms. Or perhaps they did not choose at all. Perhaps fire simply recognized where it might burn. "What is its name?" Daemon asked. Elena stared at him as if he had laid a trap. The hatchling tilted its head. Outside, bells began ringing from the upper yard. Another egg, perhaps. Or a ship. Or a fire. Dragonstone had become a place where alarms meant too many things. Elena lowered the shovel. "Galathox," she said, surprising herself with the word. The hatchling chirped. Daemon nodded once. A proud name for a rude lizard. The creature spat a spark at his boot. Elena's mouth twitched. The moment did not last. A guard appeared at the entrance, breathless and pale. "My prince." Daemon turned. "What? What?" "A ship from the north. Not one of ours. It came under black sail and white flag." "Nay. Whose?" The guard hesitated. "The men aboard say they were sent from the Night's Watch." The hatchery seemed colder. Daemon flexed his bitten hand. Blood ran between his fingers. "Bring them to the painted table." The guard bowed and fled. Elena stepped forward. "Should I come?" Daemon looked from her to the hatchling. Galathox had begun chewing on the broken shovel. "Yes," he said. "Bring your dragon." Her face went pale. "My dragon? It bit everyone else." That seems a poor foundation for loyalty. You are new to dragons. Daemon left the hatchery with blood on his sleeve, and the sound of tiny wings beating clumsily behind him. By the time he reached the upper stairs, the bells had stopped. Men lined the corridors to stare as Elena followed, carrying herself with forced dignity while the hatchling stalked at her heel like an angry cat made of knives and flame. The men from the Night's Watch were waiting when Daemon entered the chamber. There were 5 of them. 3 were barely old enough to grow beards. One had lost 2 fingers to frostbite. Their leader was a gaunt man with hollow eyes, black cloak stiff with salt and ice, boots cracked from hard travel. He did not kneel. Daemon respected him for that. The man looked first at Daemon, then at Galathox, then out the window, where Balerion's tail shifted along the ridge like a moving wall. Whatever speech he had prepared died in his throat. Daemon walked to the painted table. You crossed far to stare. The ranger gathered himself. I am Benjen Flint, sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Does the Watch still pretend not to take part in the Wars of Kings? Yes. Good. I am tired of kings. Benjen's hollow eyes did not change. We received your raven. That was fast. We did not receive it at the wall. Daemon stilled. The room quieted around them. Benjen reached into his cloak and withdrew a roll of parchment. It was Daemon's message, or what remained of it. The edges were rimed with frost. The seal had cracked. We found it north of Castle Black, Benjen said, pinned to a dead horse with a spear of ice. Moqorro whispered a prayer. Daemon took the parchment. On the back, something had been carved into the frozen skin of the page. Not ink. Not blood. The letters were jagged, written in the old tongue of the First Men. Daemon could not read them, but Benjen could. The ranger's voice was flat with exhaustion. It says, "We have heard." In the distance, Balerion began to growl. Benjen Flint had seen the end of the world and lived long enough to report it. That was the cruelest mercy. He stood before the painted table with the posture of a man who would rather collapse than ask to sit. His black cloak steamed in the heat of the chamber, melting frost that should not have survived so far south. The brothers with him looked worse. One stared into nothing. Another kept rubbing his left wrist, though the hand below it was gone and bandaged. The youngest had a strip of white hair running through otherwise brown curls, as though winter had touched him with one finger and left a mark. Daemon let them drink first. Not wine. Water dight. Men who brought truth should be kept sober. Benjen drank with both hands wrapped around the cup. When he lowered it, he seemed older than before. "Begin," Daemon said. The ranger looked down at the carved wall on the painted table. "We were ranging beyond Castle Black when the birds changed." "Changed how?" Cerveron asked. "They stopped fearing us. Ravens, crows, hawks. They gathered in the trees and watched. Thousands of them. No sound at first. Then all at once they began screaming. Noi, Wenda. Moqorro's lips moved silently. Benjen continued. The dogs died that night. No wounds, frozen in their sleep. In the morning, we found the first village. Free folk? Daemon asked. Yes, or what was left. The huts were standing. Fires still laid. Food still in bowls. No bodies. Tauro frowned. Raiders? Benjen looked at him. We thought so. Then the bodies came back. No one interrupted again. There were 30 of us, Benjen said. We had dragon glass. We knew the old lessons. Aim for the heart. Burn what falls. Do not let them surround you. We had trained for dead men. Monsieur, Alconde, Assa. His jaw tightened. These were not dead men. The chamber seemed to lean closer. What were they? Elena asked. Benjen looked at her, then at the hatchling curled near her feet. Galathox watched him with bright copper eyes. They were pieces, he said. Arms, heads, children's hands crawling in the snow. A woman cut in half, dragging herself by her fingers. Men with no faces walking as if they could see. We shattered them with dragon glass, and the pieces kept moving. No, yeah. One of the young brothers turned away and vomited onto the stone floor. No one mocked him. Daemon saw the riverlands in memory. War made pieces of men too. Horses with empty saddles. Hands in mud. Faces underwater. But those pieces stayed where they fell. That was the mercy of death. The enemy Benjen described had stolen even that. How did you escape? Daemon asked. Fire. Benjen's mouth twisted. Not ours. Moqorro looked up sharply. The ranger reached into a leather pouch and placed something on the painted table. A scale. Black. Not Balerians. Too small. Too thin. The edge jagged as if torn away. But dragon. Unmistakably. Old dragon. Dead dragon. The scale smoked faintly where it touched the carved wood. Daemon picked it up. The room vanished for half a heartbeat. He stood beneath a sky without stars. Snow fell upward. A dragon screamed inside a mountain. Blue light moved behind curtains of ice. Something enormous dragged itself through a tunnel too narrow for its body, shedding scales as it came, its bones visible through translucent flesh. Then he was back in the chamber, the scale burning cold in his palm. Balerion roared outside. Every torch went black. For one moment, the chamber was lit only by the red cracks in Daemon's skin and the copper eyes of Elena's hatchling. Then the flames returned. Daemon set the scale down. Where did you find this? Benjen's face had gone rigid. In the snow after the attack. We heard wings but saw nothing. The dead stopped moving. Then black fire came down beyond the trees. Not red, not orange. Black with blue inside it. It burned the pieces to ash. We ran. Daemon looked at Moqorro. The priest looked back with undisguised fear. Another resurrected dragon? Sira asked. No, Daemon said. He was not certain. He hated that. Benjen swallowed. There is more. There always is, Talro muttered. The ranger ignored him. The wall is bleeding. The words were absurd enough that no one understood them at first. Benjen removed a second object from his pouch. A chunk of ice wrapped in black cloth. It should have melted in the chamber's heat, but it remained whole, cloudy, and pale. Through its center ran a dark red vein. Blood. Frozen inside the ice. I cut this from the tunnel gate beneath Castle Black, Benjen said. The ice has begun to crack from within. Red lines run through it at night. The old men say the wall sings in its sleep now. Utter is the maester, who had been standing near the door, found his voice. Ice cannot bleed. Benjen turned the full emptiness of his stare upon him. Then go north and correct it. The maester shut his mouth. Daemon touched the ice. Cold bit into him so violently that his fingers seized. The chamber disappeared again. This time he saw the wall from above, a vast white scar across the world. Beneath it moved shadows, not beyond it but inside. Blue veins spread through the ice like roots. Something pressed from the far side, not breaking the wall. Not yet, but teaching it to remember death. Then he saw fire beneath Dragonstone. He saw Balerion sleeping on the ridge, black and red. He saw the wall answer with cold. Two old powers waking and recognizing one another. Daemon pulled his hand away. Blood ran from his fingertips where frost had split the skin. Elena stepped forward before thinking. You're hurt. Daemon flexed his hand until feeling returned. Often. Benjen watched him carefully. The Lord Commander sent me south before the last storm. He said if the dragon was real, we were already out of time. If it was not, we were dead anyway. Is Castle Black still held? When I left, yes. When was that? 6 weeks ago. Silence. 6 weeks. In war. 6 weeks could birth or bury kingdoms. At the wall, with the dead gathering and the ice bleeding, 6 weeks might as well have been a century. Daemon looked at the carved north. We march sooner than planned. Ser Veron stiffened. My prince, the forces are not ready. They never are. We have men arriving daily. Supplies are unsorted. The new hatchlings require. Hatchlings will not save the wall. Neither will a starving host. Daemon looked at him, and the old knight held his ground. Good. But Daemon did not need agreement. He needed useful resistance. How long? Daemon asked. Veron breathed through his nose. To move a disciplined force to Harrenhal. 10 days at least. To gather grain enough to hold it? 3 weeks. To prepare ships, horses, wagons, smiths, healers, ravens, and arms? Longer. Noir. Too long, Benjen said. Veron turned. And if we rush north as a mob, we die before reaching the Trident. The Ranger's face hardened. If you wait, there may be no Trident. Talro tapped his spear. A cheerful counsel. Sira looked at Daemon. There is another path. All eyes shifted to her. She moved around the table, bells in her hair silent as ever. You do not need to march every man at once. Send the symbol first, Artyom. Balerion, Elena said. Sira nodded. Fly north. Show the wall that fire has answered. Show the dead that mankind is not blind. Leave the army to gather and follow to Harrenhal under Ser Veron. Let the priests spread the warning. Let the sellswords secure roads. Let the girl and her hatchling remain here, where they will not be killed by the first snowstorm. Galathox hissed at her. Sira ignored it. Daemon studied the Lyseni woman. You advise splitting strength. I advise using the only strength that matters quickly. Balerion is not a raven. No, she said. That is why the world will look up. Makoro stepped forward. The flames have shown you Harrenhal. They have shown me many things. The final battle waits there. Final battles have a habit of moving when men chase them. Daemon looked down at the wall. The carved line seemed smaller than it should. A child's mark at the top of a table. Yet he felt its cold in his bones. Balerion could reach the north faster than any army. Perhaps fast enough to matter. Perhaps not. But Sira was right in one thing. Symbols move men. Terror moved them faster. If Balerion flew over Westeros from Dragonstone to the Wall, every lord beneath his shadow would know the Raven spoke truth. No maester could dismiss that. No king could bury it. No septon could preach it away. The living would gather, or reveal themselves as fools. Daemon turned to Benjen. Can you guide from the air? The ranger stared. From the air? You have seen maps? Yes, but... You know the wall? Yes. You have ridden a horse? Benjen looked at him as though the question were madder than resurrection. Yes. A dragon is similar. Everyone in the chamber looked at Balerion's shadow darkening the windows. Daemon smiled. Larger horse. Benjen did not smile back. I will fall, he said. Then do it over something soft. There is nothing soft in the north. Then hold tightly. Elena stepped forward. You are leaving now? Daemon turned to her. The hatchling stood at her heel, wings half spread, smoke rising from its nostrils. The girl had ash on her gown and fear in her eyes she was too proud to lower. A few hours ago, she'd been a frightened daughter sent by a diminished house. Now a dragon had chosen her, and the world had become much larger and far more eager to kill her. No, Daemon said. A dusk. That is not much different from now. It is if you have things to say. Her expression shifted, surprise breaking through worry. Daemon had not meant kindness. Or perhaps he had. Death had made certain impulses harder to name. You will remain on Dragonstone, he said. Learn the creature. Do not chain it unless you prefer scars. Do not let the priests near it without guards. Do not let anyone convince you that being chosen by a dragon makes you wise. No. She looked down at Galathox. What does it make me? Daemon followed her gaze. The hatchling bit at its own wing, missed and fell sideways into ash. Endangered, he said. Despite herself, Elena laughed once. It was a small sound, quickly swallowed, but it warmed the room more than the torches. Then, the mountain outside moved. Balerion rose. The castle shook beneath him. Dust fell from the ceiling. Men cried out in the yards. The Black Dread's shadow poured through the chamber windows and covered the painted table from Dorne to the wall. Daemon placed his hand over Harrenhal. Then, over the wall. Send another raven, he said to Oderus. To every lord who received the first. The maester lifted his quill with trembling fingers. What message? Daemon looked toward the window as Balerion's head lowered outside, one enormous eye burning through the glassless arch. Tell them to look north at sunset. At sunset, Balerion took the sky. No man on Dragonstone forgot the sound. It began beneath the ground, a tremor that ran through the roots of the island and climbed into every wall, cup, tooth, and bone. Horses broke their tethers. Men stumbled in the yards. The sea withdrew from the rocks, as if some old instinct had taught it fear. Then the Black Dread unfolded himself from the ridge, and the castle vanished beneath him. Daemon climbed the saddle that had been forged in haste and terror. No smith alive knew how to make proper harness for a dragon of Balerion's size. They had worked from fragments of Old Valyrian designs found beneath Dragonstone, from Makoro's scrolls, from Daemon's memory of Caraxes, and from desperate invention. The result was less a saddle than a war platform chained between jagged ridges of scale, large enough for 3 men to stand upon, and still feel like insects on a god's back. Black iron bands, Valyrian steel hooks, and woven fireproof straps crossed the dragon's shoulders. Every piece had been heated red before touching him, lest cold metal insult his flesh. Balerion had killed only 2 smiths during the fitting. The survivors considered that a blessing. Benjen Flint stood behind Daemon, strapped into place with his face the color of old milk. He had not complained when the dragon keepers fastened the harness around his chest and thighs. He had only asked once whether falling would be quick. Daemon had told him no. Honesty was a poor comfort, but it was still cleaner than lies. Below them, the gathered host filled every yard, wall, and cliff path of Dragonstone. Thousands had come now, and thousands more watched from ships in the harbor. Red flames burned in iron baskets along the battlements. Targaryen banners, newly sewn and old as memory, snapped in the wind. The red priests stood in a line near the main gate, chanting with hands lifted to the sky. Ser Veron waited beside mounted men prepared to begin the slower march west. Sarah watched from beneath a black hood, unreadable. Tauro lifted his spear in mocking salute, though his grin faltered whenever Balerion breathed. Elena stood apart from the others. Galathox perched on the wall beside her, wings beating furiously for balance. Too young to understand why it could not follow the enormous shadow above, the hatchling shrieked at Balerion. Balerion ignored it. Daemon looked down at the girl. She did not wave. Good. He had never liked farewells that pretended men were only going on pleasant rides. He raised one hand. She raised hers. Then Balerion leapt. The world dropped away. Dragonstone became a black shape beneath them, then a fortress, then a stone in the sea. The harbor scattered into tiny ships, their sails flashing pale in the last red light. Wind struck with such force that Benjen choked behind him. Daemon leaned forward, one gloved hand hooked into the saddle chain, the other resting against Balerion's scale. The heat of him came through leather, through bone, through memory. For an instant, Daemon was young again, not restored, not happy. Those were softer lies, but alive in the part of himself that had first understood freedom from Dragonback. The earth beneath men was law, duty, border, inheritance, grave. The sky was older than all of them. On Dragonback, a man could look down upon castles and remember they were only arrangements of stone. He could look down upon armies and see that even the greatest host was a line of ants waiting for fire or weather. No wonder Targaryens had gone mad so often. The sky made humility difficult. They flew west first. Daemon did not aim for King's Landing, but Balerion's shadow touched it before full dark. The capital had changed and not changed. Its walls had sprawled wider. Its streets multiplied. Its stink endured. The Red Keep rose above the city like a clot of dark blood against the bay. Bells began ringing before Balerion crossed the Blackwater. Not one bell. All of them. The sound chased them upward in frantic waves. Daemon looked down. People poured into streets. Gold cloaks abandoned posts. Septons lifted crystal stars. Beggars knelt in mud. Nobles crowded balconies, then fled when Balerion turned his head and one red eye passed over the Red Keep. Scorpions on the walls stood unmanned, then manned, then abandoned again as their crews realized the absurdity of shooting bolts at a creature larger than the towers beneath them. "Should we land?" Benjen shouted over the wind. Daemon did not look back. "Why?" "To speak with the king." "Which one sits there now?" "I don't know." "Then neither do I." They flew on. Behind them, King's Landing screamed itself hoarse. The riverlands opened beneath them as night deepened. Farms became sparks of hearthlight. Roads became pale scars. Rivers caught the moon. At every village, men came outside and looked up. Some ran, some knelt. Some stood frozen as Balerion's shadow passed over fields their families had worked for centuries. No raven could have done what that shadow did. By dawn, every road beneath them would carry the same message faster than ink. The dragon has returned. At Harrenhal, Balerion descended. The ruined castle rose beside the God's Eye, vast and broken and familiar in ways Daemon did not welcome. Its 5 towers still clawed at the sky, melted and twisted by Aegon's conquest long before Daemon's birth. Balerion the Black had built it to defy dragons. Dragons had answered. The lesson remained scorched into every stone. Daemon guided Balerion lower. The dragon's wings stirred the lake into white-capped fury. Dead trees bent flat. Loose stones tumbled from the towers. For a moment, as they circled above the God's Eye, Daemon saw another sky laid over this one. Storm clouds, Vigard bulk, Amon's sapphire eye, Carax's screaming beneath him, the lake rushing up. His breath caught. Not fear. Something older and less useful. Balerion felt it. The Black Dread's growl vibrated through the saddle. Daemon pressed his palm to the scale beneath him. Not yet. Benjen's voice came thinly. What? What? Not you. They did not land. Daemon looked down at the lake. The God's Eye reflected Balerion as a moving darkness with veins of fire. For half a heartbeat, the reflection showed another dragon beside him. Long-necked, red, torn-winged, beloved. Then the water broke. Not from below, from cold. A ring of ice spread across the lake, directly beneath Balerion's shadow. Daemon leaned forward. The ice formed in silence, black and smooth, widening across water that should have churned from the dragon's wing beats. At its center appeared a mark like a hand pressed upward from beneath the surface. Benjen whispered a curse. Daemon felt Balerion's rage before the dragon moved. Black and crimson fire poured from his jaws. The lake exploded. Steam rose in a pillar taller than Harrenhal's towers. Ice shattered. Water boiled. The shock rolled across the shore and sent flocks of birds screaming from the trees. Balerion roared into the vapor, and something within the steam screamed back. Not loud. Deep. But as if the lake itself had remembered pain. Daemon stared into the white cloud until his eye burned. There was nothing there when it cleared. Only boiling water and fragments of black ice melting into the God's Eye. Benjen's voice shook. The wall is still hundreds of leagues away. I know. If it can reach here, I know. Daemon turned to Balerion north. They flew harder after that. Over the Trident, over the Neck, over gray-green bogs and ruined roads. They passed Moat Cailin beneath a moon like a bone shield, and fires sprang to life in its towers as men saw the impossible cross into the north. Balerion did not tire as living dragons tired, but the red cracks in his scales widened after each hour. Molten light leaked along his neck. Once, a drop of burning blood fell from beneath one wing and struck a frozen pond below. The pond burst into steam. Daemon felt it through the bond. Not pain, exactly. Consumption. The fire that sustained Balerion was also eating him. By the time Winterfell appeared beneath them, dawn had turned the eastern sky gray. The castle had seen them coming. Men crowded the walls. Archers stood ready, though their bows sagged as Balerion descended through the clouds. The godswood below flashed red as the dragon passed over it, and for an instant, every red leaf of the heart tree seemed to turn toward Daemon like watching eyes. A dire wolf howled somewhere within the castle. Then another. Then many. Balerion landed outside Winterfell with enough force to crack the frozen ground. Snow leapt outward in a white wave. Men fell from their feet along the battlements. Horses screamed in the yards. The great black dragon folded his wings and lowered his head until one eye stared directly at the castle gate. Daemon unfastened his harness. Benjen did not move. "You may release yourself," Daemon said. "I am trying to convince my hands." Daemon climbed down the side of the dragon using scale ridges as steps. The ground steamed beneath his boots. He wore no crown, only black armor beneath a red cloak, dark sister at his hip, and death's ember glowing where his missing eye had once been. The gates opened. A party rode out beneath stark banners. At their head was a young man with dark hair, gray eyes, and the solemn face of a house that had always understood winter better than joy. He dismounted before coming too close. "Wise. I am Lord Cregan Stark," the young man said. Daemon almost smiled. Of course. Names returned, even when men did not. "I knew a Cregan Stark," Daemon said. The Lord's expression did not change, but something sharpened in his eyes. "So our histories claim. Your histories are polite. The man was colder than the wall and twice as stubborn." A murmur passed through the Northmen. Cregan Stark looked past him at Balerion. "And that is truly the Black Dread." "No," Daemon said. "It is a mummer's lizard painted large to frighten children." The young lord stared. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. It was brief and grim, but it made him seem less like a statue carved by duty. "Northmen prefer plain speech," Cregan said. "Then plainly your wall is dying." The laughter vanished. Benjen Flint finally reached the ground behind Daemon and nearly fell to his knees. Two black brothers rushed forward to catch him. Cregan saw the ranger and stiffened. "Benjen, my lord," Benjen rasped. "Castle Black may already be gone." The Northmen went silent. Wind moved over the snow. Daemon watched Cregan absorb the words. The young lord did not bluster. He did not deny. He looked north, as all Starks eventually did, and the boy in his face retreated behind the lord. "How long?" Cregan asked. "That is what we mean to learn," Daemon said. Cregan looked back at him. "We?" Daemon turned toward Balerion. The Black Dread opened his jaws slightly, and red heat spilled across the snow. "You have horses," Daemon said. "I have wings." Winterfell smelled of smoke, iron, wolves, and old stone. Daemon had known the castle only through reports in his first life. A northern fortress, grim and practical, seat of men who treated joy as something suspicious and expensive. Seeing it now, he understood why Starks endured. Winterfell did not ask to be admired. It asked to be survived. Its walls were thick, its halls warm, its people watchful. Beneath the castle, hot springs breathed through stone veins like the memory of earth fire buried under snow. A useful place. A hard place. Daemon respected hard places. Cregan Stark brought him not to a throne room, but to the great hall, where long tables were cleared and maps laid beneath iron lamps. Northern lords gathered quickly, some still fastening cloaks, others with sleep and fear fighting in their faces. They stared at Daemon as men might stare at a sword found buried in an ancestor's grave. They stared more often toward the doors, beyond which Balerion waited outside the walls like a knight given flesh. Benjen Flint stood wrapped in furs near the fire, hands shaking now that duty no longer held him upright. He had spoken enough during the flight to guide them. Now his strength was leaving in pieces. The Maester of Winterfell wanted him a bed. Benjen refused until Cregan ordered it. Even then, he left reluctantly, as if sleep were a betrayal of the men still at the wall. Daemon watched him go. There was courage in the man. Not shining courage. Not the sword singers liked. The ugly kind held together by exhaustion and dread. Better. Shining courage often cracked in the cold. Cregan leaned over the largest map. If Castle Black has fallen, the King's Road is the straight path south, which makes it the path they expect men to defend, Daemon said. The dead do not think like men. Do you know that? The Stark looked at him. Daemon tapped the map north of the wall. Men comfort themselves by making monsters stupid. It rarely improves their chances. One of the northern lords, a heavy man with a beard braided in iron rings, grunted. Dead things don't lay traps. Benjen, from the doorway where he had paused despite orders, turned back. They do now. The hall chilled. Cregan's jaw tightened. Go to bed, Benjen. The ranger looked ready to argue, then seemed to forget how. He allowed himself to be led away. Daemon returned his attention to the map. The wall has 3 main castles still likely to matter. Castle Black, Eastwatch, Shadow Tower. Likely? Cregan asked. I have been dead a long time. Men may have done something clever in my absence, though I see no evidence yet. A few Northmen bristled. Cregan did not. Castle Black is the heart. Eastwatch gives sea access. Shadow Tower guards the western approach. No. Then we look at all 3. With one dragon? With that dragon? The hall quieted again. Cregan studied him. Can Balerion burn the dead? Yes. Can he burn the others? Daemon thought of the figure in the ash circle beneath Dragonstone. The blue eyes. The words inside his skull. We remember fire. I intend to ask them. The heavy lord snorted. Ask. Daemon smiled. With flame. Cregan straightened. I can raise men, but not instantly. The north is vast. Ravens must go to every holdfast. White Harbor can send ships. The mountain clans will answer if they believe the threat. The Umbers will want proof. The Manderleys will want instruction. The Crannog men may already know more than they say. Nah. Then send ravens. I already have. Daemon looked at him more closely. Cregan's face remained solemn. How long after seeing Balerion land? Before, Cregan said. When Benjen vanished past his expected return, and the first frozen birds fell near last hearth. Daemon gave a small nod. Not as stupid as most lords. In the north, stupid lords freeze early. Every kingdom should adopt the custom. That earned another brief laugh from the Stark, though none from his bannermen. The doors opened, and a woman entered with 2 guards at her back. She wore gray wool, a white cloak, and a dagger at her belt. Her hair was dark, braided simply, her face pale but composed. Cregan turned toward her. Lyanna. My lord, she said, ignoring the disapproval in the room at her presence. The ravens are sent. The glass stores have been opened. Smiths are asking whether dragon glass can be fitted to spearheads or only daggers. Both, Daemon said. She looked at him directly. Many people looked away from his missing eye first. Lyanna Stark did not. Her gaze moved over the ember glow, the black veins beneath his skin, the Valyrian armor. and settled on his face as if all of it were only information. "You are the dead prince," she said. "Usually Daemon is sufficient. Usually dead men do not arrive on dragons. Usually northerners are less talkative." Cregan sighed. "My sister has never considered that a virtue." Lyanna stepped to the map. "If the dead come south in force, Last Hearth falls first. Then Carhold. Then Winterfell becomes either shield or grave. We should begin moving small folk toward White Harbor, and the rills before roads vanish." One lord barked, "Abandon the land. Save the people," she said. "Land feeds people, not when corpses are walking over it." Daemon watched the exchange with interest. The girl spoke like someone who had already made peace with being disliked for being correct. Cregan looked at the map. "Evacuations in winter will kill many. Waiting will kill all," Lyanna said. Daemon pointed to the wall. "What lies here?" Cregan followed his finger. "The Night Fort. Abandoned. Why? Old stories. Bad ones. That is not an answer. It is the answer men give when the true one is worse." Daemon smiled faintly. "You may be a Stark after all." Lyanna leaned in. "The Night Fort is the oldest castle on the wall. Some say its gates go deeper than men remember. There are tales of sacrifices, vanished kings, things heard under the ice. Moqorro would have loved that," Daemon thought. "Priests were drawn to old horror, the way flies loved wounds." "The dead may use old gates," Daemon said. Cregan's face hardened. "The Black Gate." Lyanna looked at him sharply. "That is a children's tale. Most old truths become children's tales when maesters grow embarrassed by them," Daemon said. "What is the Black Gate?" Cregan hesitated, then answered. "A hidden passage beneath the Night Fort, said to speak. Said to open only for a sworn brother of the Watch." The hall shifted uneasily. Daemon thought of Benjen, thought of a raven pinned to a dead horse, thought of the message, "We have heard." "If the wall is weakening from within," Daemon said, "hidden doors matter more than high ice." Cregan nodded once. "Then we fly there first." "No." The Stark frowned. "No? You are useful here. Your men obey you. Your sister thinks faster than half this room. The North needs both. I will not hide in Winterfell while others look upon my wall." "Good. Then do not hide. Rule." The words struck harder than Daemon expected. Cregan's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in recognition of the burden being placed before him. Daemon knew that look. Viserys had worn it often before illness and grief softened him into something too tired to resist counsel. Rhaenyra had worn it when the crown cut deeper than the head beneath it. A ruler's first prison was not duty. It was the knowledge that every brave thing he wished to do himself might be vanity if his people needed him elsewhere. Cregan turned to Lyanna. "You will command evacuations." The heavy lord protested. "My lord." Cregan did not look at him. "Did I ask you whether my sister could count wagons?" The man shut his mouth. Lyanna bowed her head once. "I will need riders. You will have them." Daemon approved. "There may be hope for this century." A horn sounded outside. Not northern. Dragon. The sound shook snow from the roof beams. Balerion was calling. Daemon felt the reason a moment later through the heat beneath his skin. Not alarm. Recognition. Something in the north had touched the edge of the dragon's awareness, cold moving against fire like a blade scraping bone. He turned toward the doors. Cregan followed. No. Now. The great hall emptied into the yard, where men had gathered at unsafe distances from Balerion. The Black Dread crouched beyond the outer wall, his head raised toward the north. Red fire pulsed along his throat. Steam poured from between his teeth. The sky above Winterfell had darkened. Not with storm, with birds. Thousands of ravens circled overhead, black against gray morning. They did not cry. They did not scatter. They turned in perfect silence, a living wheel above the castle. Lyanna whispered. God. One raven broke from the circle and fell. It struck the snow near Daemon's feet, frozen solid. Then another fell. Then dozens. They shattered on impact like black glass. Balerion roared at the sky. The ravens answered in one voice. Not croaking, not screaming, speaking. Through thousands of dead throats, the words rolled over Winterfell in the old tongue, and then in the common speech, so every man, woman, child, and wolf understood. Fire comes north. The voice deepened. So we come south. The ravens dropped all at once. Dead birds reigned over Winterfell. Men shouted and covered their heads. Wolves howled. Balerion opened his jaws and burned the falling corpses from the air in a storm of black and crimson flame. Feathers became sparks. Ice became steam. The sky cleared. Daemon looked north. The wall was still leagues away, but the war had already arrived. They left Winterfell before noon. Cregan Stark did not ask again to come. That was how Daemon knew the man understood command. He stood beside the outer gate in a gray cloak, while Northmen prepared signal fires on the towers and riders scattered across the frozen roads. Lyanna Stark was already gone, leading wagons toward the first villages marked for evacuation. Benjen Flint had been ordered to remain in bed, and ignored it long enough to drag himself to the yard, where he pointed with a shaking hand over a map and named the landmarks Balerion should follow. The King's Road north until the gift, Benjen said. If Castle Black still stands, you will see the fires. If it does not, we will see other things. The ranger nodded grimly. The Night Ford lies west, but if the wall is breached at Castle Black, every hour matters. Daemon climbed the harness. Hours are why men invented wings. Benjen looked up at Balerion. I would rather ride the ugliest mule in Westeros for the rest of my life than climb that beast again. Live through winter and I will buy you too. That almost made Benjen smile. Cregan stepped closer. If the wall has fallen? Daemon looked down from the saddle. The young lord's face was carved from restraint. Behind him, Winterfell moved with controlled urgency. Not panic. That was good. Panic was fire in dry grass. Urgency was a blade. If the wall has fallen, Daemon said, light every beacon between here and White Harbor. Empty the holdfasts you cannot defend. Burn your dead before they rise. Break bridges behind retreating small folk. Send ravens south until your birds freeze in the air. And you? Daemon settled into the harness. I will make them look up. Balerion launched. Winterfell vanished behind a burst of snow. The north opened beneath them, vast and white and merciless. Forests spread like black veins through endless fields of frost. Rivers lay half frozen, their surfaces gleaming beneath thin sunlight. Villages appeared rarely, smoke rising from chimneys, people spilling from doors as the dragon's shadow crossed them. Some waved, some ran, some dropped to their knees. Farther north, fewer fires burned, then fewer still. By the time they crossed the last river, the world below had grown too quiet. Daemon had known quiet in war. The hush before cavalry struck. The silence after dragonfire, when even the wounded were too shocked to scream. This was different. This was absence wearing the shape of peace. No dogs barked. No birds flew. No axes struck wood. The snow lay unbroken around holdfasts whose gates stood open. Balerion descended over the first dead village. Daemon smelled it before he saw the bodies. Not rot. Cold had preserved them. They stood in the square. Every villager, from graybeards to babes, arranged in circles around a frozen well. Their eyes were open. Their skin was white. No wounds marked them. Frost coated their lips. At the center of the well, something had been built from bones too small to be animal. Balerion growled. Daemon did not land. There were no living to save, and dead things arranged with purpose were rarely finished being dangerous. He spoke the command. Balerion burned the village. Black and crimson fire fell in a sheet, swallowing roofs, bodies, bones, snow, memory. The heat struck upward hard enough to sting Daemon's face. The frozen villagers did not scream until flame touched them. Then every mouth opened at once, and a single shriek rose from below. Not human, not many voices, but one thing using many throats. Balerion's fire deepened. The shriek ended. They flew on. The second village had no bodies. The third had only footprints leading north. The fourth had been covered completely in ice from the inside out. Every house transformed into a clear frozen shell through which Daemon could see families seated at tables as if waiting for supper. Balerion burned that too. With each burning, the cracks in the dragon's scales widened. Daemon felt the cost now as a taste in his own mouth. Iron dot, ash, old blood. The resurrected fire within Balerion surged whenever he unleashed flame, then dimmed afterward, drawing deeper from whatever force held ancient flesh to ancient bone. No living dragon should have tired so quickly from burning villages. But no living dragon carried death inside him like a second heart. "We will spend ourselves before the wall," Daemon murmured. Balerion's answer came not as words, but as contempt. The Black Dread did not fear endings. Perhaps that was because he had already suffered one. By dusk, the wall appeared. At first, Daemon mistook it for cloud. Then the horizon sharpened, and there it stood. A vast pale line crossing the world from east to west, rising higher than any castle, older than any king, bright even beneath a dying sun. He had heard men speak of it all his life. He had dismissed most of it as northern exaggeration, because northerners made even weather sound ancestral. But seeing it from Dragonback, Daemon felt something close to respect. The wall was not merely ice. It was will. Men had built it against the dark and then forgotten, generation by generation. Why, terror had made them so ambitious. They had turned the order guarding it into a punishment for thieves, bastards, and defeated men. They had made the end of the world into a place to send embarrassments. Now, the world had remembered. Castle Black burned below, not with orange flame. Blue. Its towers were crowned in cold fire. The gate had been torn outward, not inward. Wood and iron bent like ribs from a burst chest. The yard crawled with bodies. Some wore black. Some wore skins and bone charms. Some wore armor rusted by centuries. All moved with the same terrible purpose, converging on the tunnel beneath the wall. But the wall still stood, bleeding. Benjen's report had not prepared Daemon. Red veins pulsed through the ice in great branching lines, spreading upward and outward from the gate. In places, blue light shone beneath them, pressing from within. The wall groaned loud enough to be heard above Balerion's wings. Then Daemon saw the others. They stood beyond the broken gate. Not many, but enough. Tall figures in pale armor, their blades thin and bright as moonlit ice. They did not scramble like wights. They did not run from Balerion's shadow. They looked up in perfect stillness, and the army of dead below them stopped as one. One stood before the rest, crowned in jagged frost, the same shape that had appeared in the ash beneath Dragonstone. Daemon felt the thing's gaze enter him. No sound crossed the distance, yet the words came again inside his skull. Fire comes late. Daemon drew Dark Sister. Fire comes when it pleases. Balerion dived. The sky became wind, ice, and fury. Dead men lifted their faces. Blue-eyed corpses opened frozen mouths. The crowned other raised one hand. The wall screamed. Ice burst outward in spears large enough to impale ships. Balerion twisted through them with impossible grace for something so vast. One spear scraping along his side and tearing open a seam of molten blood. The dragon roared in pain and rage. Then he answered. Black and crimson fire struck Castle Black. The dead vanished beneath it. Stone cracked. Ice exploded. Blue flame recoiled. The tunnel gate became a furnace. Hundreds, thousands of whites burned at once, their bodies thrashing into ash before they could climb over one another. The others did not burn. Not fully. The nearest three staggered back, armor smoking, blades raised before them as if shielding against a storm. Balerion landed in the yard. The impact crushed dead beneath claws the size of wagons. His tail swept through a line of whites and shattered them against the wall. Daemon unfastened one chain and leapt from the saddle onto a broken battlement, Dark Sister in hand. Heat rolled from Balerion behind him. Cold poured from the gate before him. For the first time since his resurrection, Daemon felt truly between worlds. The crowned other stepped through the smoke. Its face was not human, though it remembered the shape. Its eyes were blue and endless. Frost formed where its feet touched burned stone. In its right hand was a spear of ice. In its left, something black and twisted. A horn. Daemon's blood went cold despite the fire. Not one of the horns from Dragonstone. Older. Darker. The Horn of Night. Balerion saw it too. The Black Dread's roar shook snow from the wall. The crowned other lifted the horn to its mouth. Daemon ran .key. The horn sounded before Daemon reached him. It did not make a noise. That was the horror of it. No blast rolled across Castle Black. No note echoed from the wall. No ordinary sound entered the air. Instead, silence struck the world with the force of thunder. Every flame bent low. Every corpse froze. Every living memory inside Daemon's skull shuddered as if invisible hands had seized the roots of thought and pulled. Balerion screamed. Not roared. Screamed. The Black Dread reared back, wings smashing through ruined towers, claws gouging trenches through stone and ice. Red fire pulsed wildly beneath his scales. The cracks along his neck tore wider. Molten blood spilled down his chest and hissed where it struck the frozen yard. He shook his head as though something had driven hooks into his bones. Daemon staggered but did not fall. The crowned other lowered the horn. The dead resumed moving, but not toward Daemon, toward Balerion. They swarmed the dragon like ants upon a wounded giant. Balerion crushed them by the dozen, burned them by the hundred. Yet still they came, climbing over claws, tail, wings, each dead hand freezing where it touched scale. Blue frost spread across black armor plates. The horn had done something to him. Not bound him, not fully, but it had called to the death inside his resurrection, and that death had answered. Daemon understood then. The priests had raised Balerion with fire, but fire had not been the only thing waiting beyond life. The crowned other moved toward the dragon, spear in hand. Daemon reached him first. Dark Sister met ice. The impact rang through his arms hard enough to numb his fingers. The other's spear did not shatter. It slid against Valyrian steel with a shriek like tearing glass. Daemon turned the blade, stepped inside the spear's reach and cut for the creature's throat. The other moved faster than any living man. Its head tilted aside. Dark Sister sliced through a ridge of frost and left black smoke curling from the wound. Good, Daemon thought. It could be wounded. The other struck. Daemon barely avoided the spear. The point passed beneath his arm and kissed the edge of his breastplate. Valyrian steel-blackened armor froze white instantly. Cold stabbed through his ribs. He slammed his shoulder into the creature, surprised by its weightlessness, then pivoted and cut low. Dark Sister bit into its thigh. This time the other made a sound. Thin, angry, ancient. Around them, Castle Black became chaos. Balerion writhed beneath waves of dead. His fire came in broken bursts now, each blast annihilating ranks of whites, but leaving him dimmer afterward. The wall groaned above, red veins spreading higher, blue light pushing back. A section of ice cracked and shed blocks the size of houses. They fell among the dead and crushed them flat, only for broken limbs to begin crawling from beneath. Daemon pressed the attack. He had fought many men, more than memory cared to count. Knights with bright swords. Bravos with quick wrists, pirates with hooks, Kingsguard, kinsmen, Aemond, God. The other was none of them. It did not breathe, tire, hesitate, rage, or hope. It fought like winter itself, patient, inevitable, without pride. That made it dangerous, but also predictable. Daemon had killed proud men by feeding pride. He fought this one by feeding certainty. He allowed his guard to lower a fraction. The spear came for his heart. Daemon turned at the last instant. The point punched through the edge of his cloak and pinned it to a broken beam. He stepped out of the fastening, let the cloak tear from his shoulders, and brought Dark Sister down with both hands. The blade struck the horn. The black, twisted thing split. Sound returned. All at once, Balerion's roar. The screams of dead things burning. The cracking wall. The storm wind. The crowned other recoiling as if struck through the skull. The shattered horn fell in two pieces, and from its broken center poured darkness like smoke underwater. Daemon drove Dark Sister into the creature's chest. The other seized the blade with both hands. Frost raced up the Valyrian steel toward Daemon's grip. His fingers burned cold. The ember in his missing eye flared red. For one heartbeat he saw into the creature. Not thoughts, not memories, but purpose. A will spread across snowfields, graves, frozen rivers, dead beasts, old bones beneath older ice. Not one mind, many minds. A kingdom of cold speaking through a crown. And behind it, deeper. Something that had never been human. It noticed him. Daemon smiled into the crowned over's face. I have already died. He twisted Dark Sister. The creature shattered. Not like glass. Like winter losing an argument with the sun. Blue light burst outward. Every white within 20 paces collapsed. The frost on Balerion's scales cracked. The dragon surged upward with renewed fury, black fire pouring from his jaws in a continuous river. Dead men became ash. The broken gate vanished. The blue flames across Castle Black guttered and died. For a moment, hope looked possible. Then, the wall split. A crack opened above the tunnel, racing upward faster than a man could scream. Red veins burst into steam. Blue light flooded through the wound. The entire structure moaned, not as ice, but as something alive and in pain. Daemon looked up and saw shapes moving inside the wall. Faces, hands, shadows trapped beneath centuries of frozen magic. Balerion turned toward him. Their eyes met. Daemon knew what the dragon intended before the thought became command. No, he said. Balerion ignored him. The Black Dread lunged toward the cracking wall and slammed his body against it. Wings spread, claws burying into ice. The impact shook the world. The crack slowed. Balerion opened his jaws and breathed fire not at the dead, but into the wound itself. Black and crimson flame poured deep into blue light. The wall screamed again. Daemon ran toward him, cutting down the few whites that still moved. Balerion. The dragon's molten blood flowed down the ice in rivers. His scales split wider. Fire leaked from his chest, from his wings, from beneath his jaw. He was not merely burning the wall. He was burning the force that sustained him, pouring his resurrected life into the ancient spell to cauterize the breach. The crack began to close. Beyond the wall, in the darkness past the gate, thousands of blue eyes opened. The army was still there. The crowned other had been only a herald. Daemon reached Balerion's foreleg and placed a hand against burning scale. Pain tore through him. His glove caught fire. His flesh blistered. He did not pull away. The dragon's thoughts were not words, but Daemon understood. Not enough time. Not enough fire. Need more. Daemon looked toward the north, where the dead waited beyond the sealed wound. Then south, where Winterfell stood. Harrenhal.she. Dragonstone. The living divided and frightened and slow, but living. He understood the bargain being offered. The wall could be sealed for now, not forever. Only long enough for mankind to gather. Only if Balerion spent more of himself than he could afford. Daemon pressed his burned hand harder against the scale. Then, "Spend it," he whispered. But not alone. Dark MT. He drew Dark Sister across his palm. Blood spilled onto Balerion's burning scale. The dragonfire surged. The wall blazed red. Every raven from Castle Black's rookery rose dead from the snow, caught fire, and shot southward like burning arrows into the darkening sky. Messages without parchment. Warnings written in flame. They would pass over Winterfell, the Neck, the Riverlands, King's Landing, Old Town. Every lord in Westeros would see. The Black Dread held the wall until the crack closed. Then he fell. Not fully, not dead, but to one knee, if such a word could be used for something so immense. The ground broke beneath him. His wings sagged. The fire in his throat dimmed to a red glow. Daemon stood beside him, burned, bleeding, cloak gone, armor rimed in frost and soot. Beyond the wall, something struck the ice from the far side. Once. The sound rolled through the north. Again. The wall held. For now. Daemon looked at the broken gate, the ash-filled yard, the sealed crack, the endless dark beyond. Then, he climbed back into the saddle. Balerion rose slowly, painfully, every movement shaking loose fire and blood. They turned south, not in victory, in warning. The burning ravens reached Winterfell before Daemon did. Cragan Stark saw them from the battlements. So did every man, woman, and child in the castle. They came out of the northern dark like sparks fleeing a forge. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each bird made of flame but not consumed by it. They passed over the walls in perfect silence, and wherever their fiery shadows touched snow, words appeared for a moment in melting frost. The wall holds. Gather. Harrenhal. Then the birds broke apart into ash and vanished on the wind. By the time Balerion appeared, Winterfell was already moving. Daemon saw lines of torches stretching south along the King's Road. Wagons, riders, herds of sheep and cattle driven through snow. Columns of small folk wrapped in every scrap of fur and wool the castle could spare. Signal fires burned on distant hills, one answering another, red flowers blooming across the white north. The Starks had not wasted the warning. Good. Balerion flew lower now. He had no choice. The Black Dread's wings beat unevenly. Each stroke shook streams of molten blood from the wounds along his sides. The red glow beneath his scales pulsed weakly in places, and too brightly in others, as if the fire inside him had become a battlefield of its own. Daemon felt every shudder through the saddle. He had bound his burned hand with a strip torn from his ruined cloak, but blood had soaked through. Frostbite blackened 2 fingers. His armor still smoked where ice and fire had fought over it. He did not land at Winterfell. Cragan would understand. Or he would not. There was no time to care. Balerion passed over the castle, and every face turned upward. Cragan stood on the highest battlement, cloak snapping in the wind. Lyanna had returned or had never left. She stood beside him with a torch in hand, hair whipping across her face. Between them, Benjen Flint leaned on a crutch, looking north as if some part of him had remained at Castle Black. Daemon raised Dark Sister. Below, Cragan raised Ice, the great sword of House Stark, bright and pale beneath the flames. No words passed between them. None were needed. The North was awake. Now the South had to be dragged from its dreams. They flew through the night. Balerion's shadow crossed the neck before dawn. In the swamps below, hidden eyes watched from reed and fog. The Cranham did not light fires, but Daemon saw movement all the same. Boats sliding through black water, scouts turning south. Messages beginning their quiet journey through places armies could not march. Good. Fear had roots. So did warning. At Moat Cailin, men had gathered in the broken towers. They cheered when Balerion passed, then fell silent when they saw the wounds. A dragon could inspire courage. A wounded dragon inspired understanding. The enemy could hurt even legions. That truth would do more than songs. By midday, they reached the Riverlands. Smoke already rose from Harrenhal. Not attack. Preparation. Ser Veyron had moved faster than Daemon expected. The old knight had brought the first ships across Blackwater Bay, landed men near Maidenpool, seized wagons, purchased grain where possible, taken it where necessary, and driven toward Harrenhal beneath banners of red and black. Tauros Sellswords had secured the roads with ruthless efficiency. Cerys agents had reached merchant houses before most lords had finished debating whether Daemon's Raven was fraud, madness, or invitation. Gold moved faster than honor. She had used that well. The ruins of Harrenhal crawled with life. Tents spread across fields where armies had camped and died for centuries. Smith fires burned in the yards. Men repaired gates that had never truly protected anyone from dragons but might slow the dead. Refugees came in lines from nearby villages, carrying children, tools, icons, chickens, old swords, and the stubborn belief that survival required bringing entirely too many pots. Red priests raised fire altars beside septons who glared but did not interfere. Northmen had already arrived in small groups, grim and quiet. Riverlords sent riders. Some came willingly. Some came to see whether refusal was survivable. Daemon guided Balerion over the God's Eye. The lake steamed where they passed. He looked down at the water and felt the pull of memory again. His first death waited there, patient as a creditor. But the ice mark he had burned away earlier was gone. For now, the lake reflected only sky, dragon, and ruin. Balerion landed outside Harrenhal. The impact silenced the camp. Every hammer stopped. Every voice died. Thousands turned. The Black Dread lowered his wounded body onto the blackened earth, wings folding slowly. Head dipping with exhaustion he could no longer hide. Gasps moved through the host as men saw the cracks in his scales, the molten blood, the frost scars along one flank. Some wept. Some prayed. Some looked afraid in a way Daemon approved of. False hope was wine. Fear kept men sharp. Daemon descended from the saddle and nearly fell when his boots touched ground. Ser Veyron reached him first, old face pale. "My prince." Daemon waved off the arm offered to him. "Report, Dart." Veyron hesitated only once, then obeyed. "Harrenhal is secured as much as ruin can be secured. We have 7,000 men in camp, perhaps more by nightfall. 300 horses fit for war, twice that fit for hauling. Grain for 12 days if rationed. Smiths working dragonglass into spearheads and arrow tips. More refugees than fighters arriving by the hour." "Good. The south is divided. King's Landing has closed its gates. The king, whoever he is this week, has denounced you as sorcery while ordering every scorpion in the capital repaired. The faith calls Balerion a punishment. The Citadel requests proof." Daemon laughed. It hurt. Veyron did not smile. Old Town sends observers. The Vale sends silence. Dorne sends a message asking whether dragons burn snow as well as castles. Dorne remains Dorne. The Westerlands are mustering but claim not to know for whom. The Stormlands ask whether you intend to claim the throne. Gao. Daemon looked at the camp. The refugees, the smoking forges, the enormous ruined towers of Harrenhal, and beyond them the lake where he had once vanished. "Tell them the throne is welcome to freeze without me." Veyron's mouth twitched. "I will phrase it diplomatically." "Why?" Before the old knight could answer, Moqorro approached with several red priests behind him. Their robes were cleaner than the men around them. Daemon disliked that immediately. The priest looked at Balerion and paled despite himself. The flames showed great fire in the north. The flames are slow gossips. "What happened?" Daemon stepped close enough that the priest saw the frostbite on his fingers and the burns beneath the bandage. The dead have a horn. Makoro's certainty cracked, only briefly. But Daemon saw it. One of ours? The priest asked. No, worse. Behind Makoro, one of the younger priests made a sign against darkness. Daemon seized him by the front of his robe and dragged him forward. Where are the horns from Dragonstone? The young priest choked. In the vault, my prince. Still? Yes. Daemon looked to Makoro. The priest bowed his head. As you commanded. If I learn otherwise, I will hang every priest who knew and burn every priest who guessed. Makoro met his gaze. We serve the same war. No, we face the same enemy. That is not the same thing. A horn sounded from the eastern road. Men turned. A column approached under a banner of pale blue and silver. At its head rode Elena Balerion. Daemon stared. Beside her horse, not perched in her arms, but flying in furious little bursts from rock to cart to broken wall, came Galathox. The hatchling had grown in the short time since Daemon left, or perhaps distance made memory foolish. Its green gold scales shone brighter. Its wings beat with more strength. It snapped at any man who came too close, which kept the road conveniently clear. Elena dismounted before Daemon could begin shouting. I know, she said. You know what? That you told me to remain on Dragonstone, and yet my eye reports treason. She lifted her chin. Dragonstone is no longer safe. Daemon's anger cooled by 1 degree. Explain. She handed him a sealed letter. The wax bore no sigil. Daemon broke it. The writing inside was Utteries the Maester's, hurried and blotted. My prince, forgive the method. I feared ravens might be watched. 3 priests attempted to enter the eastern furnace vault at midnight. They were stopped by Lady Elena's guards and the young dragon. 2 died. 1 confessed under questioning that the horns were needed before the cold could claim what fire had awakened. Makoro denies command. I cannot verify. Balerion's presence no longer shields the island. The eggs are restless. Something answers from beneath the mountain. Daemon read it twice. Then he looked at Makoro. The red priest's face showed shock. Real or perfected? Dangerous either way. Seize the priests, Daemon said. Makoro stiffened. My prince? Dark Sister came free. Every nearby guard moved. For one wild moment, the camp seemed ready to tear itself apart before the dead ever reached them. Red priests reached for hidden knives. Targaryen loyalists drew swords. Sellswords grinned as if violence were weather they had been expecting. Refugees screamed and pulled children away. Then Balerion lifted his head. The Black Dread opened one eye. That was enough. The priests froze. Makoro slowly raised his hands. I did not order this, he said. Daemon believed him. Almost. That may save your life, Daemon said. Not your freedom. Makoro's eyes burned with humiliation as guards took his arms. Elena stepped closer. There is more. Daemon looked at her sharply. She pointed toward the god's eye. At first, he saw only the lake. Then the surface rippled. Not from wind. A dark shape moved beneath it. Long and vast, circling far below the water. The camp saw it too. Voices rose in terror. Men backed away from the shore. Horses reared. Balerion forced himself upright, wounded and shaking, a growl building in his ruined chest. Daemon walked toward the lake. The shape passed beneath the surface again. Too large for any fish, too familiar for comfort. For one moment, red scales flashed beneath black water. Caraxes, his heart whispered. Impossible, his mind answered. But impossibility had lost authority. The lake began to steam. From the north, cold wind blew over Harrenhal. From the south, armies crawled toward the gathering place. From the east, priests hid knives behind prophecy. From beneath the god's eye, something dead remembered the shape of wings. Daemon Targaryen stood between all of it with Dark Sister in his burned hand. and Balerion bleeding behind him. He had thought the world brought him back to end one war. Now he understood. It had brought him back to survive the beginning. The first sign that the long night had truly returned was not the snow. Westeros had known snow before. It had buried roads, swallowed villages, climbed over hedges and roofs and graveyards until every familiar shape became a pale mound under a silent sky. Men remembered bad winters. Old women told children of years when lakes froze hard enough to bear horses, when wolves came south hungry enough to drag men from saddles, when the poor burned furniture, doors, cradles, anything that might keep a small room warm until dawn. This was different. The snow fell black at first. It came down over the riverlands in the gray hour before sunrise, soft and soundless, drifting from a sky without stars. At Harrenhal, the first flakes landed on the stones and hissed as though the castle itself were a forge cooling under rain. Men who reached out to catch them found ash streaking their palms. The flakes melted into thin lines of soot. By morning, the godswood was veiled in a color that was neither snow nor cinder, but some foul marriage of both. And every weirwood face seemed to stare through the falling darkness with carved, bleeding eyes. Daemon watched it from the shattered battlements above the Kingspire Tower. He had stood on walls before battle more times than any living man could count. He had watched hosts gather across fields with banners lifted and spears in ranks. He had seen men pretend courage, kings pretend certainty, boys pretend they were not boys. War had always had a rhythm to it. Men ate, men sharpened, men prayed, men cursed. Horses screamed before the killing began. Commanders sent ravens and riders. Scouts returned with mud up their legs and fear in their voices. And somewhere beneath the noise of it all, ambition breathed like a hidden animal. But the army approaching Harrenhal did not breathe. It had no campfires, no drums, no songs, no quarrels in the baggage train, no prayers muttered over dice, no smiths hammering dents from helms, no horses cropping dead winter grass, only silence. The dead came through the snow with the patience of tidewater. From the height of Harrenhal, Daemon could see them first as a darkness between white fields, then as movement beneath the darkness, then as a spreading mass of bodies so numerous that the roads vanished beneath them. They came from the north and west and east at once, out of villages that had stopped sending word, out of holdfasts whose towers now stood empty, out of river crossings where frozen corpses had waited beneath the ice until some colder command called them back. Men, women, children, oxen, dogs, horses with snapped legs dragging themselves forward, soldiers still wearing the colors of dead lords, septons with broken necks, sworn brothers of the knights, watch with blue fire in their eyes, river knights, Frey men, Stark men, Lannister men, men with no banners at all. In death, every kingdom had finally learned unity. Daemon laughed once at the cruelty of that thought, but there was no humor in the sound. It left him like smoke from a wound. Below him, Harrenhal groaned with life. That was another wrongness. Harrenhal had never been a place meant for life. Not truly. It had been built too large, too proud, too mad. Every tower seemed less raised than defied from the earth, as though Harren the Black had tried to build a fist big enough to strike the gods. Aegon's dragonfire had taught him otherwise. Daemon had died here, or near enough to hear that the distinction had never mattered to singers. His blood in Aemons and Caraxes and Vaegars had marked the god's eye in flame and fallen ruin. This castle had been the wound where Targaryen ambition split open. Now it was mankind's refuge. The courtyards were packed with people. Tents leaned under frost. Cookfires smoked bitterly. Mothers held children inside cloaks stiff with frozen mud. Knights who had lost their horses stood beside fishermen who had lost their boats. Septas huddled with red priests. Maesters argued over frozen ink and useless maps. Blacksmiths worked until their hands bled, hammering dragonglass chips into spearheads because iron alone had become a prayer without a god to hear it. Daemon saw a boy no older than 7 carrying arrows from one tower to another. his little hands red from cold. His jaw clenched as though he understood that crying would not warm him. Nearby, an old man sat against a wall and stared at nothing, holding a bundle wrapped in linen. Daemon had seen enough battlefields to know the weight of the bundle by the way the old man held it. Too carefully, too closely, too late. The rogue prince had once believed himself immune to pity. Pity had seemed a virtue for softer men, men who sat long at tables and weighed mercy as though it were coin. In youth, he had preferred clarity. Fire clarified, steel clarified. A dragon's shadow over a battlefield clarified more than 100 councils. Yet after death, after darkness, after resurrection into a world that had continued without him and suffered all the old mistakes and new names, pity had found its way into him like cold through cracked armor. It did not make him gentler. It made him more dangerous. More refugees at the eastern gate, Sir Mark Ambrose said behind him. Daemon did not turn at once. He had collected knights the way battle collected ravens. Some had come because they believed. Some because they feared him. Some because their own castles had fallen and Harrenhal was the last stone place still burning in the Riverlands. Mark Ambrose had been a second son of some minor reach house before winter stripped such details down to bone. He was young enough to look at Daemon with awe and old enough to hide it badly. How many? Daemon asked. 400, perhaps 5. Mostly small folk, a few men at arms from Derry. They say the dead took salt pans 2 nights past. The dead take everything. That is their one talent. Mark swallowed. The gate captains ask whether to admit them. That made Daemon turn. His red-black cloak snapped behind him, crusted at the edges with frozen ash. Beneath it, he wore armor recovered from the vaults of Dragonstone. Black plates chased with red Valyrian glyphs that seemed to pulse when fire came near. His face was pale in the winter gloom, too sharply cut to seem wholly alive. The veins beneath his skin still carried that faint ember glow when his temper rose. Men avoided looking at his missing eye. They could not help looking at the fire that burned in its place. "Ask?" Daemon said softly. Mark lowered his gaze. "Food stores are strained." Daemon looked down into the courtyard again. A woman was breaking a heel of bread into 3 pieces for 2 children and herself. She gave the children the larger shares. A soldier near her pretended not to watch, then took a strip of dried meat from inside his glove and dropped it beside her as he passed. The living were full of inconvenient miracles. "Open the gates," Daemon said. "My prince, if sickness comes in, sickness is already here. Hunger is here. Fear is here. The dead are here. Open the gates." Mark bowed. "At once." "And Sir Mark." The knight stopped. "If any captain delays them for one of my seal, hang him from the gate he guards." The young knight went pale, then nodded and hurried down the steps. Daemon remained on the battlement until the eastern gate opened. He heard the sound rise from outside first. Not cheering, not relief, but the broken noise of people who had run too long and found walls at last. They stumbled in beneath murder holes rimed with ice, clutching bundles and children, and cracked icons of the 7. Some fell to their knees when they saw red priests waiting with torches. Others screamed when Balerion's shadow passed over them. The Black Dread circled Harrenhal through the snow, vast beyond reason, his wings beating slowly enough that each stroke seemed to move the weather. No living dragon should have been able to fly in such cold. No living dragon should have been his size. No living dragon should have breathed fire black at its heart and red at its edges, a flame that left glass where snow had been. But Balerion was not a living dragon. Not entirely. Daemon felt him constantly now, not as a rider felt a mount, nor even as he had once felt Carax's, all lean fury and blood-hot instinct beneath him. Balerion was an abyss with wings. His mind moved slowly, anciently, like something buried beneath mountains remembering it had once been sky. Sometimes, when Daemon slept, he dreamed not his own dreams but Balerion's. Young Valyria blazing beneath a sun unhidden by ash. Dragonlord singing commands in tongues now lost, Egan's hand upon black scales, kingdoms burning under him, old age like chains, darkness like stone, then a red voice calling through death, and hunger, always hunger, not for sheep, not for men, not merely for flame, for ending. Daemon had begun to understand that resurrection had not restored Balerion so much as interrupted him. The dragon had been dragged back from whatever final dark waited for dragons, and something of that dark had come with him. In battle he burned the dead by the thousands, but afterward he would land and stand motionless for hours, cracks glowing along his neck and breast, molten blood seeping between scales. The priests called it holy fire. The maesters whispered words like decay and instability. Daemon called it what it was, a debt. Every flame Balerion breathed was borrowed from the death that wanted him back. By noon, the sky had darkened as if evening had lost patience and come early. The councils began in the Hall of 100 Hearths, though only 37 hearths still burned. The rest had been stripped of fuel or cracked by coal. Men gathered beneath rafters blackened centuries before by dragonfire, their voices rising and falling under a ceiling too high to hold warmth. The great hall smelled of wet wool, smoke, fear, boiled turnips, horse sweat, and blood. Daemon sat where Harren the Black had once imagined kings would kneel before him. He did not sit the Iron Throne. He had seen that ugly chair in memory and vision, had watched men bleed themselves empty for the right to be cut by it. Harrenhal's seat was simpler, black oak, broad, scorched along one arm, dragged from some ruined solar and placed at the head of a war table assembled from doors torn off their hinges. Maps covered it, weighed down by daggers, cups, stones, a broken spearhead, and a child's carved wooden horse someone had used to mark the last known position of the dead. Around the table stood the remnants of Westeros. Lord Edric Tully had arrived 3 days earlier with half his face frostbitten, and 300 men who had once been 1,500. His river blue cloak was patched with gray wool. He still wore a trout clasp, though one ruby eye was missing. Beside him stood Lady Bethany Blackwood, gaunt and sharp-eyed, her raven black hair tied severely back, her left arm bound in a sling. A Stark envoy named Torrhen Snow had come south from Winterfell with the last ravens before the sky turned murderous. He had the long face and exhausted honor of the North, though he was bastard-born and too practical to pretend lineage mattered while corpses marched. There were others, sellsword captains, hedge knights, a septon whose faith had not survived, but whose courage had, 3 red priests from Volantis, 2 maesters, a silent woman from the Crannogs who spoke only when she had something dreadful to say, and a boy lord from the Westerlands whose regent had died on the road. They had all come to Harrenhal because every other plan had failed. The wall had cracked. Winterfell was encircled. The twins had fallen without sending warning. River Run's lower walls had frozen from the river upward, and the dead had walked across the ice. King's Landing was said to be buried in snow so deep that only the tips of the Red Keep's towers showed above the drifts, though none knew whether that was truth or panic made monstrous in the telling. Old Town had stopped answering ravens. The Eyrie, unreachable by armies, had become unreachable by food, and Dragonstone burned. Daemon had ordered it abandoned after the sea froze black around its harbor, and shapes began moving beneath the ice. "Their main host is here," Lord Edric said, tapping the map north of Harrenhal with a shaking finger. Or was. Every scout sent beyond the Ruby Ford has either failed to return or returned dead and walking. "Then stop sending scouts," Daemon said. The Lord stiffened. "We need eyes." "We have eyes." Daemon glanced toward the high windows, where snow scraped against dark glass. "The dragon sees farther than any man." One of the maesters, a narrow creature named Williman, cleared his throat. His chain rattled softly. "With respect, Prince Daemon, the dragon sees heat, movement, flame. The dead possess little of the first and often none of the last." Daemon smiled without warmth. "Then perhaps you should teach them to carry lanterns." A few men laughed because they were afraid not to. The maester colored but held his ground. "We are discussing extinction," Williman said. Mockery will not improve our arithmetic. No, Daemon said. But arithmetic will not improve your courage. And yet here you stand counting corpses as if they intend to stop at a respectable number. Lady Bethany leaned over the table. They are not endless. The Crannog woman finally spoke. No, but the dead behind them become the dead within them. Every village lost feeds the next battle. Every army broken rises on their side. Numbers matter because we are the only ones who lose them. Silence answered her. Daemon studied the map. Little markers showed the dead advancing across the riverlands like spilled ink. Black stones for confirmed hosts. White stones for fallen castles. Red stones for places where the living still held. There were fewer red stones every morning. Then Harrenhal cannot hold indefinitely, Torrhen Snow said. No castle can, Lord Edric replied. But these walls are thick enough to resist them until... Until what? Daemon asked. The River Lord looked at him, anger flashing through exhaustion. Until your dragon burns them. There it was. The thought in every head, spoken aloud by the man desperate enough to spend it like coin. Daemon could have admired him for it under other circumstances. Balerion has burned them, Daemon said. At Derry, at Lord Harroway's town, at the Trident Crossing, at the ruins of Maidenpool. Each time, thousands fall. Each time, more arrive. Fire destroys bodies. It does not destroy the hand commanding them. Then we must strike at that hand, Lady Bethany said. The Red Priest Moqorro stepped forward. He was a broad man with tattooed cheeks and eyes that reflected firelight even when turned away from flame. The Great Other moves through his servants, but there's a vessel. A prince of ice. A king of death. No! A night king, murmured the boy lord from the Westerlands. The hall seemed colder after he said it. Daemon leaned back. The North has many old tales. Most are useful only for frightening children into bed. Torrhen Snow's mouth tightened. Children frightened into bed live longer than men who ignore old tales. Daemon gave him a measured look, then nodded once, conceding the point. Moqorro placed both hands on the table. His red sleeves fell back, showing scars burned into his wrists in the shape of flames. The visions agree. The enemy's heart moves south. Not merely whites, not merely pale captains. The will behind them approaches the god's eye. Nay. At that, Daemon's amusement vanished. The hall changed around him, not in truth, but in memory. He felt rain against his face, heard Caraxes screaming, saw Aemon's sapphire eye shining through storm, felt Dark Sister in his hand, and the mad certainty of one final leap. The god's eye below, black and waiting. The world turning as dragons fell. He had died in that lake. Or, close enough. Why the god's eye? Lady Bethany asked. The Isle of Faces, the Crannog woman said. Old roots, old blood. The pact was made there before the Andals, before the dragons, before kings counted years the way maesters do. If the dead reach it, they do not merely take land. They touch the memory of the world. May, Kadao. Williman made a soft sound of irritation. That is myth. The Crannog woman looked at him. So was a dead prince riding a dead dragon. The maester had no answer. Daemon rose. Every voice stopped. He moved to the nearest hearth. Flames curled low over black logs. Red and gold, ordinary fire, living fire. He held his left hand above it until heat licked his palm. Since his resurrection, flame no longer burned him as it had before. It hurt, yes, but pain had become a language. In the shifting light, he saw images trying to form. A lake frozen from shore to shore, weirwoods bent beneath ice. A figure crowned in horn and frost, Balerion falling like a wounded star. The whispers came next. Not words exactly. Hunger shaped into command. Memory shaped into warning. R'hllor, the priests would have said. The Lord of Light guiding his chosen instrument. Daemon did not trust gods who needed men to explain them. Still, He listened. When he turned back, the hall was waiting. "We do not defend Harrenhal until the last child starves and the last knight freezes standing," he said. "That is not war. That is a funeral with walls." Lord Edric's face tightened. "Then, what do you propose?" Daemon looked at the map and placed one finger on the god's eye. "We draw them here." "We are here," the River Lord said. "No, they come for the lake, not the castle. Harrenhal is bait only if we are foolish enough to remain inside it." Daemon's burning eye brightened. "We make the living host visible. We light every tower. We open the south road. We let them believe mankind has broken and fled toward the lake. They will follow, because whatever commands them wants the old magic beneath the isle. And when their king comes into the open, Balerion and I will meet him above the water." "Nay," the boy lord whispered. "You mean to fight in the sky? I mean to end this where I began ending things." No one spoke for several heartbeats. Then Maester Williman said, very quietly, "And if you fail?" Daemon's smile returned, thin as a blade. "Then you may write a very accurate account of how we all died." The first assault came before dusk. No horn announced it. No commander shouted orders from the enemy line. The dead simply reached the outer villages and kept walking. Harrenhal's surrounding lands had become a graveyard of abandoned houses, frozen orchards, collapsed barns and fields, where the last harvest had died standing beneath frost. The defenders had burned what they could, dragged away what might feed the living, and left behind sharpened stakes, pits, oil trenches, and dragon glass caltrops scattered beneath snow. Against men, such preparations would have slowed an army. Against the dead, they merely changed the shape of the slaughter. From the battlements, the living watched the first ranks fall into pits and impale themselves by the dozen. They did not cry out. Those behind climbed over them. Oil trenches were lit, and flame raced blue-orange across the field, catching dry brush and corpses alike. The dead walked through burning lines until their clothes and hair vanished, until skin split, until bones blackened, until some collapsed and others emerged still moving, their eye flames shining through smoke. Archers loosed until their fingers bled. Dragonglass-tipped arrows struck skulls and throats and chests, and where the glass found whatever cold magic animated the corpse, bodies dropped as if cut from strings. But there were always more. Always more. Daemon watched from the king's gate with Dark Sister drawn. The blade had changed since his return. Perhaps that was fancy. Perhaps everything old seemed altered because he himself had become unnatural. Yet in the presence of the dead, Valyrian steel sang in his hand. Not aloud, not with any sound others could hear, but through the bones of his arm. A fine, eager trembling. Recognition. Beside him, Lady Bethany Blackwood wore boiled leather under a raven feather cloak and held a spear tipped with black glass. Her injured arm had been strapped tight against her body. She had refused to remain in the inner yard. "You have command of the western retreat," Daemon told her. "I know. If the gate falls, you take the children and wounded south. I know. If panic begins, I cut down the first man who runs the wrong way and make the rest remember their feet." Daemon glanced at her. She did not look away from the field. He almost smiled. "Had you lived in my first life, Lady Bethany, I might have enjoyed you. Had I lived in your first life, my prince, I would have been a Blackwood. We tend to survive Targaryen enjoyment poorly." This time he did smile. Then the first giant reached the trench line. It had been a man once, perhaps, or something near enough to one that men had named it giant and woven songs around its bones. Death had made it worse. Frost clung to its beard in ropes. Arrows protruded from its chest like reeds. One eye was gone, the socket burning blue. Around its waist hung the shattered remains of a tree trunk used as a club. It stepped into a pit, sank to the thigh, and kept moving until stakes punched through its belly and out its back. Still it came. Men along the wall shouted. Scorpions turned on groaning wheels. The first bolt fired and struck the giant in the shoulder, spinning it half around. The second punched through its throat. The third, tipped with a spear-length shard of dragon glass, took it under the jaw and drove upward into the skull. The blue light died. The giant collapsed forward, crushing 50 wights beneath it. A cheer rose from the wall. Daemon let it live for 3 breaths. Then the snowfield beyond the giant moved, and more shapes emerged. 6 giants. 10... more behind them. The cheer broke apart. "Where's the dragon?" someone shouted. Daemon knew without looking. Balerion waited beyond the eastern towers, crouched among Harrenhal's ruins like a mountain pretending to be a beast. They had agreed, insofar as a dead dragon and a resurrected prince could be said to agree, that Balerion would not burn the first wave. The enemy needed to commit. The enemy needed to believe the living were desperate. Balerion did not enjoy waiting. Daemon felt his impatience as pressure behind the ribs. A heat in the blood. A vast desire to rise, burn, end. Not yet, Daemon thought. A low growl rolled through the castle foundations. Men looked upward. "Hold," Daemon said. The second wave reached the outer barricades. The defenders loosed stones, arrows, burning pitch, broken furniture, anything that could crush or slow. Dead hands climbed over dead backs. Ladders appeared, not built, but made of bodies locking together. Frozen fingers hooked in belts and ribs, forming obscene towers that leaned against the walls. Men hacked at them with axes. Corpses fell apart and were replaced. At the king's gate, the giants came on. One swung its tree trunk and smashed a watchtower into splinters. Men fell screaming. The sound vanished beneath the roar of masonry collapsing. Another giant reached the gatehouse and began pounding at the iron-banded doors. Each blow shook frost from the arch. Daemon lifted Dark Sister. "Now," he whispered. Balerion rose. There were men alive at Harrenhal who would later swear the castle itself had taken wing. From behind the eastern towers, the Black Dread unfurled into the sky with impossible grandeur, snow spiraling from his back, wings spreading wider than courtyards, wider than streets, wider than memory could accept. His neck arched, his chest cracked open with crimson light. Along his throat, black scales split like cooling volcanic stone. The dead did not look up. That frightened Daemon more than screaming would have. Balerion descended over the field and breathed. Black fire poured from him in a torrent so vast that it did not resemble flame at first, but night-given motion. Its edges burned crimson. Its heart was absolute darkness. It struck the giants at the gate and swallowed them whole. Flesh vanished. Bone burst. The tree trunk club became a line of sparks. The snow around them flashed into steam, then glass, then nothing. The fire rolled outward. Hundreds of dead disappeared. Then thousands. The field before Harrenhal became a furnace of black and red, a boiling plain where corpses twisted without voices and blue eyes winked out like stars at dawn. The living on the walls threw themselves flat from the heat. Hair singed. Banners caught fire. Ice melted from stone and running sheets. Daemon stood through it, cloak whipping, face lit by the dragon's wrath. In the inferno, he saw the shape of salvation and damnation wearing the same wings. Balerion banked and burned again. This time his flame carved a trench through the advancing host from east to west, cutting the dead army in two. The black fire clung to corpses like liquid shadow. Even wights not directly struck staggered and fell as the heat shattered whatever cold command held them upright. Men began to cheer again. This time the cheer became a roar. Daemon did not join it. He watched Balerion climb after the second breath. The dragon's left wing faltered. Only once. A slight dip, corrected almost immediately. But Daemon saw. He felt it too. A tearing sensation beneath his own breastbone, as though some invisible hook had pulled through flesh. Balerion roared above Harrenhal, and the sound shook snow from every roof. The dead beyond the fire did not retreat. They waited. That was when Daemon understood. The first assault had not been an attempt to take the castle. It had been an offering. The enemy had wanted Balerion to burn. Night fell by degrees. Then, all at once, the dead withdrew beyond the line of glassed earth, though withdrew was the wrong word. They simply stopped where Balerion's fire had not reached and stood in the snow, waiting in ranks that stretched past sight. The burning field between them and Harrenhal smoked through the darkness. Black glass reflected the flames on the walls. Every now and then a corpse trapped in the cooling ruin would twitch, then go still. Inside Harrenhal, the living celebrated because living men required lies between terrors. They called it victory. They shouted Balerion's name. Some cried demons. Red priests walked the courtyards proclaiming the Lord of Light had answered. Men who had trembled that morning now boasted of how the dead had broken before Dragonfire. Wine stores were opened against Daemon's orders and then closed again when Lady Bethany broke a cup across a captain's face and reminded the men that tomorrow had not surrendered. Daemon did not attend the fires. He went to Balerion. The dragon had landed beyond the walls in the ruins of Harrenhal's old outer ward, where melted stone lay in shapes made by Aegon's conquest. There was something grimly fitting in it. One dragon's ancient destruction cradling another dragon's borrowed life. Balerion rested with his head low, enormous jaw upon the ground, eyes half-lidded. Each breath sent steam rolling across the broken stones. His scales were blacker than the sky, but the cracks between them glowed red now from neck to belly. Too many cracks. Daemon approached alone. No one else could have. Even the bravest men lost their courage within 20 paces of the Black Dread. Horses refused to come near him. Hounds pissed themselves and crawled away. The Red Priests adored him, but from a distance. Worship, Daemon had noticed, often preferred not to be eaten. He placed a hand against Balerion's snout. The scale beneath his palm was hot enough to blister ordinary skin. Daemon felt pain bloom, sharp and familiar, but did not move. The dragon's eye opened. It was larger than a shield, dark at first glance, but within it coiled embers so deep they seemed to belong to the earth's heart. "You knew," Daemon said. Balerion's breath rolled over him like a furnace door opening. "You knew they wanted you to burn." The dragon did not answer in words, yet images moved through Daemon's mind. White shapes standing beyond fire, patient as glaciers. A crown of ice beneath a sky without sun. Dead hands reaching not for walls but for flame. A cold intelligence studying the cracks in black scales. Daemon closed his eye. How long? This time the answer came as sensation. A wing beat faltering. Blood like molten iron dripping into snow. Fire trapped behind ribs. A final roar cut short. Not long. Daemon lowered his forehead to the dragon's snout and laughed softly. "Of course. The gods drag us both back only to spend us like sellswords." "Nay, Balerion rumbled. It might have been agreement. It might have been hunger. It might have been pain. Behind them, footsteps crunched over frozen ash. Daemon did not turn. "I asked to be alone. And yet you knew I would ignore that," Moqorro said. The Red Priest approached with a brazier in both hands. Its coals burned oddly bright despite the wind. Shadows crawled over his tattooed face. "If you have come to tell me your god is pleased," Daemon said, "choose your next words with care. I have come to tell you the truth." That would be a refreshing novelty from a priest. Moqorro set the brazier down. "The dragon is dying." Daemon's hand tightened against Balerion's scale. The dragon was dead. Yes, and death remembers what belongs to it. Moqorro looked up at the vast beast with awe and grief mingled together. "We did not restore his life. We bound his ending to fire. Each time he burns, he spends what remains of the miracle." Daemon turned then. "Your miracle? Our plea? Your mistake?" The priest accepted that like a lash he had earned. "Perhaps." Daemon stepped toward him. The snow around his boots hissed where ember veins beneath his skin warmed the air. You slaughtered hundreds in Valyria. You opened the dark and pulled him through. You named me chosen, named him savior, filled cities with prophecy. And now you say, perhaps? Moqorro did not retreat. Would you rather we had left you in darkness? Daemon's anger struck the limit of language. Dark Sister came free with a whisper. The priest looked at the blade, then back at Daemon. Kill me, and the truth remains. Spare me, and the truth remains. We are past blame, my prince. Blame is a luxury for men who expect to survive long enough to enjoy it. For a moment, Daemon saw himself opening the man from throat to belly. It would be simple, clean, satisfying. Then Balerion exhaled, and the breath shoved both men sideways. Daemon looked back at the dragon. The great eye watched him. Not rebuke, not mercy, recognition. How many cities had Balerion burned because men placed crowns upon purpose and called it destiny? How many kings had used dragons as answers to questions they were too small to solve? Aegon had conquered with him. Maegor had threatened with him. Viserys had feared him. Now Red Priests had resurrected him because terror was easier to worship when it came with wings. And Daemon? Daemon had always loved dangerous things because they made the world honest. He lowered Dark Sister. Moqorro breathed once quietly. What must be done? Daemon asked. The priest's face changed. It was a small thing, but Daemon saw it. Relief, yes, but also sorrow. The enemy cannot merely be burned. The cold will endure while its will remains bound to the old power beneath the god's eye. If the vessel reaches the isle and corrupts what sleeps there, winter will no longer be a season. It will become law. Now. And if we kill this vessel, the host collapses, perhaps not all at once, but the command breaks. Perhaps, Daemon echoed. Moqorro inclined his head. Prophecy is a blade seen through smoke. I prefer blades I can hold. You hold one. Daemon looked at Dark Sister. Frost gathered along its edge, then melted to silver droplets. And Balerion? He asked. Moqorro's silence answered first. The final fire required to destroy such cold will consume what remains of him, the priest said. A lesser dragon would die before the flame left its throat. Balerion may live long enough to release it. Daemon listened to the wind moving through ruined stone. From the castle came distant voices, hammering, children crying, priests chanting. Men pretending tomorrow could be postponed. Will it consume me as well? He asked. Moqorro looked at him for a long time. Were you not already consumed? That, Daemon thought, was the first honest answer the man had given him. Balerion shifted. The ground trembled under his weight. One wing opened slightly, torn membrane glowing along the veins. Daemon placed Dark Sister back in its sheath and rested his hand again on the dragon's snout. He remembered Caraxes dying beneath him. Remembered red wings tangling with Vagar's vast shadow. Remembered Aemon's face in the storm, boy and monster and mirror. Remembered the lake rising. He had thought then that death would be an ending sharp enough to give shape to life. Instead, death had been a door left carelessly open. You and I, Daemon said to Balerion, were never meant for quiet endings. The dragon's eye closed. In the castle behind them, the bells began to ring. Not alarm, mourning. Another tower had received the names of the newly dead, and Harrenhal was learning to count again. By morning, Harrenhal had become a machine for survival. Every hand was put to work. Children carried water in buckets too heavy for them, and were given praise instead of rest because praise weighed less than pity. Old men twisted rope. Women cut bandages from noble banners and sept cloths alike. Knights hauled stones to the walls beside farmers. Sellswords sharpened dragonglass spearheads under the eyes of Septus, who had once prayed for their souls, and now merely hoped their arms were steady. Daemon moved among them without ceremony. That unnerved people more than Majesty would have. They expected the robed prince to remain above, crowned by dragon shadow, speaking only in commands and threats. Instead, he walked the walls, inspected arrow stores, tasted the thin stew, questioned gate captains, watched smiths work, corrected the stance of boys given spears for the first time, and listened when women from fallen villages described roads the maps did not show. A prince who listened was more dangerous than one who shouted. Men did not know where to put their fear. At the South Yard, a group of refugees knelt before a red priestess who pressed soot and oil onto their foreheads. Daemon paused. The priestess was young, perhaps 20, with volantine eyes and a voice hoarse from chanting. "Fire remembers," she told them. "Fire cleanses. Fire delivers." A mother holding a feverish child looked up. "Will fire save him?" The priestess hesitated. Daemon answered before she could. "No." Every face turned. He crouched before the mother. The child's skin was gray with cold sickness. His lips had gone blue. One small hand clutched a wooden knight with one missing leg. "Fire may warm him," Daemon said. "Food may strengthen him. A maester may help him, if the gods are bored enough to permit usefulness from that order. But no flame will promise you what it cannot pay." The mother stared at him, tears frozen on her lashes. "Then what do I do?" Daemon looked at the child. He had never been good with innocence. His own daughters had taught him that tenderness in him was real but poorly made, like a blade forged for the wrong hand. He could love. He could defend. Comfort had always felt like a language spoken through walls. "Hold him," he said. "If he lives, let your face be the first world he sees. If he dies, let your arms be the last." The woman began to weep then, not loudly. The priestess looked stricken. Daemon rose and continued walking. By the armory, he found Torhen Snow overseeing men from the north as they packed crates of dragonglass. The bastard's face was raw from cold, beard silvered with frost. He bowed stiffly when Daemon approached. "Do northerners always look as if they disapprove of the weather personally?" Daemon asked. Torhen blinked, then huffed something that might have become laughter under kinder skies. "Only when the weather deserves it. Your men are steady. They've seen the dead before. Seeing a thing does not always steady a man." "No," Torhen said, "but shame does." Daemon studied him. "You think shame holds armies? I think men run from fear until they see someone they love watching. Then they stand because they cannot bear being remembered otherwise." That was a very northern answer. Grim, sentimental, and irritatingly true. "You came from Winterfell," Daemon said. "I came from what was left outside it. The castle still held when I rode south. You expect it to fall." Torren's jaw tightened. "I expect every wall to fall if we do not break the enemy here." Daemon nodded toward the crates. "You believe my plan will work?" "No." Daemon laughed. Torren looked at him with tired gray eyes. "I believe it is the only plan large enough to matter. That is not the same thing. It rarely is." For a moment, Daemon liked him. Then the horns sounded from the north wall. Not the alarm of assault. A different call, agreed upon before dawn. Scouts returning. Living scouts. Daemon and Torhen reached the gatehouse as 3 riders came through, their horses lathered, eyes rolling white. One rider fell before the animal stopped. Another had an arrow through his thigh. The third remained mounted only because his hands had frozen into the reins. Lady Bethany was already there, barking orders. Wine warmed, not boiled. "Get the arrow out clean. You hold his shoulders. If he bites his tongue, that is his problem." Daemon approached the rider still in the saddle. "Report, Dort." The man tried to speak. His lips cracked. No sound emerged. Daemon took a skin from a nearby soldier and held it to the scout's mouth. The man drank, choked, spat red into the snow. "Not all dead," he managed. Daemon went still. "What did you say?" The scout's eyes found his. There was horror in them, but not the ordinary horror of corpses. North Road, 3 leagues past the burned mill. Men walking with them, living men. Torrhen stepped closer. Prisoners. The scout shook his head violently. No chains, no wounds. They walked in front, carrying banners. What banners? Lady Bethany asked. The scout began to tremble. White, made from skins. Now, no one spoke. Daemon felt the air sharpen. How many living? He asked. Hundreds, maybe more. They were singing. Singing what? The man's face collapsed. Names. Whose names? Ours, the scout whispered. Names of men inside Harrenhal. Names of children. Names of the dead. Names of people not dead yet. A murmur passed through the gatehouse. Daemon looked north, beyond the walls, beyond the dead fields, beyond sight. The enemy was learning. No, not learning. Speaking. By midday, the living singers reached the burned ground. They came barefoot through the snow, though none seemed to feel cold. Men and women, most pale with exhaustion. Some weeping as they walked. Their eyes were human. That made it worse. They carried poles from which hung strips of flayed skin stitched together into long white banners. Upon those banners, names had been written in dark frozen blood. The dead followed behind them but did not touch them. From the walls of Harrenhal, defenders recognized faces. A brother thought lost at River Run. A daughter taken from Derry. A husband who had ridden out 2 days before and not returned. Cries rose from the battlements. Men leaned over, shouting names, begging answers. The singers did not answer. They sang. Mara of the Mill. Died beneath snow. Rises before dawn. Pate the Smith. Burned in black fire. Still remembers. Lysa, with the red scarf. Cold in the cellar. Cold in the grave. A woman on the wall screamed and tried to climb down. 2 soldiers caught her. The singers continued. John of White Harbor, not yet dead, will die with an arrow in his mouth. Bethany of Raventry, blood in the snow. Raven wings broken. Lady Bethany's face became stone. Then the song shifted. Daemon, Daemon, Daemon. Every man on the wall heard it. The living singers lifted their faces toward him. Dead prince, false flame, lake-born, god cheated, dragon thief, brother killer, wife griever, blood lover. Daemon, blood lover, Daemon. The temperature seemed to plunge. Frost crawled along the stones beneath Daemon's boots. The singers smiled. Not with joy, not with madness, with borrowed malice. Torrhen's hand moved to his sword. What are they? Hostages, Lord Edric said from behind them. We cannot burn them. Daemon watched the human line approach the edge of Balerion's glassed field. They stopped there, just outside arrow range, and continued singing names. A trap, of course. Mercy weaponized. Very clever. Very old. The dead behind the singers stood still as forest trunks. Balerion stirred somewhere beyond the towers, feeling Daemon's anger. Lady Bethany said, "Give the order. Archers can take them." Lord Edric rounded on her. "They are alive. So are the people behind these walls. My niece is among them." Bethany's expression flickered. Only once. Then, "I am sorry. You would murder her. I would spare her from being used to murder everyone else." The River Lord seized her by the cloak. "Say that again?" Dark Sister was at his throat before he finished breathing. Daemon had crossed the distance without seeming to move. "Take your hand from her." Edric froze. His fingers opened. Daemon lowered the blade a fraction. "If grief makes you stupid, my lord, grieve elsewhere." Edric's eyes shone. "You do not understand." Daemon looked back at the singers. "I understand the dead have discovered we are weakest where we are best." The song continued. Names, deaths, secrets, shame, promises. Men on the wall began to sob. Others prayed. One archer loosed without command, his arrow falling short. The singers laughed in the same voice. A rippling sound passed from throat to throat. Daemon felt the castle bending around him, not stone but spirit. Harrenhal could survive siege. Men could survive hunger. But this was not aimed at walls or bellies. This was aimed at memory, at love, at the private chambers of the heart where courage kept its fragile stores. He sheathed. "Open the king's gate," he said. Every head turned toward him. Lord Edric looked as if he had misheard. "What? What?" "Open it." Torrhen stepped close. "My prince." "Not fully. Enough for one rider." Lady Bethany understood first. "No." Daemon looked at her. "They want you outside the walls," she said. "Yes. Then do not be what they want." Daemon smiled faintly. "I have made a life of being what others wanted and making them regret it." He descended before they could argue. In the yard, men shouted and ran as the command spread. The king's gate chains groaned. Balerion's head lifted above the eastern ruin, eyes burning. Daemon did not go to him. Not yet. He mounted a black horse armored in boiled leather and steel. The animal trembled but did not bolt. Perhaps it was too terrified to move wrongly. The gate opened. Cold poured in. Daemon rode out alone. The world outside Harrenhal smelled of glass, rot, and winter. Daemon rode across the blackened field Balerion had made. The horse's iron shoes rang against fused earth. On either side, half-melted corpses lay trapped beneath transparent black surfaces. Faces stretched in silent surprise, hands pressed upward as if the field were frozen water and they had drowned beneath it. Steam still rose in places where dragonfire slept under the glass. The singers waited beyond. They grew quieter as Daemon approached. One by one, their voices fell away until only the wind sang through the skin banners. Daemon stopped 10 paces from them, close enough to see who was truly alive and who had been kept standing by colder arts. Most breathed. Their breath misted. Their eyes blinked. Tears ran down cheeks. Yet their mouths moved in little twitches, as though words crawled behind their teeth waiting to be released. A girl stood near the center. 13, perhaps. Brown hair. Riverlander face. Lord Edric's niece, almost certainly. Her eyes fixed on Daemon with desperate recognition. Not of him, but of what he represented. Power. Rescue. The old lie that someone on a horse could arrive and make terror stop. Daemon hated her for making him feel it. "Who speaks?" he called. For a time, no one answered. Then every singer opened their mouth. The voice that came out was not loud. It did not need to be. It was layered, male and female, young and old, living throat and dead echo. "You burned our harvest." Daemon rested one hand on Dark Sister's hilt. "I have burned many things. Be specific." "You brought death from death, fire from grave, shadow from mountain. You woke the old wound." "No. Valyria woke itself long before I arrived. You opened what was closed. I was invited by fools. Yet you came." Daemon glanced past the singers. The dead stood in perfect stillness. Among them, farther back, pale shapes moved on horseback. Not whites, others. White walkers. Their armor shimmered like moonlight beneath ice. Their long spears caught the gray day and made it colder. And behind them something watched. He could not see it clearly. Not yet. A darkness in the snowfall. A crowned shape where no crown should be. Blue eyes distant as stars dying. Daemon looked back at the singers. "You know my name. Shall I have yours?" The voice replied, "We had names. All creatures have names. Death is the only name that remains." "That sounds dull." The singers smiled. The girl in the center began to weep harder. Daemon's expression did not change. "You hide behind children. We use what you defend." "Yes, cowards often do." A tremor passed through the singers. as if anger had plucked all their nerves at once. The voice deepened. "You are not alive. No, you are not dead. No, you are a door." Daemon felt the ember veins beneath his skin flare. The horse screamed and nearly reared. He controlled it with one hard pull. The voice continued. "Through you, fire trespassed. Through the dragon, death burns. The balance breaks. The cold answers." "Good," Daemon said. The singers stilled. "I was beginning to think you marched south from boredom." The girl's borrowed face twitched. "You will give us the dragon." Daemon stared at her. Then he laughed. It was not theatrical. It was genuine, sharp, almost delighted. Men on the walls heard it and shivered without knowing why. The girl's borrowed face twitched. "You mistake me," Daemon said. "I am not a shepherd whose goat wandered into your field. Balerion belongs to no one. He is Death's. Then Death should have guarded him better." The girl jerked as if struck. Around her, the other hostages moaned. "You will give us the dragon," the voice repeated, colder now. "Or we will speak every secret in your walls. We will call the dead by the names the living love. We will wear mothers against sons. We will make your mercy rot. We will turn every heart into a gate." Menu. Daemon's smile faded. There it was, the shape of the enemy. Not hunger, not even conquest. Corruption. The dead did not merely want to kill the living. They wanted to make life betray itself first. "You believe I came to bargain," Daemon said. The voice whispered through the girl. "You came because you could not bear their suffering." "No," Daemon drew Dark Sister. "I came to see whether they could be saved." For the first time, the hostages moved of their own will. Eyes widened, breath hitched. The girl mouthed a word with no sound. "Please." Daemon sat very still. There were choices that broke men because every path through them was monstrous. He had made such choices before and called them necessity after the fact. He had killed for family, pride, vengeance, lust, politics, boredom, rage. He had told himself a dragon did not concern himself with the bleeding of sheep, then learned too late that sheep had names, daughters, brothers, songs. Now the dead had placed the innocent before him and waited to see whether guilt had made him weak. It had. But weakness, properly sharpened, could become something else. Daemon lifted Dark Sister, not toward the hostages but toward his own palm. He cut deep. Blood welled black-red in the cold air, steaming as it ran down his fingers. The singers flinched. The dead behind them stirred. "Far away," Balerion roared. Daemon spoke in High Valyrian. The words were older than the Targaryens, older than Dragonstone, older perhaps than any sane use of language. He did not know how he knew them. They had come in dreams from Balerion's memory, from fire, from the dark between death and return. The blood on his hand ignited. Not ordinary flame. A thin red fire clung to his fingers, burning inward rather than out. Pain lanced up his arm. He welcomed it. Pain was proof that something still belonged to him. The girl screamed. So did every hostage. Blue mist poured from their mouths, drawn out like thread from wounds. It twisted toward Daemon's burning hand, shrieking without sound. The enemy's hold resisted. Frost exploded across the ground. The horse collapsed beneath him, dead before it struck the glass. Daemon landed on his feet. Dark Sister remained in his right hand. His left burned brighter. "Release them," he said. The voice came from the snowfield itself now. "No." Daemon drove his burning hand into the black glass at his feet. Fire spread beneath the hostages in a red circle, thin as painted light. The singers convulsed. The skin banners burst into flame, burning white, then blue, then black. The dead host surged forward at last, but the circle held for one breath. 2, 3. "Run!" Daemon shouted. The hostages broke. Some collapsed. Some stumbled. Some stood dazed until instinct returned and they fled toward Harrenhal. The girl ran with the others, sobbing, alive. The dead charged. Daemon stood alone between them and the gate. On the walls, men shouted for archers. Arrows flew over him, dragon glass glittering. Whites fell. More came. Daemon raised Dark's sister. The first corpse reached him, a knight with half a face and a rusted lion on his chest. Daemon took its head. The second came low, crawling, fingers like claws. He split its skull. A dead woman lunged with a kitchen knife. He turned aside and cut through her spine. They came faster. Too many. He laughed again then, because fear had left him and only clarity remained. This was what he had been made for, if men were made for anything. Steel die. Fire. Impossible odds. A dead prince holding the road. Balerion's shadow fell over him. The Black Dread descended so low that his claws shattered the glass field on either side of Daemon. His jaws opened above the charging dead. Heat struck like a wall. Daemon shouted, "No!" Too late. Balerion breathed. Black and crimson fire engulfed the field beyond the fleeing hostages, annihilating the first ranks of the dead, saving the living who ran for the gate, and opening another crack along the dragon's chest. Daemon felt it rip through him. He fell to one knee as the dragon's pain became his own. Beyond the flames, in the far snow, the crowned darkness watched, and Daemon knew, with cold certainty, that it had smiled. After the hostages were brought inside, Harrenhal stopped, pretending hope was simple. Lord Edric found his niece in the yard and fell to his knees before her. She struck him in the face with both fists, again and again, not because he had wronged her, but because terror needed somewhere to go. He took every blow. When her strength failed, he held her, and the sounds that came from him were not fit for council halls. Daemon saw it from the steps of the gatehouse and looked away. His left hand had healed badly. Resurrection had given his body strange loyalties. Some wounds closed within hours. Others lingered as though insisting on being remembered. The cut across his palm had sealed black, the skin around it veined red like cooling metal. When he flexed his fingers, flame pricked beneath the nails. Moqorro called it a mark. Daemon called it an irritation. By evening, the saved hostages began to speak. Not all. Some sat in silence, eyes empty. Some slept and could not be woken. Some woke screaming names of people they had never met. But a few had enough of themselves left to describe what had happened beyond the lines of the dead. They had been gathered from fallen villages, not killed, not fed. Marched north and south and east until time lost meaning. The White Walkers did not speak to them in any tongue, but thoughts entered them like knives in dreams. Names, memories, secrets. The dead placed hands upon their heads and showed them faces of those inside Harrenhal. Every love became a hook. Every fear became a string. The girl, whose name was Jane Tully, told Daemon the most important thing. She had seen the enemy's king. They brought her before him on the second night after Derry fell. He stood beneath a frozen oak whose branches were hung with ravens, each bird dead, each eye burning blue. He was tall, taller than any man, armored in plates of ice so clear she could see darkness moving inside them. From his brow rose no crown of gold or iron, but horns of frost, long and jagged, like winter itself had grown antlers through his skull. His face was beautiful in the way a blade was beautiful. His eyes were not eyes, but winter stars. He touched her forehead with one finger. After that, she knew everyone's name. When she finished speaking, the room remained silent. Daemon stood by the hearth in a small chamber off the main hall. Lady Bethany, Torrhen Snow, Moqorro, Master Williman, Lord Edric, and the Cranogwoman listened with him. Jane sat wrapped in 3 blankets, staring at the fire as if she expected it to accuse her. "Did he speak?" Daemon asked. Her eyes moved to him. "No. But you understood him?" She nodded. "What did he want?" Jane's lips trembled. Lord Edric placed a hand over hers. "The lake," she said. "The faces in the trees, the roots, the memory under the water." The Crannog woman closed her eyes. Daemon looked at her. "You expected this." "I feared it." "Speak plainly." She opened her eyes again. "The Isle of Faces is not merely old. It is a knot. The children of the forest tied memory there, vows there, blood there. Men think the pact ended war between first men and children. That is the children's smallest truth. The greater truth is that old powers were bound beneath witness trees. Powers that remember the first dark." Maester Williman looked pained. "We cannot plan strategy around folk tales." Torrin gave him a flat look. "The folk tales are currently outside wherein our dead." That silenced him. Moqorro leaned toward Jane. "Child, did he fear the dragon?" Jane shook her head, then hesitated. "Not fear." "What then?" She looked at Daemon. "He wanted it angry." Daemon felt the room tighten. "He wanted the dragon to burn," she continued. "He wanted it to crack. Every time it breathes, he sees light coming out of it. Not fire. Something behind fire, like a door opening." Moqorro whispered a prayer in High Valyrian. Daemon stared into the hearth. A door. The same word the enemy had used for him. He thought of Valyria, of Balerion's skeleton moving beneath black flame, of the sense that something vast had looked through the ritual from the other side. The priests believed they had reached into death and pulled out a dragon, but perhaps death had reached back. "What happens when the door opens fully?" Lady Bethany asked. No one answered quickly enough. Daemon did. "Something enters." Jane began to cry again. Moqorro's voice was low. "The Great Other." Daemon turned on him. "If you say that like it explains anything, I will feed you your god's brazier." The priest bowed his head. "A name is not an explanation. It is a warning." The Crannog woman went to the window. Frost had formed on the inside of the shutters. She scraped it with one nail, revealing darkness beyond. "The enemy wants the lake because the old magic there can anchor what comes through. It wants the dragon because Balerion's resurrection tore the veil. It wants you because you stand in the tear." Daemon smiled faintly. "I am popular with horrors." "No," she said. "You are useful to them." That was better. Daemon trusted usefulness. Lord Edric looked up from his niece. His grief had become fury, which was often the first step toward foolishness, but sometimes the first step toward courage. "Then we end this before it reaches the lake." "We cannot meet them in open field," Torrin said. "Their numbers are too great. We have the dragon. The dragon is dying." The words fell like a blade. Lord Edric looked at Daemon, then away. Daemon did not protect him from the truth. "Yes," Jane whispered. "I'm sorry." That surprised him. Not the apology itself, but that it was offered to him. He crouched before her. Men in the room shifted uneasily. Daemon ignored them. "You have nothing to be sorry for. He used us." "Yes. And you came." "Yes. Why?" A simple question. The kind children asked because they had not yet learned to dress terror in politics. Daemon could have given her a prince's answer. Duty. Strategy, the value of living intelligence. The need to deny the enemy his game. Some of those would even have been partly true. Instead, he said, "Because I knew what he expected me to do, and I have always disliked obedience." Jane blinked. Then, impossibly, she gave a tiny laugh. Lord Edric covered his face. Daemon rose. "We evacuate the weakest tonight," he said. "South by hidden roads, under Blackwood command. Those who can march will march before dawn. Those who can fight will remain." Lady Bethany frowned. "The dead surround us. The dead surround the roads they see. We will use the roads they do not." The Crannog woman nodded slowly. "There are causeways through marsh and flooded wood, old tracks from before Harrenhal. Dangerous, but passable. Good. Take them. Bethany's eyes narrowed. You said under Blackwood command. Yes. You mean me? Yes. No. Daemon looked at her. Do not make this sentimental. Do not make this stupid. I am more useful here. You are useful alive. So are you. Rarely. Torrhen looked between them and wisely said nothing. Bethany stepped close enough that others pretended not to listen. You need commanders who will tell you when your plan is madness. I have an abundance. You need commanders who are not afraid of you. Daemon studied her face. There were ash smudges across one cheek. Her injured arm must have been agony, but she held herself as if pain were a servant waiting outside. You remind me of women I once loved badly, he said. I am not flattered. You should not be. It killed most of them. Her expression softened only by becoming sadder. Then learn. The words struck harder than accusation. Daemon looked away first. A strange thing after death, to discover one was still capable of shame. You will lead the evacuation, he said. Because if Harrenhal falls and I fail, someone must keep the living moving. Someone ruthless enough to abandon the doomed and decent enough to hate herself for it. Bethany said nothing. That is not a lesser command, Daemon added. It is the only one that matters if I am wrong. She swallowed. And if you are right, then history may forgive us both, which would be very unlike history. At last, she nodded. By midnight, Harrenhal began to empty through hidden ways. No songs accompanied them. No horns. No farewells shouted across courtyards. The weakest were wrapped in furs and blankets, loaded onto carts whose wheels had been muffled with rags. Children were given strips of leather to bite so they would not cry out. The wounded who could not be moved were carried into the deepest halls with wine, blankets, and knives. Some understood. Some did not. Daemon walked among them until he reached the old man with the linen bundle. The man still held it. Daemon stopped. Who? The old man looked up as if waking. My grandson. Dead. How long? Since the crossing. 3 days. Why keep him? The old man looked down at the bundle. His hands were blue at the knuckles. If I leave him, he might rise. If I burn him, he is gone. Daemon sat beside him on the frozen step. For a while, neither spoke. At last, Daemon said, When I died, I thought the world would make better use of my absence. The old man stared ahead. It did not, Daemon continued. This is the arrogance of men like me. We imagine we are the disease, then are offended when the fever continues without us. The old man's mouth trembled. He was 6. Daemon nodded. There were no right words for that. Anyone who claimed otherwise was selling something. Give him to me, Daemon said. The old man clutched the bundle tighter. I will not take him, Daemon said. But if you choose, I will carry him to the dragon. The old man wept then. It was a dry, exhausted weeping, as if his grief had run out of water. When he finally passed the bundle over, he did it with both hands. Daemon took the child to Balerion. The dragon lowered his head. For once, no roar came. No hunger. No impatience. Only heat. Daemon placed the small wrapped body on the stone before him and spoke no prayer. He did not know any he trusted. Balerion breathed a flame no larger than a man's hearth. Black at the core, red around the edge, so controlled that the linen lifted once and vanished. The old man watched from a distance. When it was done, he bowed to the dragon, then to Daemon, and walked toward the evacuation carts without looking back. Daemon remained beside Balerion as the last carts disappeared into hidden darkness. Above them, the snow began to fall white. Somehow, that was worse. Dawn did not arrive. The world lightened slightly, from black to iron, and men agreed to call it morning because language required habits even when the sun had abandoned them. Harrenhal's defenders stood fewer now, but steadier. Those who remained had chosen to remain, or had understood they were too wounded, too old, or too tired to survive the road. Choice and necessity wore the same face by then. The castle felt emptier without the children. The silence they left behind was not peace. It was accusation. Daemon gathered the remaining captains in the yard. No hall this time. No table. No maps. The plan had become too simple for parchment. Harrenhal dies today, he told them. Men shifted, but no one interrupted. It was built by arrogance, burned by conquest, haunted by every fool who thought stone made him permanent. Let it serve one worthy purpose before the end. We will light the towers, all of them. Oil, pitch, broken furniture, the last dry straw, every useless banner. Make the castle look alive enough to tempt hatred. A Sellsword captain spat into the snow. And us? You hold until the dead commit fully. Then you fall back by stages. West Yard to Inner Gate. Inner Gate to Hall of 100 Hearths. From there, tunnels to the Lake Road. If you are cut off, you burn your dead, and then yourselves before they take you. Nunti, Katsanda. The captain stared at him, cheerful. War rarely improves with decoration. Torrhen Snow stepped forward. Who commands the rear guard? You. The northerner nodded as if he had expected nothing else. You will hate the timing, Daemon said. You will think you can hold a little longer. You will be wrong. When the 5th tower falls, you withdraw. Not the 6th. Not after one more heroic stand. The 5th. Torrhen's mouth twitched. You think northerners need warning against heroic death. I think all men enjoy dressing stupidity in songs. That is fair. Lord Edric had chosen to remain after sending Jane south with Lady Bethany. His face had aged 10 years overnight. And you? Daemon looked toward the east, where Balerion crouched beyond the walls. I take the dragon to the lake. No one looked surprised. That, he supposed, was the trouble with becoming legend twice. Men began to expect theatrical endings from you. Moqorro lifted a torch. The Red Priests will ride with you. No. The priest frowned. My prince. No priests. No songs. No fires but his and mine. We can strengthen the ritual. You can complicate dying. I have no need of that. Moqorro bowed his head, though displeasure tightened his jaw. The castle prepared its own funeral. By mid-morning, Harrenhal burned. Flames climbed the Wailing Tower first, licking up old cracks made by Balerion's predecessor in conquest. Then the Tower of Ghosts caught. Then the Widow's Tower. Then the broken roofs above the kitchens. Smoke rose thick and black, staining the low clouds. The dead outside stirred. They had waited all night beyond arrow range, silent beneath falling snow. Now, as the castle became flame, their ranks shifted. The living had offered them a vision they understood. Warmth, defiance, life gathered in one place. They came, not in waves this time, all at once. The sight stole breath even from men who had made peace with dying. The dead host moved like a continent breaking loose. Fields vanished. Roads vanished. The horizon itself seemed to step forward. Giants came among them. Horses, wolves, bears, men in armor, men in rags. Corpses so fresh they still bled. Corpses so old they were held together by frost and command. Behind them rode the White Walkers, graceful and terrible, pale hair streaming, ice spears in hand. And behind the walkers came Winter's king. He rode no horse. The cold beneath him lifted and bore him forward, a crawling storm shaped almost like mist, almost like wings. His horned crown rose above the host. Wherever he passed, the snow stopped falling and hung motionless in the air, each flake suspended like a tiny white star. Daemon stood atop the eastern wall and saw him clearly for the first time. The enemy was not ugly. That seemed unfair. Monsters should have the decency to announce themselves in the flesh. This one looked carved rather than born, elegant with the cruelty of perfect ice. His armor reflected no flame. In his face was neither rage nor hunger nor triumph. Only certainty. Daemon recognized that. He had worn it often enough. Balerion climbed the wall behind him, claws crushing ancient stone. Men cried out and scattered as the dragon's head rose above the battlements. His cracked chest glowed brighter than before. When he looked upon the dead king, the sound that came from him was not a roar, but something deeper, older. A mountain remembering the hammer that split it. The dead king looked up. Across the battlefield, ice and fire regarded each other. Daemon mounted. No saddle made for Balerion had existed in centuries, and none could have held if it had. The priests and smiths had built a harness of Valyrian chain, black iron and dragon bone from the vaults of Dragonstone. It lay between two ridges of scale at the base of the dragon's neck, a small and fragile thing against such immensity. Daemon climbed to it with practiced ease, though pain lanced through his marked hand as he gripped the chain. Below, Torrhen raised his sword. The defenders of Harrenhal shouted. Not Daemon's name, not Balerion's. They shouted for the living. That pleased him more than worship would have. The first dead reached the trenches. Harrenhal answered with fire. Oil pits erupted. Burning towers dropped curtains of flame onto the host below. Archers loosed dragon glass until the sky glittered. Scorpions fired. Stones fell. Men screamed. The dead climbed. Daemon leaned forward against Balerion's neck. Fly! The Black Dread launched from Harrenhal. The force of his wings flattened men in the yard and tore burning banners from towers. Snow exploded outward. For one impossible moment, Harrenhal lay beneath Daemon as it had in memory. Vast, cursed, burning, surrounded by enemies, with the God's Eye waiting beyond. Then Balerion turned toward the lake. The dead king followed, not with his whole host. Not yet, but enough. The center of the dead army bent away from Harrenhal and toward the water, drawn by the dragon, by Daemon, by the living door the enemy wished to break open. The plan was working. That had never comforted Daemon. Plans often worked until the bill arrived. They flew over frozen fields where villages had become white humps in the snow, over roads clogged with abandoned wagons, over a sept whose crystal windows glowed blue from the dead packed inside, over a line of refugees far to the south, hidden among trees, moving under Blackwood command. Daemon saw them only for a breath, a dark thread of life crawling through the white. Then the God's Eye appeared. The great lake had frozen from shore to shore. Its surface was not smooth. It had risen in jagged plates, as if something beneath had pressed upward. At the center, the Isle of Faces stood black against the ice, its weirwoods leafless but bleeding red sap down pale trunks. Even from the sky, Daemon felt the age of the place. Harrenhal was old in the way ruins were old. The Isle was old in the way dreams were old. Balerion circled once. The ice below groaned. Daemon looked back. The dead king had reached the northern shore. Around him, the host poured onto the lake. Thousands upon thousands, spreading over the ice in dark veins. White walkers rode at the front. Giants stepped onto the frozen surface and did not break it. The cold strengthened beneath them. Daemon drew Dark Sister. The blade shone in the gray light. Well, he said to the wind, to the dragon, to the ghosts of every fool who had ever loved a final gesture. Here we are again. Balerion roared. The lake answered. The battle on the God's Eye began without a command. Balerion struck first. He folded his wings and fell from the clouds like judgment, jaws opening as he descended toward the dead crossing the lake. His flame hit the ice in a sweeping arc, black and crimson rolling across the frozen surface. Dead men vanished. White walkers scattered, gliding back from the fire with inhuman speed. Where dragon flame touched the lake, ice became steam, steam became red mist, and bodies dropped into boiling black water beneath. For one glorious moment, the dead host broke. Then the cold answered. The horned king lifted one hand. The lake froze again. Not gradually. Not naturally. Ice surged over open water as fast as flame had opened it, sealing burning corpses beneath new crystal. Balerion's fire still raged below in trapped pockets, glowing under the surface like wounds beneath skin. Daemon felt the dragon's fury. Again, he said. Balerion climbed and burned a second path, this time straight toward the king. The flame struck a wall of rising ice that burst from the lake in jagged spears. Black fire and white frost collided with a sound so vast it seemed to crack the sky. Shards flew upward, some larger than horses. One struck Balerion's shoulder and shattered, but frost spread across the scales where it hit. The dragon roared in pain. Daemon leaned low, gripping the chain with his marked hand. Fire! Dot! Balerion beat his wings and climbed through snow, thickening into a storm. Below, Harrenhal's fires flickered in the distance, half hidden by smoke. The battle there continued. Towers burned. Men died. The fifth tower had not yet fallen. Good, Daemon thought. Then shapes rose from the storm beneath. Ice spears. The White Walkers hurled them from the lake with impossible force. The first passed beneath Balerion's wing. The second scraped along his tail, leaving frost in its wake. The third punched through the edge of his right wing membrane. Balerion screamed. The sound tore across the god's eye and sent cracks racing through the ice below. Daemon nearly lost his seat as the dragon lurched. Wind slammed into him. The harness chain snapped taut across his thigh, hard enough to bruise bone. Hold, he snarled. Though whether to himself or the dragon, he did not know. Another spear came. Daemon saw it too late to warn. Balerion twisted with astonishing speed for something so vast, but the spear struck along his side and broke against the ridges of black scale. It did not pierce deeply. It did not need to. Frost spread from the impact point, crawling toward the glowing cracks in his chest. Daemon felt cold enter his own ribs. He gasped. For a heartbeat, he was back beneath the god's eye, drowning in black water, armor dragging him down, one hand locked in Aemon's cloak, dark sister buried in his nephew's remaining eye. Death had been cold then too. Not like this, but close enough for memory to bare its teeth. Balerion faltered. The dead king looked up from the lake. Daemon felt the command come, though it was not meant for him. Fall. Balerion's wings dipped. No, Daemon said. The dragon shuddered. Fall. The Ice Kings will press against them, vast and silent. Not rage. Not spellcraft as men understood it. Certainty. The certainty of winter that rivers would freeze, leaves would die, bones would still. Balerion was dead, and the dead belonged to cold. Fall. Daemon took the reins of Valyrian chain in his wounded hand and let his blood run over them. Pain flared. Fire answered. He is not yours, Daemon said. The chain ignited red. Balerion's eyes blazed. The frost along his side cracked. His wings snapped outward, catching the storm. The dragon climbed with a roar that shook the suspended snow from the sky. Then the clouds above the god's eye opened. Something descended through them. At first, Daemon thought it another storm, a darker mass moving within darkness. Then lightning flickered blue inside it, revealing wings of ice and bone. A dragon shape. Not living, not resurrected like Balerion, but assembled from death and winter and hatred. Its skull was long and narrow, its horns rimed white, its ribs visible through translucent flesh. Blue fire burned in its throat. The dead had made themselves a dragon. Daemon stared. Then he began to laugh. The sound was wild, torn from the part of him that had once leapt from Caraxes to kill Aemond, because some endings deserve style. Do you see? He shouted to Balerion over the storm. Even death envies us. The ice dragon screamed. Balerion answered. They collided above the god's eye with the force of falling kingdoms. Claws struck scale. Ice shattered against black armor. Balerion's jaws closed on the dead dragon's neck, and black fire erupted between them. The ice dragon's blue flame spilled across Balerion's chest, freezing molten cracks into jagged wounds. Daemon was nearly thrown from the harness as the two beasts twisted through the storm, wings beating, tails lashing, bodies vast enough to turn the air into violence. Below, the dead host continued toward the Isle of Faces. The king did not watch the dragons. He walked across the lake, straight toward the trees. Daemon saw him between wing beats, a horned shadow moving with terrible calm while the world broke above him. That was the true attack. The ice dragon was not meant to win. It was meant to occupy Balerion until the king reached the isle. Daemon looked at the distance. Too far. Even if Balerion killed the creature now, the king would reach the weirwoods before they could descend. Unless Daemon left the dragon. He looked down at Dark Sister. The old pattern returned with cruel elegance. A dragon duel above the god's eye. A prince with a sword. A leap no sane man would make. History had no imagination. Daemon unfastened one chain from the harness and wrapped it around his left forearm. Below, the ice dragon raked Balerion's side. Above, Balerion tore away part of its wing in a spray of frozen bone. "Take it down," Daemon said to him. Balerion's mind surged against his. Refusal, fury, pain. "Take it down," Daemon repeated. "The king is mine." The dragon roared. Daemon stood in the harness. Wind struck him like a hammer. Snow blinded him. The lake spun beneath. The dead king approached the isle, one hand outstretched toward the first pale tree. Daemon waited for the turn. Balerion understood then. With a convulsion of muscle and wounded grandeur, the Black Dread seized the ice dragon in his claws and rolled, placing Daemon above the lake for one breath, one impossible line between sky and enemy. Daemon jumped. For the second time in history, the rogue prince fell toward the god's eye with Dark Sister in his hand. Falling had always clarified him. There was no court in falling, no counsel, no brother's disappointment, no wife's grief, no crown withheld or crown desired. No songs, no lies, no soft-handed men explaining restraint. There was only wind, weight, aim, and the bright edge of the impossible rushing up to meet him. Daemon fell through snow and steam with Dark Sister held close. The chain around his left arm trailed upward, its far end broken from Balerion's harness, red fire crawling along the links. The lake rose beneath him. The dead king looked up. For the first time, Daemon saw surprise. It was small, barely there, a fracture in perfect certainty. Worth it, Daemon thought. He struck the ice 20 paces before the king, and should have shattered every bone in his resurrected body. Instead, the burning chain hit first, whipping downward in a red arc, and flame exploded beneath him. Ice cracked. Steam burst upward. Daemon rolled through pain, came to one knee, and slid across the frozen lake with Dark Sister carving sparks beside him. A dead giant's hand reached for him. Daemon cut through its fingers without slowing. The king turned fully. Around them, the dead halted. Not all across the lake, not the whole host, but those nearest the isle stopped as if the same breath had been held in every corpse. Daemon rose. His left leg screamed. Something in his side had broken. His marked hand burned so fiercely that the skin had split again. He could feel Balerion above, locked in agony and battle, but he did not look up. The king stood between him and the Isle of Faces. No words passed between them. That seemed proper. The first blow came from the cold itself. Frost spears erupted from the lake beneath Daemon's feet. He moved before thought, twisting aside as one tore through his cloak and another grazed his ribs. Dark Sister flashed, cutting the third in half. The shattered ice rang like glass bells. The king advanced. His blade formed in his hand as he moved, drawn from the air, long and pale and smoking with cold. When it met Dark Sister, the sound was not steel on ice, but summer dying. Daemon's arm went numb to the shoulder. He laughed in the king's face and struck again. They fought upon the frozen god's eye while dragons tore the sky apart above them. The king was faster than any man, stronger too. His movements wasted nothing. Each cut predicted not merely where Daemon stood, but where he intended to be. Fighting him was like fighting winter's memory of every sword ever drawn. Daemon gave ground, then took it back. Dark Sister spun, stabbed, cut, reversed. Valyrian steel met ice again and again, sending bursts of steam and frost into the air. The king's blade opened Daemon's cheek. Daemon's blade cut a line across the king's armor, and beneath it was not flesh but darkness filled with tiny blue stars. The king recoiled, so he could be hurt. Good. Good. Daemon pressed harder. He had never been the strongest of his blood. Never the purest. Never the most beloved. But he had been relentless. In war, in love, in spite, in ruin. He had always possessed the one virtue the gods found most inconvenient. He would not stop. A spear of ice pierced his shoulder from behind. Daemon staggered. One of the White Walkers had reached them, pale and silent. Spear extended. The king lifted his blade for the killing stroke. Daemon dropped instead of parrying, seized the burning chain with his left hand and whipped it backward. The red-hot links wrapped around the walker's throat. Fire met ice. The creature opened its mouth in silent shock before its head came apart in steam and shards. Daemon yanked the chain free and met the king's descending blade on Dark Sister's edge. His knees struck the ice. The force drove cracks outward beneath him. Above, Balerion screamed. Daemon looked up despite himself. The ice dragon had sunk its teeth into Balerion's chest where the cracks burned brightest. Blue flame poured into the wound. Balerion's wings faltered. The Black Dread's molten blood rained across the lake, each drop burning holes through the ice. His fire built in his throat, brighter than ever before, blacker than night, redder than the heart's last refusal. The final breath. Not yet, Daemon thought. The king struck him across the face with the back of one arm. Daemon flew backward, hit the ice, and slid toward a crack filled with boiling water. Dark Sister nearly left his hand. He held on because he had held on to worse things. The king walked toward him. Behind the king, the Isle of Faces waited. The nearest weirwood had begun to freeze. Ice crawled up its pale trunk. Red sap hardened black. Faces carved before the coming of dragons twisted beneath frost. Daemon pushed himself upright. The king raised one hand toward the isle. The lake groaned. Under the ice, something answered. Not a creature. Not exactly. A pressure. A memory vast and sleeping, stirred by cold. Daemon felt it through his feet, through the blood in his hand, through the old wound death had made in him. The world had roots, and something was reaching for them. No, he said. The king did not look back. That angered Daemon more than any insult could have. He drove Dark Sister point first into the ice and pressed his burning palm against the blade. Balerion! The name tore out of him in High Valyrian, not as command but as offering. The dragon heard. Above, Balerion released the ice dragon and allowed the dead thing to bite deeper into him. Then the Black Dread wrapped both wings around it, holding it against his ruined chest like a lover or a sacrifice, and turned his head downward toward the lake. The king looked up. Too late. Balerion breathed his last fire. It was not a stream. It was a sun being murdered. Black and crimson flame consumed the sky between dragon and lake. The ice dragon vanished inside it. Blue fire swallowed whole. The storm became red. Snow became sparks. The breath struck the god's eye in a circle around Daemon, the king, and the Isle of Faces, melting the lake to its depths. Dead hosts disappeared by the thousands, not burning so much as ceasing. Their cold commands severed in the furnace. Daemon screamed as the fire passed through Dark Sister, through the ice, through his marked hand. The blade became light. The king staggered. For the first time, he burned. Not with flame on his armor, but from within. Cracks opened across his frozen face. Blue light spilled out. He turned toward Daemon, and now there was rage. Ancient, boundless rage. Daemon rose from the melting ice, every breath agony, dark sister shining red-black in his grip. "Now you look like something worth killing," he said. The king attacked. No elegance remained. Winter's certainty had become fury. His blade hammered Daemon backward across ice, turning to slush beneath their feet. Each blow numbed flesh. Each parry tore muscle. Daemon felt his strength failing, felt the borrowed fire inside him gutter as Balerion's life burned out above. He needed one opening. The king gave none. So Daemon made one. He let the ice blade enter him. It slid beneath his ribs, cold beyond pain, cold enough to extinguish thought. The king drove it through, lifting Daemon slightly from the ground. For a heartbeat, they stood face to face, joined by death. The king leaned closer. Perhaps he expected surrender. Perhaps he expected fear. Perhaps he expected to see in Daemon's eye the same helpless knowledge every living thing felt before winter. Daemon smiled. His left hand closed around the ice blade, holding it inside himself. Dark sister rose. "History," he whispered, "does enjoy repeating me." He drove the sword into the king's eye. Valyrian steel pierced blue starfire and plunged deep. The king convulsed. The sound that followed did not come from his mouth alone. It came from the lake, the dead, the ice, the storm, the frozen roots beneath the Isle of Faces. It was the sound of a command breaking after thousands of years. Daemon twisted the blade. The king shattered. Cold exploded outward. Daemon felt his body torn backward, but the burning chain around his arm snapped tight. He looked up through steam and fire. Balerion was falling. The Black Dread descended from the sky in silence now. Wings torn, chest opened, all his inner fire pouring out like the heart of Valyria itself. For one moment, Daemon saw him not as monster, weapon, miracle, or mistake, but simply as dragon. Vast, proud, ancient, unwilling to die quietly even after death had already claimed him once. Their eyes met. Daemon did not know whether Balerion understood gratitude. He gave it anyway. The dragon struck the lake beyond the isle. The impact sent boiling water and shattered ice higher than Harrenhal's towers. A wave of black fire rolled across the surface, swallowing the remaining dead. White Walkers burst apart in pillars of steam. Whites collapsed by the tens of thousands, strings cut, bodies falling into water or onto ice or against one another in heaps that would never rise again. Harrenhal's distant fires flickered through the red storm. The fifth tower fell. Torrent snow withdrew exactly as ordered. Lady Bethany, far to the south with the refugees, saw the sky turn crimson and knew without being told that the world had changed. On the lake, Daemon fell to his knees. The ice blade remained through his body, but the hand that had held it was gone, shattered with its master. Dark sister steamed in the ruined snow beside him. Around him, the god's eye boiled. The Isle of Faces burned but did not die. Its weirwoods bled freely now, red sap running down pale bark in streams. Daemon looked toward where Balerion had fallen. There was no body, only steam. Fire, a vast shadow moving beneath black water. Perhaps that was death reclaiming him. Perhaps dragons had roads of their own. Daemon tried to stand and could not. The wound in him was too cold. The fire in him was too spent. For the first time since his resurrection, he felt the pull of the dark, not as enemy but as tide. Footsteps sounded behind him. He turned his head. No one stood there. Only snow, falling gently through the red-lit air. Then, in the steam above the lake, he saw them. Not clearly. Never clearly. Viserys with his weary eyes. Lyanna laughing beside a dragon's wing. Rhaenyra crowned in grief and fire. Daughters he had failed in ways too numerous to count. Caraxes, long and red and fierce, coiling through mist like a wound in the world. Even Aemond, one-eyed and proud, watching from the edge of memory with the expression of a boy who had never learned how young he was. Daemon laughed softly. "You are late," he told them. The steam shifted. Maybe it was only pain. Maybe only blood loss. Maybe the mind, like any frightened courtier, invented company when the king was dying. He did not care. He looked down at Dark Sister. His hand closed around the hilt. If men found him, he would not be empty-handed. The lake cracked beneath him. Not ice now. Stone. Memory. The old power under the god's eye settling again. Wounded but unbroken. The cold had failed to root. Fire had paid the debt. The world, insolent thing that it was, would continue. Daemon wondered whether that was victory. Then he heard it. Far beneath the boiling water, so deep it seemed to come from the bones of the earth, a dragon roared. Daemon smiled. The lake opened. Black waters swallowed him. By the time the first living men reached the shore, the storm had passed. They found the dead collapsed across the ice and in the shallows, thousands upon thousands of bodies emptied of command. They found white walkers shattered like glass. They found the Isle of Faces scorched but standing. They found places where the lake still steamed and places where black glass floated on the water like fragments of night. They did not find Daemon Targaryen. They did not find Balerion the Black Dread. Only Dark Sister remained, thrust upright in the frozen mud at the edge of the lake, its blade blackened near the tip, its hilt warm to the touch. Torrhen Snow was the one who found it. He had survived the retreat from Harrenhal with fewer than 200 men. His face was burned along one side. His left arm hung useless. He stood before the sword for a long time while dawn finally, impossibly, broke over the riverlands. Real dawn. Pale gold touched the lake. Behind him, Lord Edric wept without shame. Moqorro fell to his knees and pressed his forehead to the ash. The Crannog woman walked to the nearest weirwood and placed one bloody hand upon its trunk. Lady Bethany arrived 3 days later with the refugees who had survived the hidden roads, and when she saw the sword, she did not cry. She only said, "Stubborn man." No one argued. Spring did not come quickly. Songs later lied about that. Singers enjoy clean endings because audiences pay better for them. In truth, winter loosened one finger at a time. The dead had fallen, but hunger remained. Castles stood broken. Roads were filled with corpses that had to be burned before thaw. Families searched fields for faces and prayed not to find them. Harrenhal was half ruin again, though no one could agree whether that improved it. But the snow stopped deepening. Rivers began to move beneath their ice. Ravens flew. Children were born into a world that had nearly ended and then, rudely, had not. At the god's eye, the scars remained. The northern shore became black glass for a mile. Grass refused to grow there for many years. Fishermen avoided the center of the lake, not because fish were scarce, but because nets sometimes came up burned. On moonless nights, villagers claimed they saw red light moving beneath the water. Maesters dismissed this as marsh gas, grief, superstition, or some combination of all three, which is what maesters called anything that frightened them after the fact. The Red Priests built no temple there. That had been Lady Bethany's doing. When Moqorro proposed a shrine to the Lord of Light at the shore where Daemon vanished, she told him the first stone placed would be tied around his neck. The priest, perhaps having learned something at last, chose a smaller memorial. A single brazier kept burning at Harrenhal through the next winter, tended not by priests alone, but by any who wished to remember. Torrhen carried Dark Sister north for a time, then returned it to the keeping of Dragonstone when the roads reopened. He refused every lord who told him such a blade should remain with the living heroes of the war. It belonged to a dead one, he said, and he was troublesome enough without theft added. Years later, children would ask whether Daemon had truly returned from death. Their elders would say yes if they had seen the sky burn above the god's eye, no if they had been educated, and perhaps if they had learned wisdom. As for Balerion, the world chose disbelief more quickly. A dragon larger than castles, dead for generations, resurrected in Valyria and flown to battle winter itself, was too large a truth for ordinary peace. Peace liked smaller stories. Peace preferred brave knights. Clever queens, loyal soldiers, noble sacrifice. A dead dragon burning the long night apart made rulers uncomfortable. It suggested power did not obey inheritance, scholarship, or law. It suggested history had trapdoors. So the Black Dread passed into argument. Some said it had been Drogon made monstrous by rumor. Some said it had been wildfire seen through storm clouds. Some said no dragon had flown at all, that the Battle of the God's Eye was won by men with dragon glass, discipline, and a very generous number of later embellishments. But near the lake, people knew better. They knew because sometimes, when the water lay black and calm, enormous ripples crossed it against the wind. They knew because birds would not fly over the center. They knew because every few years some proud lordling would dare the old stories, sail too far beneath a moonless sky, and return white-haired, silent, and unwilling ever to speak of what had moved beneath his boat. And they knew because the shore where Daemon vanished never froze again. Not in the harshest winter. Not when every river locked solid and snow buried the roads. A circle of dark water remained near the Isle of Faces, steaming faintly when dawn touched it, as though some ember below the world had refused to die. The singers made what they could of him. Daemon the twice dead. Daemon Dragon's Bane. Daemon Fireborn. Daemon the last rider. Daemon who leapt once for pride and once for mankind. Daemon who had been villain, prince, murderer, lover, kinslayer, savior, and problem. Sometimes all before breakfast. The songs disagreed on the details because the truth had never cared whether it was convenient to rhyme. Lady Bethany lived longest of those who had stood in the final councils. In age, she became a terror to grandchildren, petitioners, and fools. When asked whether Daemon had been a hero, she would strike the questioner with her cane if they were close enough. He was a man, she would say. That is harder, and worse, and better. Then, if the fire was low, and the night outside was cold, she would sometimes tell them how he rode from Harrenhal alone, to face the singing hostages. How he opened his own hand and burned the enemy's voice out of their throats. How he carried a dead child to a dragon and gave an old man mercy without dressing it as kindness. How he argued with priests, mocked maesters, frightened lords, listened to mothers, and chose the lake though he knew exactly what waited there. She never said she missed him. But every year, on the first white snowfall, she sent a raven to Harrenhal with one sentence: "Keep the fire lit." And they did. Long after the Red Priests returned east, long after the lords rebuilt their borders and began inventing new reasons to hate each other, long after children who had fled Harrenhal became old enough to bore their descendants with impossible memories, the brazier still burned in the ruined hall. Not because Daemon had been good, not because Balerion had been holy, but because, when winter came to make corpses of all the world, a dead prince and a dead dragon had burned anyway. Harrenhal had known the wrath of dragons before, but never had it felt like a fortress chosen by the gods for the ending of an age. The towers were black wounds against the storm, their upper crowns half melted from the ancient conquest that had broken Harren the Black, and proven stone could not save a king from fire. Snow fell over them now in slow, endless veils, hissing wherever it touched the heated stone. The castle steamed beneath winter's hand. Its courtyards were filled with men who had marched too far, lost too much, and arrived at the last refuge of the living with no strength left for lies. They knew what waited beyond the fields. They knew what moved beneath the trees. They knew every road north of Harrenhal was choked with the dead. Yet, no one fled. Not because they were brave, though some were. Not because they believed victory certain, though the Red Priests shouted such things until their voices cracked. They remained because there was nowhere left to flee that winter could not follow. The Riverlands had become a graveyard. The north had emptied itself southward in bleeding fragments. The Vale had shut its gates only to learn that mountains were no protection against cold that could climb and dead men who did not tire. King's Landing had drowned beneath snow and panic before its lords could decide whose banners mattered most. The Reach had sent grain, then swords, then sons, and then silence. So the living had gathered at Harrenhal. Beneath the shadow of the one creature in the world the dead had begun to fear. Balerion rested across the broken heights of the castle as if Harrenhal had been built only to serve as his perch. His vast body covered towers, walls, and halls in darkness. His wings were not delicate things of skin stretched between bone as lesser dragons bore them. They were colossal, arm-like spans, hooked with claws large enough to crush warhorses, folded against the battlements with the weight of siege engines. Every movement of those limbs sent dust and ancient ash falling from the melted stone. His neck curved around Kingspire Tower, his horned head lowered toward the north, his breath rolling from him in black steam threaded with red sparks. He was scarred. He was cracked. He was terrible. But he was not dying. That was what men had whispered when they saw the fire beneath his scales, when they saw the molten light leaking through the seams of his resurrected flesh. They mistook power for weakness because they had never seen a dragon remade by sorcery old enough to frighten Valyria. They saw fissures and thought of wounds. They saw flame beneath black scale and thought of decay. They saw a beast return from death and assumed death still held a hand around his throat. Daemon knew better. Balerion was not being consumed by the fire within him. He was becoming it. The Black Dread had watched the darkness gather beyond the god's eye with an ancient patience that made the fears of men seem small. He had conquered before. He had burned armies, castles, kings, and the pride of those who believed themselves untouchable. Death had taken him once in an age of soft beds and failing heat, when his bones had grown too tired for the sky. But this was not old age. This was war. This was challenge. This was a cold god sending stolen corpses and pale servants against the greatest fire the world had ever known. And Balerion had woken for it. Daemon stood upon the battlement beneath the dragon's jaw, one hand resting on Dark Sister's pommel. The sword seemed darker in the snow, its Valyrian steel drinking the stormlight rather than reflecting it. Beneath his armor, the fire in his blood pulsed in answer to the dragon above him. He felt the dead approaching long before the scouts returned. He felt them in the old wound of his resurrection, in the ember where his missing eye had become something no maester could name, in the whispers that curled through flame whenever he passed near it. The others were coming. Not raiding, not probing, not sending dead things ahead to test trenches and gates. Coming. All of them. The Night King had chosen the God's Eye because ancient power slept beneath that lake. Daemon could feel it now, as he had felt it once in the instant before death, when he and Daemon Targaryen had plunged from the sky, locked in hatred and dragon blood. The lake had swallowed princes before. It had swallowed fire, steel, arrogance, and prophecy. Beneath its frozen skin lay old magic, green and black and nameless, woven through roots on the Isle of Faces and sunk into mud older than the Seven Kingdoms. The enemy believed that made the place his. Daemon smiled faintly at the thought. Men always mistook a battlefield for a prize. The clever ones understood it was a trap only if one chose it properly. A horn sounded from the Northern Watch. The noise rolled across Harrenhal's walls and down into the courtyard, where thousands of faces turned at once. Soldiers tightened straps. Archers lifted bows. Spearmen shuffled into formation behind barricades of oak, iron, and dragonglass. Red priests raised torches and began their chants in the harsh, beautiful tongue of Volantis. The young dragons chained near the eastern yard lifted their heads and screamed, their voices sharp with fear and hunger. Balerion did not scream. He inhaled. The sound drew every eye upward. Snow swirled toward his nostrils. Smoke bent. Flames in the braziers leaned toward him as if the world's fire recognized its sovereign. Deep within his chest, red light brightened between the black plates of scale. It was not frantic. It was not failing. It was a furnace being opened. Lord Benjen Blackwood climbed the broken stair to Daemon's side, his cloak stiff with frost, his beard rimed white. He had lost Raventree Hall, 2 sons, a brother, and nearly all the lands his house had held since the Age of Heroes. Yet he stood straight, sword at his hip, eyes bloodshot but clear. "They are in the fields," Benjen said. "How many?" The Lord looked north. His mouth tightened. "Enough to bury the world." Daemon followed his gaze. Beyond Harrenhal, beyond the trenches and frozen earthworks and lines of oil-soaked timber, the storm itself had begun to move. Pale figures emerged from the snow in countless ranks. Some walked, some crawled, some rode dead horses whose entrails dragged through the frost. Behind them came giants with blue eyes and broken chains wrapped around their arms. Wolves padded silently between corpses. Bears with half their faces rotted away lumbered beside men in rusted mail. Farther back, barely visible through the snow, moved tall white shapes in armor like moonlit ice. And above all of it, from the direction of the frozen lake, came a cold so deep that the stones beneath Daemon's boots began to groan. Benjen swallowed. The men are afraid. They should be. That is not the answer they hope for. Hope has killed more men than fear. Benjen gave him a sidelong look. Then, what should I tell them? Daemon turned from the fields and looked down into the courtyard. The living had gone quiet. Even the horses were still. Men waited for him to speak, though he had never been a gentle prince and had no gift for comfort. They wanted promises. They wanted the soft lie that courage would be enough, that gods rewarded the worthy, that the dead could be beaten because the songs required it. Daemon gave them something better than comfort. He gave them truth. "They have come here because they believe this is where fire dies," he called, his voice carrying from the battlements into every corner of Harrenhal. "They believe winter is patient enough to swallow every oath, every crown, every child, every song, every name ever spoken by the living. They believe we are tired. They believe we are frightened. They believe we are frightened. They believe we have gathered in this ruin because we have nowhere else to go." The wind rose. Snow lashed across his armor. His burning eye glowed brighter. "They are right." A murmur moved through the yard. Daemon drew Dark Sister. The sound of Valyrian steel leaving its sheath was soft, almost intimate, but every man seemed to hear it. "We are tired. We are frightened. We have nowhere else to go." "Good. Good. Let that strip the lies from you. Let it leave only what matters. There are no petty kingdoms here. No old quarrels. No green boys and black boys. No river lords and northmen. No followers of red gods, old gods, new gods, or no gods. There are only the living, and there's the cold thing that wants your bones." He lifted the blade toward the approaching darkness. "So stand. Not because you will all live. Not because songs will remember your names. Stand because behind you are the last fires of the world." Then Balerion moved. The Black Dread raised his head above Harrenhal, unfolding his vast wings until they stretched across the sky like night given shape. The castle shook beneath him. Stones cracked. Men fell to one knee from the force of it. His roar erupted over the walls and smashed into the storm, so deep and enormous that the frozen fields seemed to ripple under its weight. The dead halted. For one heartbeat, the entire army of winter stopped moving. Daemon saw it. So did every man on the wall. And Harrenhal answered with a roar of its own. Not equal. Nothing living could equal Balerion, but human throats gave what they had. Swords struck shields. Spears pounded earth. The Red Priests screamed their fire prayers. Northmen howled like wolves. Riverlanders shouted the names of drowned castles and murdered sons. The sound rose ragged, desperate, mortal, and magnificent. Daemon looked north and saw the pale shapes in the storm resume their advance. His smile widened. "Come then," he whispered. "Let us see what gods fear." The first wave came without sound. That was the way of the dead. No drums, no horns, no shouted boasts. No curses hurled across the killing ground to harden frightened hearts. They crossed the frozen fields as if pulled by one will, thousands of feet breaking snow crust in the same dreadful rhythm. At their front walked the newly dead, their wounds still wet beneath frost. Men of the Riverlands, girls in torn wool, knights with broken helms, boys with blue eyes shining through faces that had been laughing beside campfires a week before. Behind them came older corpses, gray and leathery, dug from graves by the enemy's passing. Behind those came giants. Daemon waited. The trenches lay hidden under snow between the dead and the gate. Oil slept beneath thin crusts of ice. Dragon glass caltrops glittered like black teeth. Wooden stakes had been driven deep into frozen earth, their points wrapped in cloth soaked with pitch. Along the walls, archers held arrows tipped with obsidian. Beside them, men with ordinary steel waited too, though everyone knew steel alone only slowed what came. "Hold!" Benjen shouted. The word passed down the wall. "Hold!" Bowstrings creaked. "Hold!" The first corpse stepped onto a caltrop. Dragonglass pierced its foot, and blue flame climbed its leg. It fell forward, silent even as it burned from within. Others walked over it. A woman with half her jaw missing impaled herself on a stake and kept pushing until the point burst through her back. A dead horse stumbled into a hidden pit and vanished beneath the snow. Still, the wave came. Daemon watched the pale commanders beyond them. The others had learned. They had seen what Balerion's flame did in the open fields near Derry and beside the frozen bend of the Trident. They would not spend their true strength early. They would feed corpses into the traps until the living tired, until arrows thinned, until fear returned. Then the white swords would come. Then the cold magic. Then the thing on the lake. He could feel it there. A mind like a winter moon. Empty of doubt. Empty of mercy. Not mindless. Never that. The Night King did not hate the living as men hated one another. Hatred was hot. Hatred had blood in it. This was colder. This was purpose without pulse. It looked upon life as disorder, flame as insult, memory as rebellion. It wanted stillness. It wanted silence. It wanted a world where nothing changed, because nothing breathed. Daemon had known many kings. This one was the most honest. The dead reached the first trench. Daemon lowered his blade. 100 torches fell from the wall. Fire raced across the field in roaring lines, turning the snow orange and gold. The first ranks of corpses vanished inside it. Flames climbed dead bodies, burst through rotten cloth, caught in hair and old banners and dry leather. Oil trenches became rivers of fire. Pitch-wrapped stakes ignited. The killing ground transformed into a burning maze. The archers loosed. Black arrows flew into the storm. Obsidian found skulls, throats, rib cages. Wherever it struck deep, dead flesh burst into cold blue sparks and collapsed. Ordinary arrows pinned corpses to one another, slowed them, twisted their advance into clotted heaps. Scorpion bolts launched from Harrenhal's towers and smashed into giants with the force of thunder. One giant toppled into a trench, burning like a fallen tree. Men cheered. Then the next giant climbed over it. The dead poured onward. At the gate, spearmen braced behind the first barricade. The front ranks struck them like surf against rock. Spears punched into faces and open mouths. Dragonglass daggers rose and fell. Axes split frozen hands from wrists. Men screamed as dead fingers closed around shields and pulled. A corpse with no legs dragged itself beneath a barricade and bit through a soldier's boot. Another climbed over a burning stake with its own chest aflame and seized a young archer by the hair before Benjen hacked its skull apart. Daemon entered the killing ground only when the first barricade began to bow. He did not charge with flourish. He walked. Dark Sister moved in his hand like a thought. A dead knight lunged at him with a rusted sword. Daemon cut through wrist, neck, and spine in one turning step. A corpse child sprang from beneath a fallen shield. He crushed its skull under his boot without looking down. Two dead men came together, one in mail, one naked and frozen blue. Dark Sister opened both, and the Valyrian steel hissed as dragonglass dust along its edge met the magic binding them. Around him, men found courage because he gave the enemy no ceremony. He did not shout. He did not rage. He did not seem hurried. The dead came, and he removed them from his path. His black armor steamed in the snow. Crimson light pulsed at his throat and beneath the seams of his gauntlets. When a dead giant reached over the barricade and swept 3 men aside with one enormous hand, Daemon looked up as its shadow fell across him. The giant brought down a club made from a frozen tree. Balerion's fire struck first. It came from above the gate in a black-crimson torrent that swallowed the giant from shoulder to hip. The creature did not burn so much as vanish inside the blaze, its bones glowing white for an instant before exploding into ash. The force of the flame flattened corpses in every direction. Living men threw themselves behind shields and stones, laughing in terror as the heat washed over them. Balerion did not waste breath. He cut the battlefield into pieces. A sweep of his head burned the eastern approach. Another carved through the center. A third struck the line of giants gathering beyond the second trench, melting armor, ice, bone, and frozen earth into a boiling black channel. His flame was not the bright gold of younger dragons. It was older, deeper, wrong in the way Valyria had been wrong near its end. Black at the heart, crimson around the edges, with white veins flickering through it like lightning trapped in blood. Where it touched the dead, the Night King's magic shrieked without sound and came apart. The living saw it. So did the dead. The first true change in the enemy passed through the host then. Not fear as men knew it. Not... but disruption. The dead behind the flames faltered. The ranks lost their clean rhythm. Whites collided. Giants slowed. The others in the rear lifted their pale blades, trying to restore the will that bound the army. Daemon saw their hands rise. "There," he said. No one heard him but Balerion. The dragon's eye shifted. One vast wing arm tore free of the tower and struck the ground beyond the wall, claws digging into the frozen field. With a movement that made Harrenhal's stones shudder, Balerion pulled himself forward over the gate, lowering his chest above the battlefield. Dead men broke beneath his weight. His other wing arm slammed down to the west, trapping hundreds beneath black claws. He was too large for any formation, too vast for the enemy's lines to contain. He did not merely fly above battle like younger dragons. He entered it like a collapsing mountain. A white figure stepped through the smoke. Another, tall and bright, raised a spear of ice toward Balerion's throat. Cold gathered around the weapon until the flames nearby bent away from it. The creature moved with impossible grace, gliding over burning corpses, untouched by heat. Men froze where they stood. Even some red priests fell silent. Daemon turned. The other looked at him. For an instant, he saw Aemon's single sapphire eye in that pale face. He saw all the cold arrogance of princes who believed destiny had chosen them because mirrors had been kind. Daemon walked toward it. The other thrust. Dark Sister met the ice spear. The sound rang across the field like glass cracking under the sea. Frost burst over Daemon's arm. Fire surged beneath his skin and melted it. The other struck again, faster than any man. But Daemon had killed faster men and better princes. He turned the blow, stepped inside it, and drove his shoulder into the creature's chest. It felt like striking a statue. The other tilted its head, almost curious. Daemon smiled into its dead, beautiful face. Then Balerion's claw descended behind it. Not flame, not sorcery. Wait, wow. The dragon crushed the other into the frozen earth with one talon. Ice armor shattered. Blue light burst outward and died. Around them, hundreds of whites collapsed as if their strings had been cut. Daemon looked up at Balerion. The dragon exhaled smoke through his teeth. "Yes," Daemon said softly. "Exactly. The first wave broke then. Truly broke. Not in fear, but in severed command. The dead nearest the gate collapsed in heaps. Those farther back stumbled. The giants stopped moving until new cold orders reached them from the lake. From the battlements the living roared. But Daemon was already looking beyond the field. Across the frozen god's eye the storm had begun to open. Something enormous moved inside it. Not Balerion's equal. Nothing was, but large enough to darken the snow beneath its wings. The ice dragon came from the lake in silence, pale and jagged and terrible. Its bones showing through translucent flesh, blue fire burning in the cage of its ribs. Upon its back stood the Night King, crowned in frost, spear in hand, his gaze fixed not upon Harrenhal, not upon Daemon, not upon the army of men, upon Balerion. At last, Daemon thought, the true battle had arrived. The sky changed when the ice dragon rose. Until then, the storm had belonged to winter in the ordinary sense, if anything about that night could still be called ordinary. Snow, wind, darkness, cold. Things men understood even when they feared them. But when the pale beast climbed from the frozen surface of the god's eye, the heavens seemed to remember a colder law. The clouds above the lake drew inward in a spiral. Moonlight, hidden all night, bled through in a thin blue circle. Snow stopped falling over the water and hung suspended in the air like shattered glass. The ice dragon opened its mouth. No roar came. Silence spread from it instead. The cheers on Harrenhal's walls died. Men lowered weapons without meaning to. Horses screamed once and then stood trembling. Fires guttered low in their braziers. Even the young dragons in the eastern yard pressed themselves flat against the ground, wings tucked tight, their golden and green eyes fixed on the pale shape above the lake. It had once been a dragon. That much was plain in the line of the skull, the spread of the wings, the curved talons and long tail trailing shards of ice through the air. But death had not restored it as fire had restored Balerion. Death had hollowed it. Its flesh was translucent in places, stretched thin over blue-lit bone. Its wings were ragged sheets of frozen membrane, each beat shedding splinters that vanished before they touched the ground. Its eye sockets burned with the Night King's will. Frost smoked from its jaws. Upon its back stood the Night King. He needed no saddle. He did not sway. His armor caught no warmth from the fires below and gave no reflection to the flames. He looked carved from winter's first thought, tall and still, crowned in horns of ice that might have been helm or bone. In one hand he held a spear long as a mast, its point glowing with the same blue light that burned in the eyes of the dead. Daemon felt the army around him recoil. Not move, not run. Recoil in spirit. There it was then. The face their nightmares had been building toward. The cold hand behind every corpse. The will that had emptied villages and raised sons against fathers, wives against husbands, children against mothers. Men had imagined a monster, but monsters at least raged. This thing did not. It stood above the frozen lake and regarded the living with the calm of snowfall covering a grave. Then Balerion roared. Sound returned to the world violently. The roar struck the suspended snow and hurled it outward in a glittering storm. Fires leapt high again. Men cried out, some falling to their knees. Not in worship, but because their legs failed under the force of that answer. Balerion lifted himself from the broken field, spreading his wing arms with such immense strength that corpses, ash, and shattered stakes blasted away beneath him. His claws tore free of the earth. His body rose above Harrenhal, black against blue-red fire pulsing through every crack in his scales. The ice dragon looked large until Balerion climbed into the sky. Then, it looked like a weapon. Dangerous, sharp, unnatural. But Balerion looked like war. He did not rush toward the lake. He ascended with dreadful purpose, each beat of his wings shaking loose stones from Harrenhal's towers. His shadow passed over the living army and covered them completely. Men who had thought themselves beneath the protection of walls now understood that walls were nothing. A castle was a chair to him. A battlefield was a board. Armies were marks upon the ground. Daemon watched from the killing field. Dark Sister lowered at his side. Vengeance staggered to him, breathing hard. Should we pull back? No. They will strike the walls. Let them. My prince. Daemon pointed with his blade toward the dead ranks gathering again north of the trenches. When he burns their king, the army will weaken. Until then, hold them here." Benjen looked from Daemon to the sky, then nodded with the grim expression of a man accepting madness because no sane options remained. He turned and began shouting orders. The living line reformed behind barricades half-burned and slick with melting frost. Archers climbed over rubble to reach new firing angles. Red priests rekindled trenches where the cold had smothered them. Men dragged wounded brothers away and stepped into their places. Daemon did not move toward the gate. He moved toward the lake. Myrera caught up with him before he reached the edge of the field. Her robes were scorched at the hem, her face streaked with soot and blood. "Where are you going?" "To him." She glanced at the sky. "The dragon will face him. The dragon will face the dragon. The Night King is beyond you." Daemon turned just enough for his burning eye to fall upon her. "Many men have thought that. He is not a man." "No." Daemon looked back to the lake. "That may be his weakness." Myrera stepped in front of him. Around them, the battle resumed in fragments. Arrows striking dead flesh, men shouting, corpses scraping against barricades, giants roaring without breath. "Listen to me. The flames never showed this clearly. They showed fire above the god's eye. They showed black wings. They showed your sword. They showed winter breaking. But they did not show whether you lived." Daemon almost laughed. "Priestess, prophecy rarely offers comfort to the man expected to bleed for it. If you die, I have done it before. That is not wit. It is experience." Her mouth tightened. "The fire in you is tied to him, to Balerion, to the power that woke you both. You are not separate from this battle. If the Night King understands that, he may strike through you." Daemon looked across the lake. The ice dragon circled higher now, blue flame gathering between its jaws. Balerion climbed to meet it, black and red light burning in his throat. "Good," he said. Myrera stared. "If he thinks I am the weak point, he will come close enough to learn otherwise." He left her standing in the ash. The path to the god's eye ran through broken dead and burning snow. Daemon walked it alone at first, though not for long. Men saw him move and tried to follow. A dozen Targaryen loyalists in black cloaks. 3 Blackwood knights. A red priest with a spear. A northern woman with an axe and a wolfskin hood. He did not order them back. Men deserved the right to spend their courage how they chose. The dead tried to bar the way. Dark Sister answered. Daemon cut through them with the brutal economy of a man who had no patience left for lesser enemies. A wight lunged from a ditch. He split its skull. Another clawed at his cloak. He severed both hands and crushed its face into the mud. A dead giant's foot came down near enough to shake the earth. But before it could turn, one of Harrenhal's scorpions fired from the wall and drove an obsidian bolt through its knee. It fell, and the northern woman with the axe led 6 men onto its chest, hacking until blue light died in its eyes. Above them, the dragons met. The ice dragon struck first. It dove from the clouds with impossible speed, wings folded, jaws open. Blue fire poured from its mouth, not flame but freezing light, a torrent of cold so absolute that the air cracked around it. It hit Balerion across the chest and neck, spreading frost over black scale and jagged sheets. Men on the ground screamed. Balerion did not fall. He flew through it. The Black Dread drove straight into the frostfire, wings hammering, eyes blazing like twin furnaces. Ice crawled over his scales and shattered almost as soon as it formed. Red light beneath his hide surged brighter, melting the cold from within. The pale dragon tried to veer away too late. Balerion hit it with his full weight. The collision shook the sky. The ice dragon spun sideways, one wing folding under the impact. Balerion's claws closed around its rib cage. His wing arms wrapped like siege chains. The pale beast twisted, snapping at his throat, blue fire spilling uselessly across scales older and harder than castle stone. Balerion bit down on its shoulder. Bone cracked loud enough to be heard over battle. Then, he threw it. The ice dragon tumbled across the sky above the god's eye. smashed through a veil of frozen cloud, and recovered only a spear cast above the lake. The Night King still stood upon it, unmoved, spear raised. Daemon reached the frozen shore as the first shards of broken ice began to fall like rain. The lake stretched before him, black beneath its unnatural crust. At its center, the Isle of Faces crouched in the storm. Trees, bent under frost, their carved trunks watching with blind, ancient eyes. The Night King's presence pressed from there like a hand against Daemon's skull. The ice was not merely ice. It was a skin over power, a mirror waiting to break. Behind Daemon, the men who had followed him slowed. One of them whispered, "Gods preserve us." Daemon stepped onto the lake. The ice did not crack beneath him. Instead, red light spread from his boot in thin veins, running outward through the black surface like fire searching for air. The lake remembered him, or the magic beneath it did. He had fallen here once with hatred in his hand. Now he walked here with purpose. Above, Balerion roared again. The sound rolled across the frozen water and through Daemon's bones. The Night King looked down. For the first time, his gaze left the dragon. It found Daemon. The cold mind touched his own. Images came with it. Harrenhal buried, Dragonstone frozen, Balerion chained in blue ice beneath the lake, Daemon kneeling without flame in his eye, Dark Sister broken, every living voice quiet. Not threats, certainties. The Night King did not imagine futures. He imposed them. Daemon kept walking. "Come down," he said, though the distance was impossible. The Night King heard. The ice dragon wheeled away from Balerion and dove toward the lake. Balerion followed like night falling. The ice dragon came down upon Daemon like a falling tower. Its wings spread at the last instant, clawing at the air over the god's eye, scattering frozen mist across the lake. The force of its descent drove cracks through the ice in all directions. Blue fire burned between its teeth. Its translucent hide pulsed with the Night King's will. Upon its back, the Pale King raised his spear and pointed it toward Daemon, as if naming him for death. Daemon did not run. Balerion descended behind it. The difference between them became monstrous near the lake. The ice dragon was large enough to terrify armies, large enough to blot out towers, large enough to make men remember every old story of dragons with renewed dread. But Balerion's shadow swallowed it. His head alone seemed almost the size of the pale beast's body. His chest burned like a volcano behind black armor. His wing arms spread across half the sky, claws flexing, membranes glowing red where inner fire lit them from within. The Night King threw his spear. It crossed the air faster than thought, trailing blue light. Balerion moved his head into its path. The spear struck the Black Dread above the left shoulder and shattered. Not pierced, not lodged, shattered. Fragments of enchanted ice burst across Balerion's scales and dissolved in hissing steam. A gasp rose from every living throat that could see it from Harrenhal's walls. The Night King did not react, but the ice dragon beneath him shrieked soundlessly, sensing what its master did not show. Daemon smiled. "You were told stories," he said softly. "They were too small." The ice dragon landed on the lake with a crack that sent water bursting up through fissures. The Night King stepped down from its back. His feet touched the ice and frost spread instantly, sealing the cracks, thickening the surface, trying to smother the red veins Daemon's presence had awakened. For a moment, the two stood facing one another across the black lake. Daemon, fire and dead flesh, Valyrian steel in hand, cloak snapping behind him in the storm. The Night King, winter in kingly form, blue eyes fixed and ancient, empty of all the restless hungers that made men dangerous. Above them, the dragons circled. The dead army began to move toward the lake from the north, while from Harrenhal the living surged to hold them back. The battle spread around the god's eye in a ring of fire and corpses. But at the center, silence returned. Not the silence of the dead host, a deeper one. The silence of two powers measuring the cost of contact. The Night King lifted one hand. The lake answered. Ice spears erupted around Daemon in a cage of blue-white spikes. He moved before they closed, twisting between them, Dark Sister cutting through one, then another. Where Valyrian steel met the ice, sparks burst red and blue. A spear grazed his shoulder and frost crawled over his armor. Fire beneath his skin flared, breaking it apart. He lunged forward. The Night King drew a blade from the air. It formed in his hand as though winter itself hardened around his grip, long and pale, thin as moonlight. He met Daemon's first strike without effort. Dark Sister rang against the ice blade, the impact sending a shock through the lake. Red cracks spread beneath Daemon. Blue frost spread beneath the Night King. The two forces collided and hissed between them. Daemon struck again. The Night King parried. Again. Parried. The Pale King did not fight like a man. Men carried habits in their swordplay. Anger, pride, fear, preference, old injuries, favored angles learned from masters long dead. The Night King had none. He moved with perfect economy, each motion as cold as geometry. His blade was where it needed to be. His feet shifted only when they must. He did not overreach. He did not boast. He did not tire. Daemon laughed. That, finally, made the blue eyes narrow. He attacked faster. Dark Sister became a black ribbon in the storm, its edge flashing red where his fire ran along the steel. He changed rhythms, broke patterns, struck from angles no formal master would have taught because no formal master had lived as he had lived. Stepstones alleys, flea-bottom pits, tourney grounds, war councils turned ambushes, dragonback duels. The final leap above this very lake. Daemon had always been most dangerous where rules collapsed. The Night King gave ground. Only one step, but Daemon felt it. You can count, he said between blows. You can command. You can raise corpses and freeze rivers. But you never lived, did you? Nay. The Night King did not answer. His blade came for his throat. Daemon ducked under it and slammed the pommel of Dark Sister into the Pale King's face. The blow would have shattered a man's jaw. The Night King's head turned slightly. A hairline crack appeared beneath one blue eye. The dead across the field shrieked. Not with mouths, with magic. The sound hit Daemon's skull like a nail. The Night King thrust his hand forward. Cold struck Daemon in the chest and hurled him backward across the ice. He slid, armor sparking. Dark Sister scraping a red line into the surface. Ice rose beneath him, trying to swallow his limbs, lock him down, freeze the fire in his blood. He snarled and drove his sword downward. Valyrian steel pierced the lake. Fire erupted from the wound, blasting the ice apart. Above, the ice dragon attacked Balerion again. This time it came from beneath, rising through cloud and mist, jaws clamping around one of Balerion's wing arms near the joint. Blue fire spilled from its mouth over the black membrane. Frost spread fast, jagged and thick. The pale beast clawed at Balerion's chest, trying to tear open the glowing seams between scales. Balerion looked down at it. There was almost insult in the movement. He folded the wounded wing arm inward, dragging the ice dragon closer instead of pulling away. His other claw seized the pale beast's neck. Then the Black Dread beat his wings once, twice, climbing with his enemy trapped against him like prey. The ice dragon thrashed. Balerion carried it higher. The Night King glanced upward. Daemon rose to one knee and saw the mistake. For the first time, the Pale King had divided his attention. Daemon sprang. Dark Sister cut across the Night King's armor, scoring a red line from shoulder to breast. The blade did not bite deep, but the mark burned. Blue light flared beneath the crack. The Night King turned back too late to avoid Daemon's second strike, which opened another line across his ribs. The cold intensified. The lake around them exploded upward. A forest of ice blades burst from the surface, forcing Daemon back. One punched through his cloak. Another scraped his thigh. A third would have taken his head had he not twisted aside. The Night King advanced through them, unhurried, blade raised. "You are not the first dead thing to bore me," Daemon said. The Night King thrust. Daemon caught the blade on Dark Sister, stepped close, and slammed his burning forehead into the Pale King's cracked face. Fire met ice. Steam burst between them. The Night King staggered. Above, Balerion reached the height he wanted. He released the ice dragon. For a heartbeat, the pale beast hung beneath him, broken wing trailing shards, neck twisted in his claw marks. Then Balerion descended upon it. His jaws closed around the ice dragon's spine. The crack split the sky. Blue fire burst from the creature's ribs. The Night King's head snapped upward. Every white on the field faltered. Balerion bit harder, crushing ancient bone and frozen magic together. The ice dragon's wings beat wildly, then spasmed. Balerion opened his mouth around it and breathed. Black crimson fire poured through the ice dragon from within. The pale beast lit like a lantern, blue and red and black all at once. Its translucent flesh turned molten, then white, then nothing. The fire burst from its eyes, its jaws, its broken chest. It fell in pieces over the god's eye, burning as it fell, each fragment striking the lake and blasting craters through the ice. The Night King stood very still. Daemon saw it then. Not fear. Recognition. The Cold King had believed Balerion a resurrected relic, a weapon sustained by desperate magic, mighty but temporary. He had believed the Black Dragon could be endured until his flame guttered. He had believed winter only needed patience. Now, he knew. Balerion was not guttering. Balerion was feeding on the challenge. The Black Dread turned in the sky above the lake, the remains of blue fire dripping from his jaws, and roared down at the Night King with such force that the ice beneath the Pale King cracked. Daemon lifted Dark Sister again. "Your move." The destruction of the ice dragon rippled through the dead like a wound through flesh. Across the fields north of Harrenhal, thousands of wights collapsed at once. Not all. Not enough. But enough for the living to feel the enemy's grip loosen. Corpses that had been climbing over barricades fell limp beneath spears. Giants stumbled, their blue eyes flickering. Pale spiders skittered in confused circles, until men with torches burned them where they stood. On the walls, archers who had been firing by instinct suddenly saw gaps opening in the horde. Benjen Blackwood seized the moment. "Forward!" he roared. It was madness. It was perfect. The living surged from the gate behind shields rimmed with fire. Northmen drove dragonglass spears into disordered ranks. Riverlanders hacked through corpses that no longer moved with one will. Red priests advanced barefoot over bloodied snow, chanting louder than the storm, hurling pots of burning oil that burst among the dead in red blossoms. The young dragons in the eastern yard were released, and though they were tiny beside Balerion, they fell upon the broken flanks with shrieking fury. Green and bronze and gold flame washing over the enemy's edges. For the first time since winter descended, the dead were pushed back by men. On the lake, the Night King lifted both hands. The answer came from every corpse still standing. Blue light flared. The wights stiffened. Giants straightened. Fallen bodies began dragging themselves upright again. The Cold King drew power inward, rebuilding command by force, binding the army through himself now that the ice dragon was gone. The air around him darkened. Frost climbed his armor, thickening into jagged plates. The crack Daemon had made beneath his eyes sealed beneath blue light. "Ah," Daemon said. "There you are." The Night King's empty gaze settled on him. The duel resumed, but changed. Before, the Pale King had fought as if Daemon were an obstacle. Now he fought as if Daemon were an offense. His strikes came faster, heavier. The ice blade leaving trails of blue fire in the air. Each impact drove frost across Daemon's armor. Each step the Night King took sent spikes through the lake toward Daemon's legs. The cold pressed against his resurrected heart, seeking the seam between life and death. trying to find the magic that held him and extinguish it. Daemon gave ground for the first time, not because he was overwhelmed, because he wanted the Night King to follow. He retreated toward the center of the God's Eye, toward the deep place between shore and Isle of Faces, where the ice was thickest and the old power below stirred uneasily beneath the violence above. Red veins spread with every step Daemon took. Blue frost pursued them. Fire and winter wrote their argument across the lake in branching lines. Dark Sister met the ice blade again and again. Daemon's arm numbed to the shoulder. His breath came in steam. A lesser man would have slowed. His muscles would have failed under the unnatural cold. But Daemon's body was no longer governed only by blood. Fire moved where warmth should have been. The ember in his eye brightened until the world before him sharpened into strange colors. Blue magic, red flame, green whispers beneath the lake, black shadows clinging to the Night King like a cloak. He saw the cold king more clearly then, not merely a warrior, a vessel. All that army, all that winter, all those stolen dead, all that ancient malice poured through one shape. The Night King had made himself the answer to life's chaos. A single will, a single command. No hunger, no love, no fear, no memory except what served purpose. Daemon almost pitied him. Almost. Did you ever want anything for yourself? Daemon asked, turning a cut that would have taken his arm. Or were you made empty from the start? The Night King did not answer. His blade came down two-handed. Daemon caught it high, knees bending under the force. Ice spread from the crossing swords over his gauntlets. The Night King leaned in. His face was inches from Daemon's now, beautiful and inhuman, cracked faintly where fire had kissed it. His eyes filled Daemon's sight. The cold mind pressed into him. This time it did not show conquest. It showed memory. Daemon saw himself falling. Not as he remembered it, but as the lake remembered it. A man in black armor leaping from a red dragon through rain. Sword outstretched. Hatred bright enough to rival lightning. He saw Aemon's face split by shock as Dark Sister found his eye. He saw Vhagar and Caraxes locked together, fire and blood spinning toward black water. He saw impact, darkness, silt, silence. Then he saw every dead thing under the lake. Bones of fish, bones of men, rusted helms, broken swords, the long sleeping root web of the Isle of Faces. The old gods watching without eyes. The place where blood had entered water and story had become spell. The Night King showed him the truth he wanted Daemon to believe. You belong beneath this ice. Daemon laughed in his face. It was not a prince's laugh. Not charming, not cruel in the old courtly way. It was rough and delighted and utterly alive. I climbed out. Fire erupted from his hands. Not dragon fire, not torch flame. His own. The resurrection flame that had lived beneath his skin since Dragonstone burst through his gauntlets and ran along Dark Sister's blade. The ice coating the swords exploded into steam. Daemon shoved the Night King back and opened his cheek with a cut that spilled blue light instead of blood. The pale king recoiled. Balerion descended behind him. The Black Dread landed on the lake. The god's eye should have shattered beneath his weight. It did not. The old magic, the Night King's ice and Balerion's fire all met at once under him, and the entire lake boomed like a struck drum. Cracks raced outward for miles. Waves slammed beneath the surface, trapped under black ice. The dragon's immense claws sank through the frozen crust and touched the water below. Steam rose around his legs in towers. He lowered his head until one eye burned behind the Night King like a red sun. Daemon saw the cold king's shadow vanish beneath that light. The Night King turned. Balerion breathed smoke over him. For the first time, the Night King stepped back. Only one step, but everyone saw it. From the walls of Harrenhal, men saw the pale king retreat before the dragon. From the fields, the dead faltered. From the burning trenches, red priests screamed praises until their throats bled. Benjen Blackwood, standing amid corpses with his sword broken halfway down the blade, saw it, and began to laugh. Daemon pointed Dark Sister at the Night King's chest. "You came to the wrong lake." The Night King lifted his blade. The dead army surged with renewed violence, not toward Harrenhal now, but toward the God's Eye. Every corpse turned from the walls. Giants wheeled away from barricades. Pale commanders abandoned the field. The enemy understood at last that the battle would be decided on the lake, and every dead thing in reach came to drown it in bodies. "Hold them!" Vengeance shouted from the shore. The living followed. Men who had been defending a castle now attacked an army to buy time for a dragon. The absurdity of it would have amused Daemon in another life. They charged from the burning field toward the frozen shore, not as ordered ranks but as remnants, bleeding and furious. Northmen locked shields at the lake's edge. Riverlanders drove stakes into the ice and braced spears between them. Red priests formed lines of fire. The young dragons swept low over the flanks, burning whites before they could climb onto the lake. Still, the dead came. Balerion ignored them. His attention was entirely on the Night King. The Cold King raised both hands, and the lake answered with all its stolen winter. Blue light spread beneath Balerion's claws. Ice climbed his legs, thickening around them, trying to bind him to the God's Eye. Frost formed over his chest, his throat, his jaws. The dead nearest the lake collapsed as their power was drawn away, sacrificed to the effort of freezing the Black Dread in place. For one breath, Balerion stood sheathed in ice. The Night King's eyes burned brighter. Daemon felt the cold reach even him. Then the ice around Balerion turned red from within. The dragon's chest expanded. Once, twice, the frozen shell cracked. Balerion tore free with a roar that broke every window left in Harrenhal. Ice exploded from him in a storm of glittering shards. His wing arms spread, shattering the prison before it fully formed. Beneath his scales, the crimson glow deepened, no longer leaking through wounds but blazing through deliberate seams, as if his resurrected body had become a forge with armor built around it. He stepped forward. The Night King's expression did not change, but the magic around him tightened. Balerion stepped again. Each footfall cracked the lake wider. Daemon moved with him. Dragon and rider in Old Valyrian truth, though no saddle joined them and no reins bound them. Daemon advanced on the Night King from the front. Balerion lowered above him from behind. Fire and sword, beast and man. The ancient terror of House Targaryen remade into a single purpose. The Night King struck at Daemon. Balerion struck at the Night King. The Pale King vanished in a burst of blue mist, reappearing 20 paces away atop a ridge of ice that rose from the lake. Daemon's blade cut through empty frost. Balerion's jaws snapped shut where the Night King had stood, cracking the ice shelf in half. Daemon laughed again. Good trick. The Night King lifted his spearless hand. All across the lake, dead men began crawling from beneath the ice. Not those who had marched from the north. Older dead. Ancient dead. Bones wrapped in weeds. Corpses in rusted helms from forgotten battles. Drowned fishermen. Men from Harren's age each. Men from before Harrendot. The God's Eye gave up every body it had ever swallowed, and the Night King filled them with blue light. They clawed at Daemon's legs. They swarmed toward Balerion's claws. The lake itself became a grave opening. Daemon looked down as skeletal hands gripped his greaves. For an instant, he wondered if Amand would rise among them. One eye empty, sapphire gone dark, still clutching vengeance after all these years. No, only bones. Daemon drove Dark Sister point first into the ice and spoke the first high Valyrian words that came to him. Not from study, not from priestcraft, but from blood. Fire answered. A ring of red flame burst outward from the blade, racing over the ice around him. Drowned corpses ignited from within and collapsed into steaming black water. Balerion lowered his head and exhaled. Not a full inferno, but a controlled breath that rolled across the lake like a ground fog made of embers. Every ancient dead thing it touched dissolved. The Night King watched. Now Daemon saw the flaw clearly. The Cold King could command death, but he did not understand the living. He did not understand that pain could harden instead of weaken. He did not understand that memory could be a weapon sharper than obedience. He did not understand that Balerion's resurrection was not a chain dragging him toward the grave, but an insult to death itself, and the dragon had accepted that insult as strength. Balerion was not enduring because the magic held. The magic held because Balerion endured. The Night King changed the shape of the battle. The frozen lake rose in walls. Not all at once, but in jagged lines that split the god's eye into corridors of ice. Towers thrust upward beneath Balerion's chest. Bridges formed, cracked and reformed under the feet of the dead. Spear-like ridges cut the living from one another along the shore. The battlefield became a maze built by Winter's will, every path designed to drive corpses toward Daemon and isolate Balerion from the armies that might witness what came next. Daemon understood the intention. The Night King no longer sought to defeat Harrenhal first. He sought to make the living irrelevant, to reduce the war to its true pieces, himself, Daemon, and the Black Dread. A fine idea. Too late. Balerion moved through the ice maze as if it had been made of reeds. He smashed walls aside with his wing arms. He lowered his head and drove through frozen towers, shattering them into glittering storms. When the dead used the ridges to climb toward his back, he rolled one shoulder and crushed hundreds beneath the movement. When giants hurled frozen boulders at his head, he caught one in his jaws and bit it apart before burning the throwers into black silhouettes against the snow. The Night King watched from the far side of a rising ice wall. Daemon felt the trap close around him before he saw it. The lake beneath his feet turned clear. Below the ice, blue light opened like an eye. He leapt just as spikes erupted upward where he had stood. One caught the edge of his cloak and pinned it. He tore free, leaving black cloth behind. Another burst beneath his sword arm, forcing him aside. The Night King stepped through the wall ahead, blade raised. Daemon met him in the narrow corridor between ice cliffs, where Balerion's full fire could not reach without risking Daemon himself. There was the enemy's hope. Separate the sword from the flame. Daemon grinned. The Night King attacked. Their blades rang in the frozen passage, each clash magnified by ice until the sound became a storm of steel and glass. Daemon's world narrowed to pale edge. Blue eye, black sword, red breath. He could hear Balerion beyond the wall, breaking the maze apart piece by piece. He could hear men dying on the shore. He could hear Mayera chanting somewhere through the chaos, her voice weaving fire prayers into the air. But in the corridor, there was only the duel. The Night King fought harder now, though his face remained still. His blade bit Daemon's breastplate and carved a white scar across the black metal. Cold punched through to the skin beneath. Daemon answered with a cut to the wrist, but the Pale King's hand reformed around the wound in frost. Another exchange. Another. Daemon drove him back 3 steps, then lost 2 when ice rose behind his heel. He twisted, recovered, and took a shallow cut across the ribs. Pain flared cold. Real pain. That pleased him. He had wondered, since his resurrection, whether he still possessed all the honest measures of being alive. Hunger came strangely. Sleep came with flames instead of dreams. Touch felt distant unless tied to heat, blood, or battle. But pain remained pure. Pain told the truth. Pain said the body existed, and existence could still defy. Daemon let the Night King see him bleed. A thin red line ran from beneath his armor and steamed in the cold. The Pale King's gaze flicked to it. A mistake. Daemon lunged, not at the body, but the blade. Dark Sister slid along the ice sword in a shower of sparks, caught near the hilt, and twisted. The maneuver would have disarmed a man. The Night King held on. Daemon expected that. He stepped in closer and drove his knee into the Pale King's side. As the Night King turned with the impact, Daemon slammed the crossguard of Dark Sister into the crack beneath his eye. The crack widened. Blue light spilled like blood. The Night King seized Daemon by the throat. Cold flooded him. Not over his skin, into him. It plunged through the old death in his body, seeking the place the priests had lit beneath Dragonstone, the ember of recalled soul, the knot of flame and blood and prophecy. For one terrifying instant, the lake vanished. Harrenhal vanished. Balerion vanished. Daemon stood in darkness beneath the world, water in his lungs, armor dragging him down, Aemon's dead face beside him, Carax's blood clouding the depths. The Night Kings were closed around him. Stay dead. Daemon bared his teeth. No, the word was not spoken by lungs. It came from the fire. His burning eye blazed white red. Heat erupted from his throat beneath the Night King's hand. The pale fingers cracked. Daemon drove Dark Sister upward through the Night King's forearm. Valyrian steel and resurrection flame together severed the limb at the elbow. The Night King released him. Daemon fell to one knee, coughing steam. The severed arm shattered before it struck the ice. The Night King looked at the stump. Frost gathered. Bone reformed. Armor regrew, but slower than before. Daemon noticed. So did the Night King. Then Balerion found them. The ice wall to Daemon's left glowed red. The Night King turned. A black claw punched through the wall, each talon longer than a man. Ice exploded inward. Daemon threw himself flat as Balerion tore the barrier open. The dragon's head appeared through the breach, one vast eye fixing on the pale king. Smoke rolled over the corridor, hot enough to melt the walls into rain. The Night King raised his blade. Balerion inhaled. Daemon sprang up and ran toward the dragon instead of away. The Night King hesitated, calculating whether Balerion would risk burning his rider. That hesitation revealed how little he understood them. Balerion breathed. Daemon dropped beneath the flame. The inferno passed over him so close that his armor glowed red, but the fire curled around his body rather than consuming it. Dragon and rider had no need of saddle or spoken command. Blood knew blood. Flame knew flame. The black crimson torrent filled the corridor and struck the Night King full in the chest. The ice blade vanished. The armor cracked. The pale king was driven backward through 3 walls of ice, each one exploding into steam. For the first time, a sound came from him. Not a scream. A low, fractured note, like a glacier splitting. The dead army convulsed. Along the shore, whites collapsed by the hundreds. Giants staggered. The young dragons shrieked and pressed their attack. Benjen Blackwood saw the enemy weaken and led a charge straight into the nearest mass of corpses. His broken sword replaced by a dragonglass axe taken from a fallen Northman. Meera stood atop a burning wagon, arms lifted, calling fire down into every torch and brazier until the shoreline became a red wall. Daemon rose from beneath the fading heat. His armor smoked. His hair had burned shorter on one side. His skin glowed through cracks in the soot. Balerion withdrew his head from the shattered corridor and climbed over it, tearing the maze open from above. He did not look weakened. He looked enraged. The frost fire had failed. The ice prison had failed. The enemy dragon had failed. Now the Black Dread understood the shape of the thing before him, and Daemon felt the old conqueror's fury bloom in the dragon's chest. The Night King emerged from the steam at the far end of the broken passage. His armor was burned black across the front. Cracks ran through his face, his throat, his breastplate. Blue light leaked from him in thin lines. His severed arm had reformed, but the fingers were incomplete, long and jagged, more claw than hand. Daemon lifted Dark Sister. Again? The Night King did not answer with blade. He answered with the sky. The storm above the god's eye collapsed downward. Clouds spiraled into a column of blue darkness. Snow became shards. Wind struck the lake in a circular wall, cutting Harrenhal from sight. The dead nearest the lake fell apart as their magic was pulled upward. Every other on the field turned toward the Night King and raised its blade, offering power. Their bodies began to crack, blue light streaming from them into the storm. The Night King was drawing everything into himself. Meera's chanting faltered on the shore. Red priests fell back as the cold intensified. Men shouted in panic as frost spread over shields, beards, eyelashes, wounds. The young dragons fled the air and landed behind burning trenches, screaming. Even Benjen dropped to one knee, axe buried in a corpse, breath freezing white around his face. Only Balerion remained unbowed. The Black Dread climbed onto the central ice shelf, towering above Daemon, wings spread against the descending storm. Blue lightning crawled across his horns. Frost gathered along his spine and melted instantly. His eyes burned brighter than the fires of Harrenhal. The Night King raised both arms. The entire lake began to freeze deeper. Not merely the surface, the water beneath, the mud, the bones, the roots reaching from the Isle of Faces, the old magic, everything. Daemon felt the green power below recoil. The old gods, or whatever remained of them, stirred in their drowned silence. The Night King meant to claim the god's eye fully, to turn it into the heart of a winter that could not be broken. Balerion lowered his head beside Daemon. For a moment, man and dragon looked at the storm together. Daemon placed one hand against the black scale of his jaw. No words passed. None were needed. The Night King wanted to make the lake his heart. Balerion would make it a forge. The god's eye became the center of the world. Every road of magic led there. Every prayer, every curse, every dying breath on the shore seemed to bend toward the frozen lake. The Night King stood inside the storm column with arms raised, and the power of the dead poured into him. The others on the battlefield cracked one by one, their beautiful ice armor splitting, their pale faces dissolving into blue fire that streamed across the air. Whites collapsed in heaps as the will animating them was harvested. Giants fell like felled towers. The dead army shrank, but what remained at its center became immeasurably stronger. The Night King was abandoning the war to win the world. Daemon felt the cold strike through his boots and into the lake beneath. The ice darkened. The water below stopped moving. The old green magic that had slept under the Isle of Faces shivered as winter closed around it. If the Night King completed the working, Harrenhal would not matter. No castle would. The god's eye would become a frozen heart pumping silence into every river, root, grave, and living vein in Westeros. Meera understood before most. From the shore, she screamed for fire. The Red Priests answered. They dragged burning wagons to the lake's edge and overturned them. They cut their palms and flung blood into braziers. They shouted in High Valyrian, in Volantene, in the common tongue, in languages Daemon did not know. Flames rose, then bent toward the lake, thin red streams flowing through the air toward Balerion. The dragon inhaled them, not greedily, royally. Every flame offered became part of the furnace inside him. Torches guttered out, braziers emptied, burning trenches dimmed. The living cried out as darkness closed around the shore, but then Balerion's chest brightened until the lake beneath him glowed red. Daemon felt the heat through his bones. This was not the unstable resurrection ritual beneath Valyria, not the desperate blood magic of priests, not the wildfire-fed pyres under Dragonstone. This was older and simpler. Dragon taking fire. Dragon answering cold. Dragon reminding the world what power had looked like before men wrote laws around it. The Night King lowered his gaze from the storm to Balerion. The Cold King thrust both hands forward. The storm struck. A torrent of blue-white power crashed down upon the Black Dread, engulfing him from horns to claws. Ice formed instantly across his wings. Frost sealed his jaws. Blue light wrapped around his throat like chains. The lake beneath him froze solid to impossible depths. Around his legs rose pillars of ice, thick as towers, locking him in place. The Night King poured the stolen strength of his army into the binding, sacrificing thousands upon thousands of dead to hold one dragon. For several heartbeats, Balerion did not move. A terrible silence fell. On the shore, men stared. Benjen Blackwood whispered something that might have been a prayer. Meera stood with both hands bleeding into the last brazier, eyes wide. face lit by fading red. Daemon looked up at the dragon encased in winter. He did not feel fear. He felt insult. Beneath the ice, red light deepened. It did not flicker. It did not struggle. It gathered. Daemon stepped away from Balerion and turned toward the Night King. The Cold King's attention remained fixed on the dragon, all his power committed to the binding. His cracked face showed nothing, but his posture had changed. Both arms extended, feet braced, head lowered. The effort was immense. Daemon began to walk toward him. The ice tried to stop him. Spikes rose beneath his feet. Frost climbed his legs. Dead hands burst from the lake and reached for his armor. He cut through them without slowing. His own fire answered each attack, burning red pathways through the blue. Dark Sister trailed sparks over the ice. The Night King saw him coming. One hand shifted. The binding around Balerion weakened by the smallest measure. That was enough. The Black Dread opened one eye. The ice covering it cracked outward. Daemon smiled. The Night King thrust his hand back toward the dragon, trying to restore the full prison. But now his focus was divided again. Daemon broke into a run. The Cold King summoned a blade into his hand just in time to meet Dark Sister. Their swords clashed at the center of the storm column, blue light and red sparks whirling around them. "You keep making the same mistake," Daemon snarled. The Night King forced him back with a sweeping blow. Daemon recovered and struck low, cutting across the pale king's thigh. Blue light spilled. "You think command is strength?" The Night King's blade opened Daemon's shoulder. Cold burned through him. He stepped into the pain and slammed Dark Sister against the crack in the king's chest. "It is not." Above them, Balerion moved. Just a little. One claw flexed. The ice pillar around it split from top to bottom. The Night King's head turned. Daemon struck his face. The blade carved across the old crack beneath the eye. This time the wound did not seal. Fire clung to it. The Night King staggered backward and released a pulse of cold that threw Daemon 10 paces across the lake. The binding around Balerion flared bright blue. Then the dragon's chest expanded. The sound began low. Not a roar. Not yet. A pressure under the world. The kind of deep sound mountains might make before they split open and reveal fire beneath. Ice across Balerion's throat glowed red from within. The frozen chains around his jaws blackened. The pillars at his legs cracked. Steam screamed from every seam. The Night King poured more power into the prison. More wights collapsed. More others shattered. The army on the shore thinned as its master consumed it. The blue storm brightened until men could not look at it. Balerion opened his mouth. The ice sealing his jaws exploded. His roar struck the Night King's storm and tore a hole through it. Not metaphor. Not inspiration. Force. The blue columns split eye-tight. Clouds scattered. The suspended snow became rain. The ice pillars around Balerion's legs detonated outward, each shard melting midair into boiling water. His wing arms ripped free, spreading with such violent power that the shockwave knocked men and corpses alike flat along the shore. The Black Dread stood unbound. And now, he was angry. He lowered his head toward the Night King and breathed. The flame that came forth was greater than anything he had unleashed that night. Greater than the field. Greater than the ice dragon. Greater than the burning of Harrenhal and the histories, Daemon thought. Though perhaps songs had made that smaller than truth. It was black at its core, red at its edges, and shot through now with gold-white intensity drawn from every flame offered by the living. It struck the storm column and drove it backward like cloth in wind. The Night King raised both arms. Blue cold met dragon fire. For an instant, the world held between them. The lake split beneath the pressure. Water burst upward in geysers and turned to steam. Ice ridges collapsed. The Isle of Faces shook, its ancient trees shedding frost in glittering curtains. Harrenhal's towers groaned in the distance. Men fell to their knees, covering their faces. The remaining dead froze in place, their blue eyes flaring wildly as their master drew upon them for more power. Balerion advanced while breathing. One step, then another. The Night King's cold held, but only barely. The flame pushed closer. Blue light bent inward. The Pale King's armor began to blacken. Cracks widened across his chest and face. The ice beneath his feet melted, refroze, melted again. Daemon rose, blood steaming from his shoulder. He saw the truth with perfect clarity now. Balerion could overpower him. Given time, the dragon would grind winter itself into steam. But the Night King was feeding on every dead thing still bound to him, and each heartbeat of resistance cost the living more lives along the shore. The army needed the chain broken. The power needed a wound at its center. That was Daemon's work. He gripped Dark Sister with both hands and ran toward the place where fire and cold collided. The heat struck him first, then the cold, then both together so violently his armor screamed. His skin blistered and froze in the same breath. His burning eyes saw almost nothing but light. He ran through steam, through shards of ice, through magic old enough to unmake him. The Night King could not spare a hand to stop him without losing the contest against Balerion. Daemon reached him. The Cold King turned his cracked face. Daemon drove Dark Sister into his side. Valyrion's steel pierced ice armor and entered the blue heart beneath. The Night King convulsed. Balerion's flames surged. The black crimson inferno swallowed them both. Fire closed around Daemon, but it did not consume him. Balerion's flame knew him. It wrapped over his armor, through his cloak, around his sword arm, into the wound at his shoulder and the old wound of death itself. Pain vanished inside brightness. Cold screamed away from him. For one impossible breath, he stood within the Black Dread's inferno with Dark Sister buried in the Night King's side, and he felt not destruction but recognition. The Night King felt the opposite. The blade had opened him. Balerion's fire entered through the wound. Blue light burst from the Pale King's mouth and eyes. His hands clawed at Dark Sister, but the steel burned too hot for his frost to close around it. Cracks raced across his armor, down his throat, over his face, through the crown of ice upon his head. The storm column above them buckled. Across the battlefield, whites collapsed in rings spreading outward from the lake. Giants fell and did not rise. Pale spiders curled into ash. The remaining others shattered one after another, their power torn from them, and burned before it could return to its master. Still, the Night King did not die. His will clamped around the lake. The ice beneath Daemon split open. Black water surged up around his legs, cold enough to stop a living heart. Hands rose from it, hundreds, thousands, every drowned dead thing the God's Eye had ever held, clutching at him, dragging, pulling, trying to take him down as the lake had once taken him. The Night King leaned close through the fire, his ruined face inches from Daemon's. This time the voice came, not in the air, in the bone. "You are mine." Daemon's teeth bared. "No," he said. "I was yours." He twisted Dark Sister. The Night King bent, but did not break. Then Balerion stopped breathing fire. For half a heartbeat, silence returned. Daemon understood. He wrenched the sword free and threw himself backward as the Black Dread's jaws opened wider than any gate of Harrenhal. The dragon did not aim at the Night King's body alone. He aimed at the lake, at the ice, at the roots of winter's working, at the ancient magic the Pale King had tried to claim, at the dead beneath the surface, at every blue thread tying corpse to command and cold to will. Balerion unleashed his true flame. The world turned black and red. The fire plunged into the God's Eye. It did not skim the ice. It bored through it. The frozen surface vanished in a widening circle around the Night King, turning instantly to steam. The water below erupted, boiling from the dragon's breath. Red light traveled beneath the lake like sunrise under blood. For miles, cracks spread through the ice, each glowing crimson from below. The Isle of Faces shook as steam rose among its ancient trees, and the carved faces in the trunks wept water instead of frost. The Night King stood at the center of it, impaled by heat from below and dragon fire from above. He raised one hand toward Balerion. The hand burned away. Not melted. Burned. The blue light inside it turned red, then white, then nothing. The Night King looked at the stump as if the concept of loss had only just reached him. Daemon, lying on the broken ice amid steam and black water, saw Balerion step forward. The dragon's claws sank into the boiling lake bed beneath the shattered surface. Steam engulfed his legs. His chest burned brighter than the storm. He lowered his head until his jaws were almost level with the Night King's ruined face. The cold king tried to reform his hand. The fire would not allow it. He tried to draw upon the dead. There were too few left. He tried to freeze the lake again. Balerion's flame had gone too deep. For the first time, the Night King had no answer. Daemon rose. The water around him boiled, but where it touched his armor, the resurrection fire held. He walked through steam toward the pale king. Dark Sister glowed red in his hand. The Night King turned to meet him, drawing another blade from the cold with his remaining hand. It formed weakly, jagged and incomplete. Daemon struck it aside. The ice blade shattered. The Night King reached for his throat. Daemon caught the wrist. Fire surged from Daemon's hand into the pale flesh. The Night King's arm cracked to the shoulder. Blue eyes burned brighter, not with fear, but with defiance so absolute it resembled madness. He had been made to end living things. He could not comprehend being ended by them. Daemon drove Dark Sister through his chest. This time the blade passed cleanly into the center. The Night King froze. Balerion inhaled behind him. Daemon leaned close to the pale king's broken face. Winter kneels. Then he ripped the sword upward. Balerion breathed. The flame struck the Night King through the wound, through the crown, through the ancient spell holding him together. Black crimson fire erupted from every crack in him. Blue light screamed outward in a ring across the lake. For one instant, the shape of the Night King stood whole inside the fire. Arms spread, crown blazing, eyes like twin stars. Then Balerion's jaws closed around him. The Black Dread bit down. The sound was not loud. It was final. The Night King shattered between dragon teeth and Valyrian flame. A wave of blue light burst across the god's eye, raced over the shore, through the fields, under Harrenhal's walls, into every corpse still standing. The dead army stopped. Every blue eye went dark at once. Bodies collapsed in the snow as if they had never been anything but dead meat and bone. Giants fell. Horses crumpled. Corpses slid from barricades. Hands released shields, throats, weapons, friends. The silence afterward was not winter's silence. It was human disbelief. For a long time, no one moved. Steam rose from the lake in vast red-lit clouds. The storm above opened like torn cloth. Through it, stars appeared. Actual stars, cold and distant and indifferent, but visible. Snow still fell at the edges of the world, but over the god's eye it had become rain, warm enough to sting Daemon's face. Balerion lifted his head. Between his teeth, the last blue fire vanished. Then he roared. The sound rolled over Westeros like judgment. Harrenhal shook. The lake surged. Men on the shore dropped weapons and covered their ears. Others fell to their knees. The young dragons answered with shrill cries. Far beyond the battlefield, wolves in dead forests raised their heads. Rivers under ice cracked. In villages where survivors huddled without hope, the dead at their doors collapsed into stillness. The Black Dread's roar said what no raven could yet carry. Winter's king was gone. Daemon stood below him, Dark Sister lowered, steam rising from his armor. He looked up at Balerion and saw no dying beast, no fading relic, no borrowed flame guttering toward darkness. The dragon's cracks still glowed, but now they pulsed with steady strength. His scales shone black beneath ash and melting frost. His eyes burned with savage life. Balerion had not survived by inches. He had dominated. The lake continued to boil around his claws. Daemon laughed, though his body ached from wounds, fire, cold, and resurrection's toll. The laugh became a cough. The cough tasted of blood. He spat into the steaming water and looked toward the shore. Benjen Blackwood stood among heaps of collapsed dead, staring with his mouth open. Mereira had fallen to her knees, both hands pressed to her face, weeping or praying or both. The living army remained silent, unable to understand victory large enough to stand inside. Daemon lifted Dark Sister. Not high, just enough. The first cheer came from a boy near the shore, thin and cracked and unbelieving. Then another. Then 100. Then Harrenhal erupted. The sound of the living rolled across the lake to meet Balerion's fading roar, and for the first time in the long night, it was louder than the dead. Victory did not arrive cleanly. It came with steam, blood, disbelief, and the groaning collapse of things held too long by unnatural cold. The god's eye continued to break apart after the Night King shattered. Ice shelves split and rolled. Boiling water surged through cracks. Ancient corpses, freed from command at last, sank back into the depths that had kept them. Along the shore, men scrambled away from sudden fissures while dragging the wounded with them. The ground shook as the last of the giant dead toppled and lay still. Daemon stood on a half-melted plate of ice with water rising around his boots. For a few breaths, exhaustion pressed even upon the fire within him. His shoulder bled. His ribs burned where the ice blade had cut him. Frostbite and burns warred across his skin in strange patterns. His hands shook, though he closed them tighter around Dark Sister until the tremor ceased. He was alive. That remained an odd and stubborn fact. Balerion lowered his head beside him. The dragon's jaws steamed. Black water ran from his teeth. Blue light no longer glowed there. He rumbled low in his chest. Not pain, not weakness, but satisfaction so deep it seemed part of the earth. The cracks in his scales burned with a slower rhythm now, fierce but controlled. The resurrection fire had stabilized into something greater than the priests had made. The Night King's destruction had not drained him. It had freed him from the pressure of the opposing magic that had clawed at his reborn flesh since Valyria. Daemon looked into the dragon's eye. You enjoyed that. Balerion exhaled hot smoke over him. Daemon almost smiled. Yes, I thought so. No. The ice beneath him gave a warning crack. Before Daemon could step back, Balerion moved. One enormous claw lowered beside him, careful as a mother's hand despite its size. Daemon took hold of a black talon and climbed onto the dragon's forelimb as the ice plate broke apart beneath his feet. Balerion lifted him from the boiling lake and set him upon a ridge of unbroken ice near the shore, then turned his head toward the battlefield. The living had begun to emerge from shock. Men moved among the dead with fearful caution, stabbing dragonglass into corpses that did not rise. Some laughed until they collapsed. Some searched the heaps for friends. Some simply stood under the clearing sky with tears freezing and melting on their faces. Red priests raised trembling flames and found them burning ordinary orange once more. The young dragons prowled the corpse fields, snapping at dead things that no longer twitched, emboldened now that the great cold had vanished. At Harrenhal, bells began to ring. Not warning, not alarm. Victory. The sound was clumsy at first. One bell, then another, then three together, iron voices echoing over the ruin and the thawing fields. Men on the walls took up the cry. Women in the courtyards embraced children. Wounded soldiers lifted bloody hands toward the lake. The last fires of the world had not gone out. They had burned through. Benjen reached Daemon first. The Lord stumbled across the shore with a torn cloak and a bloodied face, dragging one leg where a corpse had bitten deep into his calf. He stopped several paces away, looked at Daemon, then at Balerion, then back at Daemon. For once, he seemed to have no words. Daemon sheathed Dark Sister. You look disappointed, Blackwood. Benjen barked a laugh that broke into something close to a sob. I had a fine speech prepared for dying. Save it. Men are fond of nearly dying before wasting speeches. The Lord looked past him to the lake, where steam rose in towers around Balerion's legs. Is it done? Daemon followed his gaze. The Night King was gone. The Ice Dragon was gone. The others were shattered. The dead lay dead. But the world was never so simple. For tonight, Daemon said. Benjen's expression tightened. Only tonight? Daemon looked toward the north. The blue glow had vanished from the horizon. The storm was breaking apart in tatters. Beyond the fields, trees stood black and still. No hidden will move through them now. The king is destroyed, Daemon said. His army with him. But winter leaves scars. So do men. Benjen accepted that with a weary nod. Then we start with the living. A rare, sensible idea. Meera approached more slowly. She had wrapped cloth around her bleeding hands, but red had already soaked through. Her face looked hollow in the aftermath, stripped of the fierce certainty that had carried her across half the world. When she reached Daemon, she did not kneel. That was wise. He had grown tired of kneeling. The flames showed victory, she said. The flames showed pieces. They showed enough. No, Daemon said. Balerion showed enough. Her eyes lifted to the dragon. Balerion had begun climbing from the lake. With each step, water cascaded from his scales and turned to steam before striking the ground. The lake boiled around him, but the boiling slowly calmed as the deepest heat withdrew into him. When he reached the shore, the living parted without being ordered. Men who had faced the dead with swords could not stand still before that much life and fire. The dragon crossed the corpse field, crushing bodies into the mud, and lowered himself beside Harrenhal's shattered gate. Not collapsed. Rested. There was a difference, and every eye saw it. The Black Dread had endured the Night King's full power, shattered his dragon, broken his storm, melted his lake, and erased him from the world. Now he lay like a sovereign beast after slaughter, smoke curling from his nostrils, wings folded, claws flexing slowly in the ruined snow. Meera whispered, "He is stronger." Daemon glanced at her. She seemed almost frightened by her own words. The opposing cold was choking the spell. I did not understand. We thought the resurrection fire was unstable because it was too great for the flesh. But it was fighting him. The Night King's magic. The death beyond the wall. It pressed against everything we restored. Now that he is gone. Say it plainly. The dragon is not fading. Daemon looked at Balerion, and something like pride moved through him. Not gentle. Not paternal. A hard, fierce satisfaction. No, he said. He is not. Meera bowed her head. Then the Lord of Light. Do not. She stopped. Daemon's voice remained quiet. Do not take this from him and hand it to your god like tribute. Your priests woke what they did not understand. Your sacrifices opened a door. But that beast survived because he is Balerion. Remember that when you tell the tale. Remember that when you tell the tale. Meera held his gaze, then nodded. I will. Will you? Yes. Good. Because if I hear otherwise, I will have him burn your temple gates just enough to remind you of authorship. For the first time that night, Meera smiled faintly. That would be a difficult lesson to misinterpret. Daemon turned from her before the moment softened. The field required command. Victory could kill fools as quickly as defeat if left unattended. Men had to confirm the dead were inert. Fires had to be controlled before they spread into the stores. The wounded had to be carried inside. The lake's broken ice had to be marked before exhausted soldiers wandered into boiling water. Ravens had to be sent. Though what words could be written that any sane lord would believe, Daemon did not know. He began issuing orders, and men obeyed with the desperate gratitude of survivors. Burn every corpse touched by blue light, he told Benjen. No piles left for dawn. No burial. Fire. To be safe. To be respectful. Benjen frowned. They were stolen, Daemon said. Return them as ash. The Lord nodded and began shouting for oil crews. To the walls, Daemon told another captain. No drunken celebration until scouts confirm the northern woods are empty. The captain blinked. Drunken celebration? Men who survive impossible nights become very stupid very quickly. "Hey, my prince. To the maesters," he told Mera. "Any man with frost wounds near the heart or throat is seen first." The cold entered through breath as much as flesh. She nodded and hurried away. The work began under a sky clearing by inches. Torches moved across the field like fallen stars. Corpses burned in long rows. The smell was terrible, but no one complained. Every flame was proof. Every rising column of smoke said the dead remained dead. Along the shore, men found places where the ice had melted into steaming pools and marked them with spears. In the distance, the Isle of Faces stood dripping beneath the stars, its ancient trees, black and watchful. The carved faces seemed changed in the firelight, though Daemon could not say how. Perhaps they were relieved. Perhaps they were merely trees. Near dawn, as the last blue darkness faded from the world, Balerion rose again. The army fell silent. Men had seen him rest. Some had begun to believe exhaustion might finally claim even him. Then the Black Dread pushed himself up from the corpse field, stretched his immense wing arms, and shook ash and snow from his scales. Red light pulsed beneath him, steady and magnificent. He turned toward the north and released a shorter roar, not the world-breaking cry that had followed the Night King's destruction, but a warning sent into the empty lands beyond the Trident. Nothing answered. Daemon climbed the ruined steps to the gatehouse so all could see him beneath the dragon. His body hurt enough that every step sharpened his temper. Good. Good. Pain kept ceremony honest. He reached the top and looked out over what remained of the living. Thousands had died. Thousands more lived because the dead had died harder. Faces turned upward, bloodied, blackened, hollow-eyed, waiting. Daemon had never wanted to be the sort of man who comforted crowds, but he knew how to speak after victory. "The Cold King is gone," he said. No one cheered yet. They were afraid to believe too quickly. Daemon drew Dark Sister and held it over the field. "The dead will not rise from this place again. Your sons will not turn against you. Your wives will not walk blue-eyed through your doors. Your fallen will burn as men, not serve as slaves to winter. The thing that came to end the world met fire above the god's eye, and fire was stronger." A murmur ran through them. Daemon looked toward Balerion. "The Black Dread lives." That did it. The cheer rose with such force that ravens burst from Harrenhal's broken towers and scattered into the dawn. Men shouted Balerion's name. Others shouted Daemon's. Some shouted the names of gods. Some only screamed because the body needed sound after surviving silence. Shields struck swords. Spears lifted. Red priests cried flame hymns. Northmen howled. Riverlanders wept openly. Balerion endured the noise for several breaths. Then he roared over them all, not to silence them, to join them. By sunrise, the world had begun to thaw, not all at once. Psalms would later claim the snow vanished in a single golden sweep, that flowers opened beneath Balerion's footprints and rivers ran clear the moment the Night King died. Psalms were fond of making liars out of miracles. The truth was slower and better. Ice cracked in the ditches. Frost loosened from sword hilts. Men who had thought they would never feel their fingers again wept when pain returned to them. The wind still bit, but it no longer hated. Clouds tore open in the east, and dawn laid pale gold across Harrenhal's ruined walls. Daemon watched it from the gatehouse. He had not slept. Few had. Sleep belonged to a world where closing one's eyes did not invite blue-eyed faces into memory. The wounded filled the lower halls. The dead of the living lay covered in cloaks, waiting for names, prayers, and flame. The dead of winter burned outside the walls in black rows that stretched across the field. Smoke rose straight into the morning air. Balerion rested behind the castle now, curled around the largest of the melted towers, his head laid upon the stone as if Harrenhal were no more than a warmed rock. Every so often his eye opened, and men nearby remembered urgent business elsewhere. Yet they no longer looked at him only with terror. Awe had joined it. Gratitude too, though gratitude toward a creature like Balerion was a strange and dangerous thing. A man might thank a sword. He did not thank a volcano. The young dragons kept their distance from him. That amused Daemon. They had strutted in Dragonstone's caverns after hatching, snapping at handlers and shrieking at one another as if the world had returned to dragons through them. Now they knew what stood above them. They prowled the far yard with lowered heads, casting quick glances toward the Black Dread and learning humility faster than any prince demon had ever known. Benjen found him near the broken stair, limping with a cup of something hot in each hand. "Do not ask what is in this," the Lord said, offering one. Daemon took it and sniffed. "Horse piss and turnip? Close. Riverland's victory broth. That sounds like defeat." "It usually is." Daemon drank. It was foul, warm, and therefore valuable. They stood together in silence, looking over the field. At length Benjen said, "Ravens have gone south and west, north too. Though I do not know who remains to receive them. Someone always remains." "You sound certain." "I have met mankind. Difficult weed to kill." Benjen snorted. "The messages say the Night King is destroyed. The dead have fallen. Balerion lives. Good. They will think we are mad. They thought that yesterday. Some may not welcome what comes next." Daemon glanced at him. "And what comes next?" The Lord's mouth twisted. "You. Dragons over Westeros again. Men will cheer today because terror is behind them. Tomorrow they will remember ambition. The day after, they will remember old grievances. By the next moon, some lord who hid behind 3 walls while we bled here will explain why your existence threatens the realm." And now. Daemon looked toward the smoking lake. He would be right. Benjen studied him carefully. "Do you mean to conquer?" Once, the answer would have leapt from him like flame. Of course. A weak realm invited rule. Broken kings invited replacement. Daemon had spent much of his first life circling crowns, scorning them, desiring them, denying desire, taking what power he could when it pleased him, and casting it aside when it bored him. He had loved Rhaenyra, but he had loved the game too, the bright violence of proximity to the Iron Throne. He had believed fire and blood could shape the world because for a time they had. Then he had seen where pride led dragon lords. He had seen dragons die screaming in the sky. He had seen a girl he loved become a queen hunted by fear. He had seen sons buried, brothers rotted by crowns, kin turned into enemies, and histories written by survivors who understood nothing except who remained to pay scribes. Now he had seen a colder king than any Targaryen try to make the world silent. "No," Daemon said. Benjen looked surprised. Daemon drank the rest of the awful broth and handed back the cup. "Conquest is for men who believe sitting a chair makes them larger. I have sat near enough to thrones. They shrink most who touch them." "What then?" Daemon looked at Balerion. The dragon's eye opened as if he knew himself disgust. "Memory," Daemon said. Benjen frowned. "Memory. The realm forgot what mattered. That is why winter found it divided. Lords counted borders while corpses crossed them. Kings guarded crowns while children froze. Priests argued names of gods while darkness walked south. If Westeros survives this and returns to the same stupidity, then the Night King lost nothing of that." "And you mean to teach them?" "I mean to remind them. With a dragon larger than castles." Daemon smiled faintly. "I have always favored clear instruction." Benjen laughed despite himself, then sobered. "They may call you tyrant. They have called me worse. They may call you savior. That is worse." The Lord nodded slowly. "What should they call you?" Daemon looked across the God's Eye, where steam rose from the place the Night King had fallen. The lake would bear scars for generations, perhaps forever. Fishermen would tell tales. Children would dare one another to touch the black stones along the shore. Maesters would dispute every account until ink ran dry. Singers would ruin the truth beautifully. That was the way of men. They survived horror by turning it into story. Daemon, he said at last, that has caused enough trouble. Below, Mirae directed red priests in the burning of the dead. She moved with a limp now, and both her hands were bandaged, but her voice carried. She no longer sounded like a woman proclaiming certainty. She sounded like one giving necessary orders. That was an improvement. When she saw Daemon watching, she bowed her head once. Not worship, acknowledgement. He returned it slightly. The morning lengthened. Scouts came back from the northern woods with impossible reports. No movement, no blue eyes, no voices beneath the snow. A party sent toward the nearest village found the dead collapsed in the lanes and a cellar full of survivors crying because the corpses at the door had fallen still before breaking through. Ravens returned from southbound paths, some with no messages yet, others carrying frantic questions from lords who had seen their dead servants fall lifeless in halls miles away. By midday, the truth could no longer be contained within disbelief. The long night had broken. Balerion rose again when the sun stood pale above the eastern clouds. This time, no horn sounded. No command summoned him. The Black Dread simply lifted his head, unfolded his wing arms, and climbed from Harrenhal's towers. Men stopped working. The wounded who could stand dragged themselves to windows. Even the dying turned their faces toward the sound. Daemon crossed the courtyard as the dragon lowered one clawed forelimb. Benjen followed him to the edge of the cleared space. You are leaving. For a while. Where? North first. I want to see what remains. And after. Dragonstone. Benjen looked toward the men watching from the walls. They will want you to stay. They want to believe the battle ended all danger. It did not. It ended the enemy that made danger simple. That is a grim comfort. Most true comforts are. Mera approached as Daemon set one boot upon Balerion's lowered limb. The priests will say the Lord of Light chose you. Daemon paused. I know. I will say something different. He looked down at her. She swallowed. I will say fire, answered because the living did. Daemon considered her. Better. And Balerion? The dragon's eyes shifted toward her. Mera wisely lowered her gaze. Daemon climbed higher, then turned back. Say the Black Dread met Winter's king and found him wanting. A murmur passed through those close enough to hear. Then Daemon climbed onto Balerion. There was no saddle, no harness, no golden seat like Aegon's old throne upon Dragonback. Balerion needed none, and Daemon would not have used one. He stood for a moment between two ridges of black scale at the base of the dragon's neck, one hand braced against a horn-like spine, cloak moving in the warm wind rising from beneath the dragon's body. The courtyard below had gone silent. Daemon looked down at them. Lords and small folk, knights and thieves, priests and mothers. Boys too young to have seen what they had seen. Old men who had expected to die before dawn and now had to decide what to do with another day. He did not raise his sword this time. He did not give them another speech. The battle was over. Words now would only grow fat and useless. Balerion spread his wings. The force of the first beat drove smoke flat across the courtyard. Men staggered back. Ash lifted in spirals. The second beat cracked loose stone from the towers. The third took them into the air. Harrenhal fell away beneath Daemon. The battlefield opened below in all its terrible scale. Black rows of burning dead, red trenches, shattered barricades, broken ice along the lake, steam rising from the God's Eye, and the living moving among it all like stubborn sparks refusing to go dark. The Isle of Faces passed beneath them. its ancient trees dripping thaw water. For an instant, Daemon thought he saw carved wooden eyes turn upward. Then Balerion climbed higher. The world spread north. Snow-covered forests, frozen roads, smoke from villages, rivers beginning to crack. The corpse host's trail, visible as a great scar across the land, now still and harmless. Beyond, where the storm had ruled the horizon, pale sunlight touched the earth. Daemon leaned into the wind. He had died once above this lake in a smaller war, for smaller reasons, though they had seemed enormous at the time. He had returned to it with a dragon out of legend and watched Winter's king break beneath fire and Valyrian steel. The songs would never get it right. They would make him nobler, or darker, or more tragic, depending on the singer's purse and politics. They would make Balerion a symbol, which was what men did when truth frightened them. But Daemon knew the truth beneath the story. Balerion had endured. Not barely. Not as a doomed relic spending the last of himself for men. He had endured like the first and final argument of fire. The Black Dread flew north beneath the clearing sky, and far below, from the walls of Harrenhal, the surviving army watched until dragon and rider became a black shape against the sun. Long after they vanished, men still stood looking upward. Not because they feared the dead would return, because for the first time in a generation, they believed something greater than death had returned instead. The long night did not end with silence. It ended with a sound so vast that men would spend the rest of their lives failing to describe it. Some called it thunder, though thunder had never carried grief. Some called it the breaking of a mountain, though mountains did not scream. The wildlings said it was the world's old bones cracking beneath the weight of too much magic. The red priests who survived Harrenhal fell to their knees and pressed their bloody faces into the thawing mud, whispering that the Lord of Light had opened his mouth. The maesters, years later, would write that the sound was likely caused by superheated air meeting unnatural cold over the god's eye. But every man who had stood there knew better. It was Balerion's roar, not the roar of a beast in pain, nor the roar of a dragon announcing victory to the sky. It was judgment. It was rage shaped by flame. It was the fury of Old Valyria reborn not as conquest but as defiance. The champion of winter shattered beneath it. The thing that had led the others was not a king, no matter what frightened men later called it. It wore no crown hammered by human hands. Its crown was ice grown from bone, pale and jagged, rising from a skull too narrow to be human and too cruel to be dead. Its eyes had burned blue through storms, through darkness, through the screams of men being raised again as slaves to cold. It had crossed the frozen field without haste, because winter had never needed haste. It had watched armies break. It had watched castles fall silent. It had watched children freeze in their mother's arms and rise with blue eyes before dawn. Then Balerion came down upon it. Daemon Targaryen rode through a sky torn open by red fire and black smoke, his silver hair streaming behind him, one eye blazing like a molten coal in a face streaked with blood and ash. Dark Sister was in his hand, not gleaming now, not singing with the elegance of Valyrian steel as singers claimed such swords did, but burning. Its edge had drunk dragonfire. Its fuller glowed crimson. Frost crawled along the blade and died there, hissing into steam. Balerion struck the ground with enough force to throw men from their feet half a mile away. His wings, those vast black limbs that were both arms and storm clouds, spread over the battlefield like night given shape. He had no forelegs as lesser dragons were sometimes drawn in children's books and septon tapestries. He was older in form and terror, a creature of wing, claw, neck, and furnace heart, his body long and colossal, his scales cracked like cooling volcanic glass. Where the cracks opened, red light pulsed beneath them, as though a second sun had been buried under his skin. The winter champion raised its spear. Balerion breathed. The fire was black at its heart, red at its edges. and white where it struck ice so ancient that color itself seemed to recoil. It did not merely burn the dead, it unmade them. Whites caught in the blast did not fall as corpses. They came apart in ribbons of ash, bone dust, and shrieking vapor. Pale spiders cracked and burst like frozen eggs. Giants dead for centuries stumbled backward, their rib cages igniting from within before their skulls collapsed into smoking hollows. The snow across the field flashed into steam. Men saw shadows of themselves thrown against Harrenhal's melted stones and believed for an instant they had died. But the champion of winter endured. It walked into the fire. Each step cost it something. Its crown fractured. Its armor wept blue light. The frozen dead behind it fell in waves. But still it came on, spear lowered. Eyes fixed not on the dragon, but on the rider. Daemon laughed. It was not a joyous laugh. Men who heard it would remember a sound like steel, dragged over a tomb. It carried the old rogue prince in it, the man who had once leapt from Caraxes to kill Aemond above this same lake. But it carried something deeper, too. The laughter of a man who had already died, returned, and discovered that death had not cured him of audacity. "You should have stayed in the dark," Daemon said. Whether the other understood him, none could say. But it answered. A wind screamed across the battlefield, and with it came every dead voice the Winter Champion had stolen. Mothers, brothers, kings, cowards, heroes, children. The noise struck the living like a physical blow. Men clapped hands over their ears, and still heard the dead begging from inside their skulls. Horses reared and broke their own legs against frozen stones. Somewhere, a Knight of the Vale began reciting his lineage in a shaking voice, until his squire slapped him into silence. Jon Snow stood on the ridge below Harrenhal with Longclaw in his hand and blood freezing in his beard. He had seen the dead before. He had killed them beyond the wall, at Hardhome, at Winterfell, and in nightmare after nightmare since. Yet he had never felt the war so balanced upon a single breath. Every living soul seemed to lean toward the shore of the God's Eye, where dragon fire and death magic wrestled for ownership of the dawn. Sansa Stark stood beside him, her cloak torn, her face pale but unbowed. Davos Seaworth held a broken shield in one hand, though he had long since lost the strength to lift it properly. Melisandre's ruby glowed at her throat like a heart refusing to stop. Around them, men who had spent hours hacking at dead things now stood motionless, too afraid to hope. Balerion's fire ended. Steam rolled back. The Winter Champion remained, half its body blackened, one arm burned down to blue-white bone. It lifted the spear and hurled it. The weapon flew with the sound of a shrieking gale. Balerion twisted, but no creature of such size could move quickly enough at such distance. The spear struck him beneath the left wing, sinking between plates of ancient scale. The impact rang across the battlefield like a bell. Balerion reared, fire spilling from his jaws in a roar of agony. His blood fell in molten streams, each drop striking snow and exploding into red vapor. Daemon nearly fell from the saddle. He did not. He tore the spear free with his own hands. The cold burned him through gauntlet and flesh. Men saw his arm blacken to the elbow, then glow red beneath the skin as the resurrection flame inside him fought the death magic crawling through his veins. He screamed then, not from fear but from fury. He snapped the spear across his knee and cast the pieces into Balerion's mouth. The dragon swallowed Winter's weapon. For one heartbeat, the world stopped. Then Balerion's throat lit from within. The next flame he breathed was not merely dragon fire. It was dragon fire fed by the weapon meant to kill him, turned against its maker. Black and crimson flames struck the champion of winter full in the chest. Daemon sprang from the saddle as he had once sprung from Caraxes, the same impossible madness, the same contempt for distance and death. Cloak burning, hair aflame, sword raised, he fell through steam and fire. Dark Sister went into the Winter Champion's throat. The creature's eyes widened. Daemon hit the ground with it, driving the blade down until Valyrian steel burst through the back of its neck and bit into the frozen earth beneath. Blue light spilled from the wound. The champion clawed at him with fingers sharp enough to carve armor. Daemon drove his burned hand into its crown and held it still. "No more," he hissed. Balerion closed his jaws over both of them. Men screamed, thinking Daemon lost. But the dragon did not bite. He breathed through his teeth, pouring black and red flame around his rider, over the champion, into the wound Dark Sister had opened. Daemon stood inside the fire, his body outlined in molten light, his ruined eye blazing brighter than any torch. The Winter Champion thrashed. The ice crown shattered. Its limbs cracked. Its mouth opened, and the voices of the stolen dead poured out, not screaming now, but released. Then it broke. Not fell. Not died. Broke. The champion of winter came apart into ash, frost, and blue sparks that rose into the burning air and vanished like stars at dawn. Across the battlefield, every dead thing collapsed. 100,000 bodies fell at once. The sound rolled from Harrenhal to the lake, from the lake to the woods, from the woods to the river roads and beyond. Bone struck snow. Armor struck mud. Frozen hands released living throats. The dead giants toppled like towers. Pale horses crumbled beneath riders already emptied of purpose. The terrible blue lights went out one by one until the field was dark, except for Balerion's fire and the first gray hint of morning beyond the clouds. Jon lowered Longclaw. No one cheered. Not yet. Hope was too unfamiliar. Survival too strange. Men looked at the fallen dead and waited for them to rise again. Women clutched daggers and waited for the cold to return. The wildlings stared into the mist, listening for the old enemy's whisper. The Unsullied stood in ranks so rigid they might have been carved from stone, their eyes fixed on the dragon and the burning man beneath him. Daemon staggered. Balerion lowered his vast head until his jaw touched the earth beside him. For a terrible moment, Jon thought both would fall. Daemon's armor had split along one side. Blood ran from beneath the plates, dark and steaming. His left arm hung useless. Frost still clung to his hair, though flames licked over his shoulders. He pulled Dark Sister free from the blackened ground and leaned upon it as if it were a walking stick rather than a sword of kings. Then Balerion breathed upon him. Not fire. Not truly. A red warmth passed over Daemon's body, and the black veins beneath his skin flared. He gasped as though drowning and raised his head. The wound in his side smoked. The frost melted. The ember in his missing eye steadied. Melisandre fell to her knees. "He lives," she whispered. Davos stared at her. "That surprises you." Her face was wet with tears. "Yes." Balerion turned toward the dawn. The clouds above the god's eye parted. Not fully. The world was not healed in a moment. Winter did not surrender like a beaten lord handing over a castle key. Snow still lay deep. The air still cut the lungs. The fields were still a graveyard without end. But the supernatural cold that had pressed upon every heart, every fire, every dream, cracked. Men felt it leave them. Women who had not realized they were shivering went still. Fires that had burned low despite dry wood suddenly rose high. Beyond the ridge, a frozen stream gave a sharp report as its surface split. The wall's magic, far to the north, settled like a great beast returning to sleep. The dead no longer rose. Daemon turned slowly toward the living. No crown sat on his head. No throne waited behind him. He looked ruined, ancient, terrible, and alive. Balerion loomed above him, bleeding molten red from the spear wound beneath his wing. His black scales smoking in the dawn. His monstrous head lifted as if daring the sky to deny what had happened. One by one, men knelt. Not all. Not at first. The Red Priests knelt first, of course, sobbing prayers. Then Targaryen loyalists. Then small folk who had watched their dead children stop moving. Then knights who had sworn never to bend to dragon lords. Then wildlings, though many did it awkwardly and muttered that they were kneeling to the dragon, not the man. The Unsullied lowered their spears. Riverlords looked to one another and sank down with the exhaustion of men too tired for pride. Jon did not kneel. Neither did Sansa. Daemon saw them. Across the field of thawing corpses and steaming black fire, the rogue prince smiled. It was not an offended smile. It was almost approving. By midday, the dead had begun to rot. That was how the living knew the spell had truly broken. The bodies stank like bodies. They bled when moved. Flesh softened. Eyes clouded. Frozen hands no longer tightened around ankles when men passed too near. It was a hideous mercy, but mercy nonetheless. The battlefield outside Harrenhal became an empire of corpses, and the living walked through it with rags tied over their mouths, dragging friends from enemies, brothers from monsters, horses from piles of bone. They worked without songs. Songs would come later from men who had not done the lifting. Daemon did not leave the shore until the sun stood high behind gray cloud. He sat upon a half-buried stone with Dark Sister across his knees, while Balerion crouched behind him, vast as a black hill, wings folded, eyes like furnaces beneath ridges of horn. Steam rose from the dragon's wound. The spear had pierced deep, deeper than any mortal weapon should have pierced. And yet, the wound did not spread. Balerion's own fire sealed it from within. Black scale knit slowly around red light. Each breath he took stirred the mist over the lake. No one approached him without being summoned. Many wanted to. Red priests gathered in trembling clusters, arguing over titles. Azor Ahai, the Flame Emperor, the Black Prince. The sword returned. Lord sent messengers, then recalled them, then sent others. Wounded men asked if they might touch the ground where he had stood. Mothers brought dead children to the edge of the field, not understanding that the magic which returned Daemon had never been gentle and was not theirs to command. Maesters sharpened quills with shaking hands and wrote contradictory accounts before the blood on their sleeves had dried. Daemon ignored all of them. He looked at the lake. The god's eye had changed. Its frozen surface had melted entirely near the shore, and farther out great plates of broken ice drifted like shattered glass. The Isle of Faces remained hidden beneath mist, but the trees upon it could be seen in glimpses, their red leaves darkened by frost, their pale trunks scarred by black ash. The lake still steamed where Balerion's final fire had struck it. Beneath that steam, currents moved in strange circles, as if something below had been awakened and had not yet decided whether to return to sleep. Jon found him there near evening. He came alone. Sansa had wanted to come with him, but Jon had asked her to stay with the wounded and the lords, where her presence mattered more than any sword. Davos had offered to stand nearby, then admitted his knees were no longer taking orders from his courage. Arya, who had returned from the eastern flank with a cut down one cheek and 3 knives missing, merely looked at Jon and said, "Don't let the dragon eat you." Now Jon walked down the slope through mud and melted snow, long claw at his hip, the smell of ash thick in his throat. Balerion's eye moved first. That great ember gaze fixed upon him, and for a moment Jon felt very small, not as a lord feels before a king, but as a man feels before a mountain deciding whether to fall. Daemon did not turn. "You did not kneel." "No." "Good." Jon stopped a few paces away. Heat rolled from Balerion in waves. It smelled of iron, smoke, old stone, and something like lightning trapped underground. "I thought you would be angrier," Jon said. Daemon gave a low laugh, then winced and pressed a hand to the wound at his side. "I have been angry for 200 years. It bored me eventually. Messiah. You died angry. I died certain." Daemon looked at him then. His remaining eye was violet, bloodshot, human. The missing one burned red within the ruined socket, no longer wild as it had been during the battle, but steady, contained. "There is a difference." Jon glanced toward the field where men still dragged corpses into heaps. "Is there?" "There had better be. Otherwise I learned nothing." For a while neither spoke. Balerion exhaled, and the mud near Jon's boots dried and cracked. Jon said, "They are already arguing over who should rule." "Of course they are. You do not sound surprised. I knew lords before your great-great-grandfather's bones were dust. Give them one hand free of a sword and they reach for a crown, a purse, or someone else's throat." Daemon shifted, jaw tightening against pain. "The dead were honest. I almost missed them." Jon studied him. "Do you mean to take the throne?" Daemon smiled faintly. "Which one?" "The Iron Throne is gone." "So I heard. Burned by a dragon. Sensible beast." "Then any throne." Dark. Daemon looked back at the lake. The steam painted his face in shifting veils. "When I first returned, I thought the priests had stolen me from whatever darkness claimed me because the world required a conqueror. They fed me prophecy like wine. Black flame. Old Valyria rising. The prince who would unite what fools had scattered." His fingers rested on Dark Sister's hilt. "It is an easy thing, conquest. Do not let cowards tell you otherwise. Any man with a dragon can make kneelers. Aegon proved it. Maegor proved it. I proved it in smaller, uglier ways." Jon thought of Daenerys, of King's Landing burning beneath Drogon, of ash falling like snow over children who had never heard of ancient rites or bloodlines. "Easy to begin." Daemon's smile vanished. "Yes, that is the curse. Easy to begin, impossible to end cleanly." Behind them, someone shouted for more stretchers. A woman cried out when she found a face she knew among the dead. Daemon closed his eye briefly. "I saw it during the battle. Not in a vision. I mistrust visions now. But in the Cold One's mind when Dark Sister opened him, he was old. Snow. Older than our songs. Older than Valyria's arrogance. He had seen kingdoms rise and rot. He had watched men repeat themselves so often that hatred became patience. Do you know what he believed?" "Nay." Jon shook his head. "That mankind would always divide itself until winter found the cracks." Jon looked at the kneeling places in the mud, already trampled by men returning to work. He was not entirely wrong. "No." Daemon's voice hardened. "That is why he had to be shattered, not beaten, and why the realm cannot simply be handed another chair made of swords and told to behave." Jon heard then what lay beneath the words. Not humility. Exactly. Daemon was not a humble man. Death had not made him gentle. Victory had not made him modest. But something in him had turned. The ambition remained, yet it had changed direction, like dragon fire forced through a narrower throat. "What will you do?" Jon asked. Daemon rose. The movement cost him. His knees nearly failed, but he forced them straight. Balerion shifted behind him, a warning rumble deep in his chest. Jon did not step back. "I will go to Dragonstone," Daemon said. "I will heal. I will let the lords exhaust themselves with fear. Then I will summon whoever remains powerful enough to be dangerous and frightened enough to listen." "Nah, Pandia. And if they do not come?" Daemon looked up at Balerion. The dragon's mouth opened slightly. Red light glowed between teeth longer than spears. "They will come." Jon believed him. That should have troubled him more than it did. "And then?" Jon asked. "Then I will offer them something better than conquest. A pact? A chain." Daemon's smile returned, sharp and weary. "But one they choose to wear because they have seen what comes when they do not." Jon frowned. "That sounds like conquest with prettier words. It may become that if I am careless." "Will you be?" Daemon looked at him for a long moment. "Often." Jon almost smiled. Daemon did not. "That is why I will need men who refuse to kneel." The wind shifted over the lake, carrying the smell of thaw and dragonfire between them. Jon understood. He hated that he understood. "You want opposition. I want witnesses. Obstinate ones. Men and women with names strong enough that lords listen when they object, and hands clean enough that small folk believe them when they speak." Daemon's eye narrowed. "Your sister understands power better than you do." Yes. You do not deny it. No. She should rule the North. She already does. Good. Daemon leaned on Dark Sister. You should stand for the living who do not belong neatly to kingdoms. The free folk, the Watch, if any of it remains. The broken houses, the bastards, the men who are asked to die first and named last. Jon said nothing. It was too much like a crown, and he had spent much of his life discovering that crowns did not need metal to weigh a man down. Daemon seemed to read the thought. Do not worry, I am not making you king. I've heard that before. And did it end well? No. Then we are both learning. Balerion lifted his head suddenly. Across the field, every horse panicked at once. Jon turned. Men froze with shovels and stretchers in hand. The air had changed. Not colder, brighter. From the south, above the broken towers of Harrenhal, a line of clouds split open, and sunlight fell upon the battlefield for the first time in weeks. It was weak sunlight. Pale, dry, winter sunlight. But where it touched the snow, drops began to fall. Men stared. A wildling woman laughed once, then covered her mouth as if laughter itself were dangerous. One of the Unsullied held out his hand and watched water slide down his fingers. A Knight of the Vale removed his helm and bowed his head, not to Daemon, not to Balerion, but to the thin gold light spilling over all of them. Spring had not returned. Not yet. But the cold had broken. Daemon looked at the light as it touched Dark Sister's blackened edge. Tell your sister, he said, to call her banners home. Tell them to bury their dead properly. Tell every lord who thinks this is a moment to settle old scores, that Balerion and I will consider such stupidity an invitation. Jon looked back at him. An invitation to what? Daemon's smile was pure rogue prince then. Instruction. Dragonstone had never looked like refuge. Even in peace, it rose from the sea as if some ancient god had clawed it out of black rock and left it there to harden. Its towers twisted like dragon necks. Its walls seemed less built than grown from volcanic will. Gargoyles watched the waves with snarling faces slick from salt spray. Beneath its halls, the mountain breathed warmth through cracks and tunnels older than the Seven Kingdoms. Men came to Dragonstone and understood why the Targaryens had never needed to invent their own omen. The island itself was one. When Balerion returned, the sea changed color beneath him. Fishermen saw his shadow pass over the water before they saw the dragon. They dropped nets, oars, prayers. His wings spanned the sky in black arcs, and each beat drove mist outward in rolling walls. He did not fly like smaller dragons. He advanced. The air yielded to him as armies yielded to kings. Ships below rocked in the violence of his passing. Waves recoiled from the heat of his body. Gulls scattered screaming, then fell silent, as if some ancestral memory told them noise would not save them. Daemon rode bareheaded. The wound in his side remained bound in black cloth. His burned arm rested in a sling of dark leather. The red fire in his missing eye had dimmed to an ember, but no one who saw him mistook that for weakness. He sat upon Balerion's back not as a young conqueror drunk on awe, but as a man returned from the end of all things with little patience left for spectacle. That made the spectacle worse. Dragonstone's garrison came out onto the battlements. Some had been Targaryen loyalists before Daenerys crossed the sea. Some had sworn to Stannis, then to survival, then to whatever commander fed them. Some were former slaves freed in Essos, red priests, sailors, smiths, frightened small folk and children born during wars they did not understand. They watched the Black Dread descend toward the smoking yard where Aegon's dragons had once rested. No one cheered. Then a boy of perhaps 6 years broke from his mother's grip, ran 3 steps forward and shouted, "Dragon!" His mother seized him, horrified. Daemon heard. For the first time since the God's Eye, he laughed without pain. Balerion landed outside the main gate rather than upon the inner yard, because no yard in Westeros had been made for him. The ground shook. Dust fell from old battlements. A cracked statue of a dragon lord split fully in half and collapsed into the weeds. Balerion lowered his enormous body against the black stone, wings folding tight, smoke curling from his nostrils. His wound had sealed during the flight, though the new scale there remained dull red and uneven, a scar the size of a gatehouse. Daemon dismounted slowly. He refused help until his boots touched earth. Then his knees nearly failed, and only pride kept him upright. 2 red priests rushed forward. He silenced them with one look. "Not a word," he said. They stopped. The elder of them, a Volantine woman named Tyann, bowed so deeply her forehead nearly touched the ground. "My prince," I said, not a word. Her mouth closed. Dragonstone had prepared a chamber for his recovery in the stone drum, but Daemon refused it. He walked instead toward the painted table. Each step through the castle brought memory against him like wind. He had walked these corridors in life, before the dance, before the fall, before death taught him how small even princes became when history finished using them. He remembered Rhaenyra here, radiant and furious, crowned in grief. He remembered war councils thick with smoke and certainty. He remembered children's footsteps. He remembered ravens arriving black-winged with disaster. He remembered wanting the world and telling himself he wanted justice. Now the same stone watched him return. The painted table lay beneath torchlight, the carved map of Westeros dark and waiting. Candles burned where castles stood. Someone had placed black stones over the regions taken by the dead and red stones over those confirmed living. Too many black stones. More than any king could have accepted without going mad or pretending. Daemon stood over the map for a long while. The room filled behind him. Grey Worm came first, silent and precise. Then Jon, Sansa, Arya, Davos, Brienne Jon Royce, Edmure Tully, Gendry Baratheon, Asha Greyjoy, several Dornish envoys, 3 maesters, and red priests from Volantis, Myrelise, and the Riverlands. They had arrived over days and weeks, some by ship, some by road, some by dragon-shadowed fear. Not all the realm had come. Many were dead. Many were trapped behind snow-choked passes. Many waited to see whether Daemon would crown himself before deciding whether resistance was courage or suicide. Sansa entered last among the great lords, dressed not in queenly silk but in gray and white, a direwolf clasp at her throat. She looked around the room once, measuring exits, faces, weapons, weaknesses. Daemon saw the movement and approved of it. "Shall we begin?" Lord Royce asked. "No," Daemon said. The old lord blinked. "No?" Daemon touched the painted table, fingers resting over the Riverlands. "This table helped murder my house." The room went still. "It made war look orderly," Daemon continued. "Wooden castles, painted rivers, carved mountains. A charming little game for men and women who could move armies with clean hands. I stood over this table with people I loved and spoke of sacrifices as though sacrifice were a coin other men minted for us." His burned hand closed. "Bring me a hammer." No one moved. Arya smiled slightly. Daemon looked over his shoulder. "Do I need the dragon to fetch it?" A guard ran. The hammer was brought, heavy, iron-headed, meant for driving stakes into frozen ground. Daemon took it with his good hand. Jon stepped forward, perhaps thinking to stop him, perhaps thinking only that a wounded man should not swing iron. Sansa caught his sleeve and shook her head once. Daemon lifted the hammer. He brought it down upon the painted table. The sound cracked through the chamber like a sentence. Westeros split. Not perfectly, not along borders drawn by dead kings, but jaggedly across the Riverlands, through the Crownlands, into the Reach. Candles toppled. Red stones scattered. The maesters gasped as if he had struck a living thing. Daemon raised the hammer again and brought it down upon the Iron Islands. Again upon Dorne. Again upon the north. Each blow widened the breaks until the old map of conquest became a ruin of carved wood. When he finished, he was breathing hard. Blood had soaked through the bandage at his side. No one dared speak. Daemon let the hammer fall. "There," he said. "Now we may begin." Davos rubbed his face. 7 hells. Sansa's eyes had not left Daemon. "You destroyed a symbol. I destroyed a lie. Symbols matter." "Yes," Daemon said. "That is why I destroyed it." Grey Worm stepped closer to the broken table. "What replaces it?" Daemon looked at the gathered faces. "Oaths that bind the living before winter teaches the lesson again." The Red Priest, Hyena, lifted her chin, unable to restrain herself. "Azor Ahai has returned to forge the world anew." Daemon's face hardened. Every priest in the room seemed to lean toward him, hungry for confirmation, hungry for a title large enough to justify the blood spilled in their god's name. "No," Daemon said. Hyena faltered. "My prince? I am not Azor Ahai." Melisandre, standing near the shadows, closed her eyes. A younger priest protested. "The signs are fulfilled. Smoke and salt, waking dragons from stone, the sword of fire, the darkness broken." I said no. The word carried more heat than shouting. Balerion growled outside the castle. Dust trembled from the ceiling. Daemon looked at the priests, one by one. "You dragged me from death because you wanted a savior you could name. You fed slaves and fanatics to fire because prophecy gave you permission to be monsters. You looked into flames and saw whatever made your cruelty holy." Hyena's face went bloodless. "The Lord of Light chose you." Daemon stepped toward her. "He chose me because monsters understand monsters." No one breathed. "I was not pure," Daemon said. "I was not good. I was not the noblest man buried in history. Your God, if he had any hand in this, did not reach for me because my soul shone brighter than others. He reached for me because I knew fire. I knew ambition. I knew what it was to love power and call it duty. I knew dragons. I knew ruin. And when winter came wearing a crown, I recognized the creature beneath it. Nadi, Oer. His voice lowered. "Do not worship me. Men who worship monsters eventually become sacrifices." The words moved through the room with more force than any coronation. Jon saw Davos look down. Perhaps he thought of a little girl in a pyre. Perhaps they all did, even those who had never known her name. Sansa stepped forward. "Then what do you want?" Daemon turned to her. Not because she was the only one brave enough to ask. Others had courage. Jon had courage enough to exhaust the world. Brienne had courage shaped into flesh. Grey Worm had discipline that could stand where courage broke. Arya had the fearlessness of a blade already drawn. But Sansa asked as a ruler. She asked not what he felt, not what he claimed, but what his desire would cost. "I want the realm to survive its own memory," Daemon said. "That is not a law." "No, but it may become one." He gestured to the broken table. "No Iron Throne. No single seat where every grievance in Westeros crawls eventually to die or breed. The North remains the North. Dorne remains Dorne. The Iron Islands, gods help us, remain themselves if they can learn not to confuse theft with culture. Each kingdom keeps its laws where those laws do not threaten the living whole. But each kingdom gives men, stores, dragonglass, steel, ships, ravens, and coin to a standing pack." "Nay." Lord Royce frowned. "A military alliance? A memory with teeth." That silenced several lords. Daemon continued. "The dead nearly ended the world because men forgot. The Night's Watch became a beggar order. Dragonglass became a curiosity. Dragon lore became children's stories and maesterly skepticism. The wall stood, and men used its existence as an excuse not to understand why it had been built. None. Jon felt that strike deep. He thought of Castle Black's empty towers, of old men and thieves freezing in black cloaks, while southern lords laughed at grumpkins and snarks. He thought of warnings ignored until corpses marched under moonlight. Daemon looked to him. "The wall will be restored." Jon said, It was damaged badly. Then it will be repaired. With what? Daemon's smile was grim. Fire, stone, magic, labor, whatever it demands. Sansa said, "The North cannot bear that alone." It will not. No kingdom will. That is the point. Asha Greyjoy gave a harsh laugh. And if one refuses? Suppose the Ironborn decide they have bled enough for green lands and frozen walls. Daemon looked at her. Then Balerion will visit Pike and explain maritime responsibility. Asha's smile widened despite herself. I would almost like to see that. I would not, said Davos. No, Daemon said. You would not. That is why we make the pact before stupidity requires demonstration. The chamber shifted. The fear remained, but beneath it something else stirred. Not trust. Not yet. Trust was too fragile for that room. But possibility. A structure that was not merely surrender. A future that did not begin with one ruler demanding worship under threat of flame. Gendry Baratheon, who had said little since arriving, rested both hands on the broken edge of the table. And you? Where are you in this pact? Nay. Daemon looked toward the windows, where black wings could be seen folded beyond the yard. Dragonstone guards the pact. That sounds like rule in it, Gendry said. It could become that, Daemon admitted. If you let it. Sansa's eyes sharpened. So we do not let it. Daemon smiled. There she is. Jon looked between them and understood the danger of it. Daemon was not offering peace. He was offering tension. A realm held not by love, not by one crown, but by mutual dread and necessity. Dragonstone would watch the kingdoms. The kingdoms would watch Dragonstone. The wall would be everyone's burden. The memory of the dead would be made into law before comfort rotted it again. It was ugly. It might work. Melisandre finally spoke from the shadows. And what of the fire temples? Daemon did not look at her gently. They will feed no more people to flames in my name, or in any name within reach of my dragon. The younger priest recoiled. Blasphemy. No, Davos said quietly. Decency. The old smuggler's voice did not carry far, but it landed where it needed to. Daemon nodded once. Your temples may preach. They may pray. They may light every candle from here to Ashai. But the age of holy murder ends where my shadow falls. Nay. Taina bowed her head. Perhaps in submission. Perhaps in calculation. With priests, it was often both. Outside, Balerion roared. Not loudly. Not in fury. A low, vast sound that rolled across Dragonstone and out over the sea. The broken pieces of the painted table trembled. Flames in the wall sconces bent toward the windows. Daemon placed one hand upon the shattered map. Now, he said, bring parchment. We will build something less pretty and harder to burn. The Pact of Dragonstone took 9 days to write and a lifetime of pride to endure. No one liked it. That was the first sign it might be fair. The Northern Lords objected to grain levies after famine. The Reach objected to sending grain north without guarantees of repayment. The Ironborn objected to anything involving repayment. The Dornish objected to oaths written under the shadow of a dragon, though they admitted privately that all oaths in Westeros had always been written beneath one threat or another. The Vale wanted command structures clarified. The Riverlands wanted relief before obligation. The Stormlands wanted recognition of Gendry's uncertain but useful claim. The surviving Crownlands houses wanted to know whether King's Landing mattered anymore. No one from the Westerlands came at first, because the Westerlands had learned caution from watching lions die. Daemon listened to all of it. At first, men mistook that for patience. By the third day, they understood it was something more dangerous. He let each lord speak long enough to reveal the shape of his selfishness. He let grievances unfold in public. He allowed old insults to crawl from graves. A Blackwood and a Bracken nearly came to blows before Daemon leaned back and asked whether he should summon the dead again to remind them what a real enemy looked like. They sat down. Sansa proved better at the work than anyone. She did not dominate the chamber. She did not need to. She watched, waited, and spoke when men had tangled themselves too deeply in their own arguments. She turned demands into provisions, provisions into balances, balances into traps for future stupidity. The North would contribute timber, men, and knowledge of winter roads. But no southern commander could march troops through northern lands without Winterfell's consent unless the wall itself was under attack. The Reach would supply grain, but the Ironborn would provide escort ships under hostage bonds from noble houses. The Vale would send engineers to the wall. Dorne would send glassmakers and healers. The Stormlands would maintain beacon towers along the eastern coasts. The Riverlands would become the central mustering ground in emergencies, but in exchange would receive the first reconstruction aid, because no land had been trampled by more armies and forgiven by fewer kings. Jon watched her turn survival into architecture. Daemon watched too. On the fourth evening, when the chamber emptied and scribes scraped ruined drafts into the fire, Daemon stood beside Sansa at the broken table. "You would have made a better queen than half the fools born to it," he said. Sansa did not look up from the parchment. "Only half," he laughed. "More than half. I do not want your throne. I do not have one." "Good. Keep it that way." Daemon studied her. "You trust me less than your brother does. Jon trusts with his wounds first. I trust after counting exits. Wise. Necessary." Sansa's quill paused. "Yes." For a moment, the room held only the scratch of another scribe's hand near the wall, and the distant rumble of Balerion sleeping beyond the castle. The dragon had taken to resting along the lower cliffs, where waves struck black stone and turned to steam. At night, sailors could see his cracks glowing from miles away. Some ships refused to approach Dragonstone after sunset, claiming the island had become a second volcano. Daemon said, "You believe I will become what I warn against. I believe power is patient." A fine answer. It was not meant to flatter you. It did anyway. She finally looked at him. "If you try to rule the North, you will lose more than men." His smile thinned. "Balerion frightens you less than he should." "No, Dai. He frightens me exactly as much as he should. That is why I am speaking plainly while I still can." "No." Daemon inclined his head, acknowledging the strike. Sansa softened only slightly. "You saved us." "Yes. That does not mean you own us." "No? Remember that when priests kneel, when fools chant your name, when children grow up drawing black dragons in the margins of their lessons." At that, something passed across Daemon's face. Not pain from his wound. Older pain. Children. Names. Bloodlines turned into banners and butcher's marks. "I had children once," he said. Sansa's expression changed, but she did not offer easy comfort. Daemon looked at the broken map. "I remember wanting them safe. I remember making choices that ensured they never would be." Outside, Balerion stirred in his sleep. The castle answered with a deep stone groan. "Then do better," Sansa said. Daemon smiled faintly. "You make it sound simple." "No, I make it sound required." That was when Daemon decided she would be one of the Pax anchors, though he did not say so aloud then. Not queen of all Westeros. Not hostage. Not ally in the soft southern meaning. Anchor. A weight strong enough to keep the realm from drifting toward old madness. Jon became another, though his role resisted every title suggested. Lord Commander was wrong. The Watch had been shattered and would not be rebuilt as a prison for thieves and unwanted sons. King Beyond the Wall was worse. The free folk would sooner crown a mammoth. Warden of the Dawn sounded like something a singer invented while drunk. In the end, Jon refused all names and accepted work. That suited him. He would oversee the restoration of the wall's defenses, the mustering of free folk and kneelers alike, and the stockpiling of dragonglass in the north. He would answer to no southern king because none existed. but he would answer to the pact. Arya signed nothing. When asked whether she represented House Stark, she said Sansa did. When asked whether she represented the North, she said the North was too cold to need her opinions. When asked why she remained at the council, she looked at the man who asked until he found business elsewhere. On the 6th night, Daemon found her in the chamber of the painted table, now renamed by no one and avoided by many. She was sitting on the broken edge of the carved north, sharpening needle by candlelight. "Little wolf," Daemon said. "Dead, prince. Not dead. Not little. Fair." She dragged the whetstone along the blade. "What do you want?" "To know why you keep watching the priests." Arya did not pause. "Because one of them thinks you're wrong. Many of them think I'm wrong. One of them thinks fire still wants feeding." Daemon's face stilled. "Which?" "The young one with the scar across his lip. He smiles when people argue about sacrifice." Daemon leaned against the shattered table. "You could have told Jon. I'm telling you." "Why?" Arya tested needle's edge against her thumb. "Because if I tell Jon, he watches. If I tell Sansa, she plans. If I tell you, maybe the priest disappears before children start burning." Daemon looked at her for a long moment. "You have done that before," he said. "Made men disappear." "So have you?" "Yes." A pause. "Did it bring you peace?" Arya's mouth tightened. "Did dying?" "No." "Then don't ask stupid questions." Daemon laughed, not mockingly. "I begin to see why the god of death gave you back." "He didn't." "No?" Arya sheathed needle. "I gave myself back." She rose and walked past him. The next morning, the young priest with the scarred lip was gone. His chambers were empty. His horse remained in the stable. No blood was found. No accusation was made. Daemon did not ask Arya whether she had killed him, and Arya did not ask Daemon whether Balerion had eaten well that night. The pact grew stronger after that. Fear could be useful when directed carefully. On the 9th day, the surviving powers of Westeros gathered in the outer yard because no chamber could hold them all, and because Daemon wanted the sky above any oath, sworn after so long of darkness. Balerion rested upon the cliffs beyond, visible to everyone, unavoidable as history. His wings were folded, his head raised, his eyes half-lidded. He did not threaten. He did not need to. The parchment was not beautiful. It bore corrections, seals, blood marks from those too wounded to press wax, and signatures made by hands that had held swords more often than quills. At the top, in 4 languages, were the words, "The living remember." Daemon did not sign first. That surprised them. He handed the quill to Jon. Jon frowned. "Why me?" "Because you were the first man in this age to tell the realm the dead were coming and be mocked for it. History owes you the first mark." Jon looked uncomfortable enough that Arya smirked. He signed simply, "Jon Snow." Sansa signed after him. "Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, Voice of the North." Then Gendry. Then Asha. Then Royce for the Vale. Then Edmure with a shaking hand. Then Dornish envoys. Then surviving Reach Lords. Then commanders, captains, witnesses. Grey Worms signed in the name of no kingdom, but for the free soldiers who had crossed the sea and bled for a world that had never been theirs. Tormund pressed a thumb dipped in soot and declared riding a Southron disease. Davos signed slowly, mouthing each letter as though afraid the quill might betray him. At last the parchment came to Daemon. The yard had gone silent. He could have written Daemon Targaryen King. He could have written Prince of Dragonstone. He could have written Flame Emperor, Azor Ahai, Protector of the Realm, Rider of Balerion, Breaker of Winter. There were men present who wanted him to. There were more who feared he would. Daemon dipped the quill. He wrote, "Daemon Targaryen, Witness of Fire." A murmur moved through the yard. The Red Priests looked stricken. Sansa's expression did not change, but Jon saw approval in the small release of her shoulders. Davos nodded once, as if a man had finally declined a cup of poison everyone else insisted was wine. Daemon set the quill down. "The pact is sworn," he said. Balerion rose. Hundreds flinched as the dragon lifted his vast body from the cliffs. His wings unfolded, blotting the pale sun. He climbed the sky once, slowly, circling Dragonstone while his shadow passed over every lord, priest, soldier, and orphan in the yard. Then he opened his jaws and breathed fire into the clouds. Black and crimson flames spiraled upward. It did not fall. It burned a hole through the gray, and for a moment blue sky appeared above Dragonstone. No one knelt. This time, Daemon had ordered them not to. The realm did not heal because men signed parchment. Daemon had never believed ink could bind hunger, grief, or ambition for long. The pact was not peace. It was a tool, and like any tool, it required hands strong enough and ruthless enough to use it before rust set in. The first test came from King's Landing. What remained of the city had survived the long night behind walls patched with frozen corpses, broken gates, and prayers to every god that had not already disappointed someone. The Iron Throne was gone, melted by dragonfire before winter's final assault, but power hated empty rooms. In the weeks after the dead fell, a council of surviving merchants, gold cloaks, septons, and minor nobles declared that the capital must remain the capital, that the realm required continuity, that ancient institutions could not be cast aside because of temporary catastrophe. Their raven reached Dragonstone sealed in gold wax. Daemon read it during supper. Jon, Sansa, Davos, and 3 exhausted scribes watched his expression change from boredom to amusement to something much worse. "What does it say?" Davos asked. Daemon tossed the letter onto the table. "King's Landing has declared itself the lawful seat of restoration." Sansa picked it up. Her mouth tightened as she read. "They request recognition of a provisional regency council." "Request?" Arya asked from the window. "Demand politely," Sansa said. Davos groaned. Of course they do." Jon looked at Daemon. "What will you do?" "Visit. T. Sansa lowered the parchment. "With Balerion?" Daemon looked offended. "I was not planning to swim." 3 days later, King's Landing saw the Black Dread. The city had known Dragonfire too recently to greet him with wonder. People fled indoors. Bells rang wildly from the steps. Gold cloaks abandoned posts. Merchants threw shutters closed and hid beneath counters. The scars of Daenerys' fire still marked streets and walls, though snow had softened some ruins and death had emptied many others. Great sections of the city remained blackened. Flea Bottom was a maze of collapsed timber, frozen mud, and stubborn life. The Red Keep stood damaged, its towers cracked, its windows dark, its throne room a hollow where melted iron had hardened into grotesque shapes across the floor. Balerion landed in the courtyard of the Red Keep and shattered half the stones beneath his weight. Daemon dismounted with difficulty but refused a cane. He wore black armor without ornament, dark sister at his hip, no crown, no cloak of state. Jon came with him, as did Davos, Brienne, Grey Worm, and a small escort chosen more for symbolic irritation than military need. Sansa had remained at Dragonstone, saying the capital's fools were more likely to reveal themselves if they believed only men had come to speak. Daemon had laughed at that for some time. The Provisional Regency Council waited in the throne room. They had arranged themselves beneath the melted remains of the Iron Throne, which had been left where Drogon's fire had made a mockery of Aegon's swords. Hardened metal pooled down steps like black wax. Some blades still jutted from the mass at strange angles. Others had fused into lumps. Snow drifted through holes in the ceiling and melted when it touched patches of old dragon scorch. The council had dressed well. That annoyed Daemon immediately. A plump merchant lord with a chain of office bowed shallowly. "Prince Daemon, Doll, we welcome you to the capital in the spirit of..." "This is not the capital." The man blinked. "My prince?" Daemon walked past him toward the melted throne. This is a ruin with excellent sewers and a sentimental opinion of itself. Several counselors bristled. A septon stepped forward. King's Landing remains the heart of the Seven Kingdoms. No, Daemon said. It remains the place where the Seven Kingdoms were most efficiently betrayed, taxed, starved, lied to, and burned. Impressive, but not wholly. Jon heard Davos cough into his hand. It might have been a laugh. The merchant recovered first. Continuity matters. The people need order. The people need food, Jon said. The council turned, irritated by the interruption from a northern bastard who had inconveniently become impossible to dismiss. Jon stepped forward. There are children boiling leather in Flea Bottom. Your granaries are guarded by hired men. Your docks are charging fees on relief shipments. That is a temporary measure to prevent chaos, said the merchant. Grey Worm spoke softly. Your men took grain from a widow this morning. The room quieted. The merchant looked at him. I am sure there's been some misunderstanding. Grey Worm's face did not change. There was not. Daemon reached the melted throne and placed one hand upon the black iron. It was cold now, though dragonfire had changed it forever. He remembered the stories of men cut by it. Kings who could not sit comfortably because power was meant to wound those who held it. A stupid symbol, he thought. A clever warning no one had been wise enough to obey. You want recognition, Daemon said. The merchant swallowed. We seek lawful structure under the pact. No. Die. You seek to turn disaster into jurisdiction. No. Wenda. The septon lifted his chin. And what do you seek? You arrive on a dragon larger than the Red Keep and tell us we are not rulers. Forgive plain speech, but that sounds very like tyranny. Daemon smiled. Plain speech is the only useful kind. Continue. The septon faltered, having expected anger. If the pact is not merely your will in softer language, then King's Landing must have a voice. It will. The merchant brightened. Daemon turned from the throne. One voice. Chosen by the city's guilds, districts, and surviving small folk assemblies. Not by men who happened to own full cupboards when winter came. Nay. The brightness died. That is impossible, said a noblewoman in crimson. The small folk cannot govern. They have been governed by you, Davos said. Seems only fair they get a turn making mistakes. Brienne looked at him. Davos shrugged. What? I'm old. Let me enjoy myself. Daemon continued. Relief grain will be distributed under pact supervision. Dock fees on food, timber, medicine, and tools are abolished until the spring harvest. Gold cloaks who extort refugees will hang. Storehouses found hoarding supplies will be opened. Count shake. The merchant's face reddened. You cannot simply seize lawful property. Balerion's shadow fell across the throne room. The ceiling hole darkened as the dragon lowered his head outside, one molten eye visible through shattered stone. Every counselor went still. Heat rolled into the chamber. Daemon's voice remained calm. I can do many things. I am choosing law. Do not make me feel unappreciated. Jon watched the council break without a sword drawn. It was not noble. It was not clean. It was power answering power, and any singer who later made it gentle would be lying. But by sunset, the granaries opened. By dawn, wagons rolled into Flea Bottom under unsullied guard and northern oversight. By the next week, the city had chosen its first true speaker from among a coalition of guild leaders, dock workers, bakers, washerwomen, and surviving clerks who had kept records while lords fled or froze. Her name was Mara, a baker's widow with burn scars along her arms and no patience for noble metaphors. When she met Daemon in the ruined throne room, she did not bow. I hear you're the reason my youngest isn't a blue-eyed corpse, she said. Daemon inclined his head. Possibly. I also hear you're the reason half these silk-wrapped leeches are pissing themselves. Also possible. Mara looked toward Balerion's eye at the broken wall. Good. Davos adored her instantly. The King's Landing settlement became the first proof that the Pact could do more than threaten. Food moved. Thieves were punished whether they wore rags or rings. The Red Keep was not restored as a royal seat. Instead, its unburned halls became storehouses, infirmaries, records chambers, and barracks for rotating pack guards. The melted Iron Throne remained untouched, not as a symbol of rule, but as evidence. Children were brought to see it. Teachers told them what happened when a realm confused swords with governance. Daemon visited it once before leaving. Jon found him standing alone before the fused iron, face unreadable. "Do you miss it?" Jon asked. Daemon glanced at him. "I never sat it. You wanted to. I wanted many things that would have bored me once obtained." Jon looked at the twisted blades. "That may be the wisest thing you've said. Do not spread that rumor." Outside, Balerion shifted, and the Red Keep groaned. Jon said, "The city fears him." "Yes. They fear you too." "Yes. Does that trouble you?" Daemon was silent long enough that Jon thought he would make a joke of it. Then he said, "Not as much as it should. That is why it must trouble you." Jon looked at him. Daemon's face, lit by the pale snow light falling through the broken roof, seemed older than death. "Remember that, Snow. I will build this pact with fire because fire is what I have. But every fire believes the world would be improved by burning." Jon rested a hand on Longclaw. "And if yours does?" Daemon smiled faintly. "Then I expect your sister will have prepared something unpleasant. She usually does." "Good." The wall did not welcome them. It had endured 8,000 years of wind, sorcery, neglect, vows, and lies. It had stood while kings forgot it, while brothers of the Knights watched dwindled into ghosts wearing black, while the wildlings cursed it and sheltered from worse things beyond it. It had been cracked by Horn, shaken by giants, scarred by dragonfire, and gnawed by death magic, until whole sections groaned in the night like an old man dreaming of war. Now it watched Balerion approach from the south. Castle Black lay half-buried in snow and ruin. Its yard was filled with tents, timber piles, wounded men, free folk families, black brothers, northern engineers, veilstone masons, and children who had never seen a summer long enough to trust stories about flowers. The dead had reached the wall before Daemon broke Winter's champion, but they had not passed entirely. Parts of the ancient magic had held. Parts had failed. In places, ice had turned black and translucent, with pale shapes trapped within like insects in amber. Jon arrived ahead of Daemon by horse, because he wanted warning given and panic reduced. It did not help much. When Balerion's shadow crossed Castle Black, half the yard dropped flat into the snow. The other half ran indoors, except for Tormund Giantsbane, who stood on a broken cart and shouted, "That's a proper bloody lizard!" Balerion landed beyond the old training yard, where the ground sloped toward the haunted forest. Trees bent away from the heat of him. Snow fled his body in rushing steam. The wall itself flashed red where his presence touched its spells, and for a moment every crack in the ice glimmered like veins beneath skin. Daemon dismounted heavily. He was stronger than he had been at Dragonstone, but not whole. Perhaps he never would be. The resurrection flame had stabilized after the Winter Champion's death, yet it remained visible beneath his skin when he tired. Blackened veins glowed faintly along his throat and burned arm. The ember in his missing eye sometimes dimmed to darkness, sometimes flared when old magic stirred. The wall made it flare. Jon saw Daemon look up and go still. "What is it?" Jon asked. Daemon did not answer immediately. Balerion lifted his head toward the top of the wall and rumbled so deeply that snow cascaded from the battlements. "The ice remembers dragons," Daemon said at last. Tormund climbed down from the cart and approached with reckless interest. "Does it now? Ask it if it remembers giants. We helped build the miserable thing according to some old stories. Never got paid." Daemon studied him. "You are Tormund." We said he was Giantsbane, among other titles. Tall talker, husband to bears, breaker of. Stop there. Jon almost smiled. Tormund grinned at Daemon, then at Balerion. Can I touch him? No, Jon and Daemon said together. Tormund sighed. Kings are less fun after they die. I am not a king, Daemon said. That's what all dangerous men say before someone starts minting coins. The work at the wall began before ceremony could infect it. Daemon walked its base with Jon, Tormund, Dolorous Ed's last surviving officers, free folk elders, northern builders, and 3 red priests who had been forbidden from speaking unless asked a direct question. He placed his burned hand against the ice at dusk. Steam rose around his fingers. Deep inside the wall, something answered. Not speech, not thought. A pressure. Ancient spells pressed toward him, suspicious and hungry. He withdrew his hand with frost on his palm. It was never only ice, he said. Jon looked up. No, nor only the work of men. No. Daemon glanced at the red priests. And not only fire's enemy. The eldest priest looked uneasy. The wall was raised against darkness. The wall was raised with every power desperate enough to cooperate. Daemon touched the ice again, more lightly. Old gods. Men, he. Giants, perhaps. Children of the forest. Blood. Cold. Binding. Memory. Maybe fire too. Buried deep enough that fools forgot it. A free folk elder named Morna White Mask spat into the snow. Southern magic, northern magic. Makes no matter if it keeps dead things out. It matters, said Sansa, who had arrived from Winterfell 2 days earlier and stood wrapped in white fur near the base. If we understand what built it, we may understand how to repair it. Morna looked her up and down. You the Wolf Queen? Sansa's mouth twitched. I am the wolf who dislikes queens. Good. Queens usually dislike us. Idea. That can change. Words. Yes, Sansa said. Everything begins there. Then we see if men are worth the breath. Morna barked a laugh and decided, visibly, to tolerate her. The repair of the wall became the Pack's first great labor. Not a monument. Not a castle. Not a king's road for trade and vanity. A defense no living kingdom could claim alone. From the north came timber, wool, smoked fish, and men who knew how to work in cold without dying of arrogance. From the Vale came engineers who designed timber bracing for cracked ice faces and pulley lifts that could haul stone, glass, and supplies to impossible heights. From the Reach came grain and seeds for glass houses. From Dorne came healers and sandwise builders who understood how to manage scarce water and stubborn heat, which mattered once the underground chambers were warm. From the Iron Islands came ships, crews, rope, and endless complaints. From the Stormlands came hard men, harder weather sense, and beacon designs for coastal warning lines. King's Landing sent clerks, tools, nails, and children's letters to brothers at the wall, because Mara the baker's widow decided memories should be taught by mothers before maesters made it dull. Dragonstone sent fire. Balerion did not melt the wall. That fear spread early and stubbornly, encouraged by men who preferred panic to labor. Instead, Daemon learned to use the dragon's flame in controlled bursts against stone channels packed with dragonglass powder, volcanic ash, and spells older than any maester cared to admit. The black and red fire fused materials into seams that sank into cracks and hardened like glass dark bone. Where death magic had corrupted the ice, Balerion burned it clean while red priests and northern greenseers chanted on opposite sides of the same work line, glaring at one another but chanting nonetheless. It was ugly magic. No songs would capture the smell of it. The headaches, the frostbite, the burns, the arguments over measurements, the men crushed under sledges, the wildling children daring one another to lick warm dragonglass and being cuffed senseless by mothers. But the wall strengthened. Jon saw it first during the 3rd month. He had climbed to the top at dawn. exhausted from a night spent settling a dispute between free folk hunters and black brothers who still thought the world before the long night could be restored by scowling. The sky was pale. The haunted forest stretched north in black silence. Far away, winter remained. But it was now only winter, not the enemy wearing Weathera's skin. He placed one hand on the ice. It hummed. Not loudly, not with threat. Alive. Daemon came up behind him, moving slowly. He had refused litters and lifts, which meant climbing the wall left him pale with pain and furious at anyone who noticed. "You feel it," Daemon said. Jon nodded. "It's settling." "Good. You sound surprised? I have trusted very few things that did not have teeth." Jon looked down into the yard where Balerion slept beyond the trees. Even from atop the wall, the dragon looked immense. His black body curved through the snow like a fallen mountain range. Free folk children had begun leaving offerings near him. Bones, carved toys, bits of polished glass. Balerion ignored these gifts, except once, when he had opened one eye and allowed a little girl to retrieve her dropped mitten from near his claw without eating her. This had been taken as a sign of divine favor by the girl's family and dangerous precedent by everyone else. "He's different here," Jon said. Daemon followed his gaze. "Older? He was already old?" "No, he was resurrected old. That is not the same." Daemon leaned against the icy parapet. "A dragonstone. He remembers conquest. Here, he remembers why fire first mattered." Jon considered that. Against the cold. Against helplessness. Below, Sansa crossed the yard with a group of builders, her hair bright against snow. Men stepped aside for her, not with the terror they showed Daemon, but with the respect one gives a person who has solved yesterday's problem before breakfast and already knows tomorrow's. Daemon watched her. "She will outlive us all. She'd better. She will make the pact hard to corrupt." Jon looked at him. "And you?" Daemon smiled faintly. "I will make it dangerous to ignore." They stood together in the wind, two men who had died in different ways and returned to find work still waiting. Far beyond the wall, something howled. Every man on the battlements turned. Not a dead thing. Not another. A wolf, perhaps? Or the wind through the haunted forest. Jon listened until the sound faded. The wall held. For the first time in many years, he let himself believe it might continue to. Spring came first as mud, not flowers, not songs, not maidens dancing barefoot in meadows, as Southern poetry insisted whenever poets were safely indoors. It came as roads dissolving under wagon wheels, as roofs leaking where ice had split the thatch, as swollen rivers carrying dead branches, and sometimes dead men toward the sea. It came as coughs in crowded shelters, lambs born weak, seed stores counted and counted again, and farmers standing in fields not yet ready to forgive the plow. But it came. The trident broke open in a roar of brown water and shattered ice. The black water thawed around the piers, releasing ships trapped for months. In the Reach, green shoots appeared beneath ash. In the Vale, mountain passes reopened one terrifying ledge at a time. In the north, old women came out of houses, sniffed the air, and declared the cold had lost its teeth. South of Winterfell, children who had known only fear ran after meltwater streams with sticks, fighting battles against ice chunks shaped like monsters. The dead did not rise. That mattered more than anything. At Dragonstone, Balerion became part of the island's weather. Sailors learned to read him. If he slept with his head toward the sea, storms were coming. If smoke rose blue from his nostrils, the volcanic tunnels were restless. If he climbed the sky at dusk and circled the island without flame, Daemon was thinking, and wise men delayed bringing him petitions. If he roared before dawn, every raven in the rookery panicked, and somewhere a lord had likely done something stupid. He did not become tame. No dragon ever should have been called tame, least of all him. But he became known. There was a difference. The people of Dragonstone learned which paths to avoid when he basked along the cliffs. Children learned not to scream near his sleeping head. Smiths learned to bank their fires when his presence made the forges burn too hot. Fishermen cursed him when his shadow frightened shoals away and blessed him when pirates vanished from the narrow sea. For pirates did vanish. The first fleet to test the new order came from the Stepstones, a familiar infection returning to old waters. They had heard the realm was broken, that dragons were wounded, that packs were parchment, that trade ships heavy with grain, better targets than starving villages. 9 ships flying no honest banner took 3 merchant cogs south of Tarth and chained their crews. Balerion found them at sunrise. Only 1 pirate survived, because Daemon wanted a message carried. The man was delivered to Bloodstone barefoot, hair burned from his head, clutching a strip of sail on which Daemon had written 3 words. Trade is protected. The Stepstones became remarkably peaceful for a time. Westeros did not know whether to worship Daemon, fear him, crown him, or beg him to leave. Since it could not decide, it did all 4 badly. At White Harbor, a statue was raised of the Black Dread shattering Winter's champion, though the sculptor had never seen Balerion and made him too small by half. At Old Town, maesters debated whether Daemon was legally alive, resurrected, undead, divinely restored, magically animated, or politically inconvenient. Their final conclusion required 6 volumes and satisfied no one. In Volantis, the Red Temples proclaimed him Azor Ahai, reborn despite his rejection, because temples that admitted error too quickly tended to lose donations. In the north, most people called him the Dead Dragon Prince and left it at that. In Fleabottom, children played a game where one child was Balerion and the others were foolish lords. The foolish lords always lost. Daemon hated the songs most. Not all songs. Some were tolerable. A Braavosi singer composed a spare, mournful piece about the God's Eye that even Daemon admitted understood restraint. But most songs turned everything stupid. They made him noble in ways he had never been, gentle in ways he did not intend to become, and romantically tragic in ways that caused him to threaten one harpist with defenestration. They made Balerion loyal like a hound, which offended both dragon and rider. They made Jon a secret prince of ice and fire brooding beautifully atop the wall, which amused Arya so much she paid a singer to perform it twice in front of him. They made Sansa the Snow Queen, which resulted in the singer being corrected for 3/4 of an hour on Northern governance until he fled Winterfell. The worst song, called Daemon Pure of Heart, he banned it on Dragonstone. Davos said banning songs only made them spread. Daemon said that was why singers had legs and dragons had appetites. The work continued. The Pact created storehouses along the King's Road, not for royal armies but for winter reserves. Dragonglass caches were marked in every major holdfast. Children in noble houses and village schools alike learned the signs of unnatural cold, the history of the wall, and the first law of the living. The dead are not a myth because comfort says so. Ravens were bred in greater numbers. Beacon towers rose from the Stormlands to the Neck, from the Bight to the Red Mountains. The Night's Watch was remade, not as a dumping ground, but as an order of wardens, builders, scouts, scholars, and rangers drawn by term service from every kingdom. Criminals could still choose the wall, but no longer define it. Jon spent 2 years in the north overseeing the change. He hated councils, hated supply ledgers, hated men asking whether wool allocations should be counted before or after transport losses. He did them anyway. That was why Sansa trusted him with it. Not because he enjoyed authority, but because he endured necessary misery without turning it into theater. At the end of the 2nd year, Daemon flew to Winterfell. Balerion did not land in the courtyard. Even Daemon accepted that Winterfell had suffered enough structural indignity. The dragon settled beyond the outer walls in a snowless field, his heat turning the ground to steam beneath him. Every horse in Winterfell objected. Every child tried to climb a wall to see. Every adult pretended not to be equally interested. Sansa received Daemon in the Great Hall. No throne had been placed at the high table. She sat where her father had once sat, and where her brother had sat, and where kings of winter had once judged men before dragons ever crossed the sea. Jon stood nearby. Arya perched in a window alcove, muddy boots on stone, ignoring formality with surgical precision. Bran's old place near the fire remained empty. No one sat there. Daemon noticed. He said nothing of it. "You look better," Sansa said. "I have been told I look dead less often. Progress. Your hospitality overwhelms. I had the cooks avoid poison." A moving gesture. Jon sighed. "Must every meeting begin like this?" "Yes," Arya said. Sansa's expression softened by a fraction. "Why have you come?" Daemon looked around the hall. The faces of northern lords watched him from benches. Mormonts, Glovers, Serwins, Tallhearts, Reeds, mountain clansmen, free folk envoys wrapped in furs. No one knelt. "Good," he thought. "I came because the pact holds," he said. For now is doing a great deal of work," Sansa replied. "It always does." He drew a scroll from inside his cloak and placed it on the table. The southern harvests were better than expected. The Reach has met its grain obligations. Dorne requests northern timber rights in exchange for glass and citrus shipments. The Ironborn have escorted 23 relief ships without raiding any of them, which Asha considers an act of cultural sacrifice. King's Landing has elected Mara again, terrifying every surviving noble within the wall. Arya smiled. "I like her." "You would." Sansa unrolled the parchment, scanning quickly. "And Dragonstone?" Daemon's humor faded. "Dragonstone remains." "That is not an answer." "No." Jon leaned forward. "What happened?" Daemon was quiet long enough that the hall shifted around him. 3 dragon eggs hatched beneath the mountain," he said. The silence came hard. Even Arya stopped pretending disinterest. Sansa's face became unreadable. "When?" "4 nights ago." "How many? No." "Too many already." Jon felt the old unease rise. Dragons changed every room they entered, even before they grew wings. "Are they healthy?" "Yes." "Who rides them?" asked a young northern lord before wisdom could stop him. Daemon looked at him. "They are hatchlings, not horses." The lord reddened. Sansa tapped one finger on the parchment. "This will frighten every kingdom." "Yes." "Some will see it as the beginning of another conquest." "Yes." "Is it?" Daemon looked toward the empty place by the fire, then back to her. "No. Forgive me if I require more than your word. I would be disappointed if you did not." He reached into his cloak again and removed a second parchment sealed in black wax. "Dragonstone proposes that no dragon hatched under the pact may be bonded, moved to war, or used as a political weapon without witness approval from 3 kingdoms outside Dragonstone, including the north." The hall erupted. Northern lords muttered. Free folk whispered. One old man said no one should be hatching dragons at all, as if eggs took policy advice. Sansa did not speak until the noise faded. "You would limit your own house?" she asked. "I have seen my house unlimited." That answered more than the words themselves. Jon studied him. "And Balerion?" Daemon's eye moved to him. The ember in the ruined socket glowed faintly. "Balerion answers to no pact." "That will be a problem," Sansa said. "Yes," Daemon agreed. "But less of one than pretending otherwise." Arya dropped from the alcove. "What are the hatchlings like?" Sansa gave her a look. Arya shrugged. "What? Everyone's thinking it." Daemon smiled. "One black with red wing veins. One pale gold. One green as deep water. All loud. All hungry. All convinced the world exists to be bitten." "Nah. Family trait," Sansa said. Daemon bowed slightly. "Undoubtedly." That night, Winterfell feasted. Not extravagantly. Winter had taught restraint too well. But there was hot bread, roasted meat, turnips, onions, dark beer, and music that did not mention pure hearts. Daemon sat at the high table and watched Northerners celebrate survival with the suspicious intensity of people who expected joy to be temporary and meant to use it before it fled. Jon found him later in the Godswood. Snow fell lightly through red leaves. The heart tree watched them with its carved face, sap dark as blood in the moonlight. Daemon stood before it without mockery. "Did your gods speak?" Jon asked. "No, I prefer them already." Jon stood beside him. "You're afraid of the hatchlings?" "Yes." "Good." Daemon looked at him. "That is your comfort? It would be worse if you weren't." The dead leaves moved overhead, though there was little wind. Daemon said, "When Balerion shattered the Winter Champion, the pressure inside me changed. Before, the resurrection flame burned like it was holding a door shut against a storm. Now, it is quieter. Stable, the priests say. I sleep. I bleed. I heal slowly. But I heal. That should be good." "It is. But," Daemon looked at the heart tree, "I do not know what I am without the ending that made me famous." Jon understood more than he wanted to. "Alive." Daemon gave a short laugh. "You make that sound sufficient." "It has to be. Most people don't get more." For once, Daemon had no clever answer. Beyond the walls, Balerion slept in the steaming field. At some point in the night, Ghost padded from the darkness and lay at the edge of the dragon's heat, white first silver under moonlight. Balerion opened one eye, considered the direwolf, and allowed it. By morning, half of Winterfell had seen them. By noon, 3 songs had already begun. The new dragons changed the world less quickly than fools feared, and more deeply than wise men admitted. They were named by no council. Daemon refused every suggestion sent by lords eager to insert their vanity into history. A Reach Lord proposed Garland, which Daemon burned unread after the 3rd paragraph of flattery. A Volantine priest proposed Lightbringer for the Black Hatchling, which caused Daemon to threaten closure of the temple's raven privileges. Someone in King's Landing suggested Mara for the Green One as a joke. The baker's widow replied that if anyone named a dragon after her, she expected it to do useful work. In the end, the hatchlings named themselves in the old way. By temperament, by color, by the sounds people made when avoiding their teeth. The Black One became Emberjaw after biting through a steel poker and setting a groom's boot on fire. The Pale Gold became Dawnwing because she insisted on screaming at sunrise from the highest available perch. The Green became Deepfire after vanishing for 2 days into the lower volcanic tunnels and returning with glowing eyes, a mouth full of something no one could identify, and absolute satisfaction. Balerion tolerated them. That alone became a subject of study. He did not nurture them. He was not some brooding hen in dragon form. Despite a Pentoshi illustrated account that briefly became popular, until Daemon had every copy on Dragonstone confiscated for artistic cowardice. Yet Balerion allowed the hatchlings near his warmth. He allowed them to climb over the ridges of his folded wings. Though once Emberjaw bit his scar and was knocked 20 feet by a snort. He allowed Dawnwing to sleep in the curve of his tail. He allowed Deepfire to steal scraps from his kills, possibly because the green hatchling was too stubborn to discourage without destroying part of the castle. Daemon watched all this with unease. It was one thing to command the Black Dread, if command was even the right word for the bond between them. It was another to see dragons multiplying in a world barely stitched back together. Dragon lords had always told themselves they controlled the fire because the fire answered. They mistook response for obedience. Daemon had made that mistake before death. He had no intention of making it again merely because history offered him younger flames. So he built rules around them before anyone could build dreams. The Dragonstone Witness Accord was added to the pact in the 3rd year after the Long Night. No dragon could be given to a child as inheritance. No dragon could be bonded for dynastic marriage. No dragon could be used to settle disputes between kingdoms. Any person seeking to bond with a dragon had to stand before witnesses from Dragonstone, the North, Dorne, the Vale, and the Wall, and answer not for blood alone but for purpose. The maesters protested that such matters could not be regulated by law. Daemon replied that neither could murder, yet men persisted in writing laws about it. The first true challenge came not from lords, but from blood. A girl arrived from Lys claiming descent from Daemon Targaryen's line. Her name was Vaela, silver-haired, purple-eyed, proud in the desperate way of those raised on stories instead of land. She was 15, perhaps 16, with a Lysine accent and a small household of flatterers who had convinced her she was meant to ride Dawnwing. She arrived with documents, songs, 3 dragonbone bracelets, and the entitlement of someone who had mistaken ancestry for achievement. Dawnwing nearly ate her. Only Joan's intervention saved the girl from losing more than half her braid. The pale gold hatchling, now the size of a warhorse and twice as vain, shrieked so loudly that gulls fell from the cliffs. Vaela sobbed, not from injury but humiliation. Daemon found her later in the sea garden, sitting beneath a twisted black pine. "You are not the first Targaryen-blooded child to think a dragon owed her love," he said. Vaela wiped her face quickly. "I did not ask for love." "No? You asked for recognition. More dangerous." She glared. "You have Balerion." "Yes. Because of blood." "Partly. Then why not me?" Daemon sat across from her with the careful stiffness of a man whose old wounds disliked damp weather. "Because dragons do not answer to fairness. And because wanting one is usually evidence that you should not have one." "No. Not me." "That is easy to say when you already do." "Yes," he said. "Most wisdom is irritating for that reason." Her glare faltered. He looked out toward the cliffs where Balerion lay in the sun, immense and black and breathing smoke into the wind. "When I was young, I believed dragons made us closer to gods. They did not. They made our flaws larger. A petty man with a sword is a nuisance. A petty man with a dragon is a century of grief. I am not petty. You are 15. You are almost entirely pettiness and hunger. That is not an insult. It is nature. Now." She looked as if she might throw one of the bracelets at him. Daemon leaned forward. "If you want to serve the pact, serve it. Learn languages, learn accounts, learn healing, learn command. Learn when to speak and when to listen. If a dragon ever answers you after that, perhaps you will be less likely to deserve burning." Vaela's mouth trembled. "And if one never does? Then you may become useful." It was not comfort, but it was truth. Years later, Vaela would become one of Dragonstone's fiercest administrators and would personally prevent 3 minor wars through mastery of shipping manifests, debt records, and blackmail. She never rode a dragon. She never forgave Dawnwing. She did, however, send the dragon a smoked goat every year on the anniversary of their failed introduction, which Dawnwing accepted as tribute. The dragons grew, slowly by Balerion's measure, terrifyingly by everyone else. Emberjaw became sleek and vicious, with black scales that flashed red at the joints. Dawnwing grew pale gold and elegant, fond of high towers and attention. Deepfear remained strange, green-black and silent, often vanishing into the mountain for days. None approached Balerion's size. None came close. He was not merely larger. He belonged to a different order of fear. Seeing the hatchlings near him was like seeing candles near a burning city. Balerion himself changed too. His resurrection scars cooled over time. The cracks in his scales remained, but the red beneath them no longer pulsed with instability. His black and crimson flame did not fade. If anything, it became cleaner, more controlled, less like a wound in the world and more like a law of nature no one had previously discovered. Maesters begged for opportunities to study it. Daemon allowed them to observe from distances he considered amusingly unsafe. 3 lost eyebrows. One converted to the Lord of Light briefly, then converted back after speaking with Davos. The Red Priests adjusted poorly to Daemon's refusal of divinity. Some obeyed, Some adapted, preaching that his rejection of Azor Ahai proved he was Azor Ahai, because only the truly chosen would deny being chosen. Daemon called that argument theological weaselry and taxed temples that used it to collect war offerings. Some priests left for Essos in disgust. A few plotted. Those did not last. Not because Daemon burned them all. That would have been simple and satisfying, which made it suspect. Instead, Sansa's network found their letters. Arya's shadows found their knives. Davos common sense found their money. And Mara's city speakers found their hungry recruits. The conspiracy collapsed into evidence before it became martyrdom. The guilty were tried publicly. Those who had planned murder were executed cleanly. Those who had preached sacrifice but not acted were exiled from packed lands. Those who had been frightened into obedience were fed, questioned, and sent home. Daemon watched the trials from Dragonstone and said, "Less dramatic than fire." Sansa replied by raven. Exactly. He kept the letter. Years passed with the strange unevenness of recovery. Castles were rebuilt, others abandoned. The Riverlands planted orchards where battlefields had been cleared, though bones still surfaced after rain. King's Landing shrank before it stabilized, losing those who could not bear its ghosts. Old Town argued, recorded, and survived. Winterfell became the northern heart of the Pact, sending rangers, builders, and stubborn letters south whenever obligations were late. The wall stood stronger than it had in centuries, not untouched, not perfect, but watched, properly watched. Daemon visited Harrenhal in the 7th year. He went alone, except for Balerion. That caused immediate panic when ravens reported the Black Dread flying over the Trident. But Jon, who was then at Castle Black, sent a reply saying, "Let him go." Sansa sent a shorter one. "Watch anyway." Balerion landed on the shore of the God's Eye at sunset. The lake still steamed in places. Not everywhere. Most of it had returned to water like any other lake, dark and broad beneath the sky, its surface ruffled by wind. Fishermen had returned cautiously after the 3rd year, though none went near the blackened stretch below Harrenhal where Balerion's final fire had struck. Reeds grew twisted there. Fish caught too close had red veins in their scales and were thrown back by anyone sensible. Daemon stood where he had once fallen. The first time, he had vanished into legend with Aemond and Vigar, leaving singers to argue whether he had lived, died, crawled away, drowned, or been claimed by gods who liked theatrical endings. The second time, he had nearly vanished again beneath fire and winter. Men had already begun making that version more tragic than truth. They wanted him dead at the moment of victory. It made cleaner songs. But he had lived. That was messier. Balerion lowered his head beside him. The dragon's reflection spread across the god's eye. Black upon black, vast enough to make the lake seem a polished shield. Daemon rested his burned hand against the dragon's jaw. "I know," he said. Balerion exhaled smoke. Harrenhal loomed behind them, still ruined. Some things were not meant to be repaired. The castle had become a memorial, a garrison, a storehouse, and a warning. No lord wanted it as a seat. That was perhaps the healthiest sign Westeros had given in years. Daemon walked to the water's edge. He carried Dark Sister, reforged after the battle but never fully restored. The blade bore a dark seam near the tip where Winter's champion had cracked it. Valyrian smiths had repaired what they could. Balerion's fire had done the rest. The sword remained beautiful, but no longer flawless. Daemon preferred it that way. He drew the blade. For a moment, he saw his reflection in the water. Silver hair, one living violet eye, one ember, scars at his throat, black armor, no crown. Behind that reflection, memories gathered. Aemond falling, Caraxes screaming, Rhaenyra crowned in grief, children lost, cities burning, the dead marching, Jon refusing to kneel, Sansa counting exits, Balerion breaking winter. Daemon raised Dark Sister in salute to the lake, not to gods, not to ghosts, to the man he had been, foolish, and brilliant and hungry and doomed. Then he sheathed the sword and turned away. This time there was no disappearance, no plunge, no mystery, no vanishing into steam while singers sharpened their lies. Daemon Targaryen walked openly from the shore of the God's Eye, mounted Balerion the Black Dread beneath a red evening sky, and flew back toward Dragonstone alive. Centuries later, singers would disagree about almost everything. They would argue over whether Balerion's flame was truly black at its heart, or whether frightened men had remembered smoke as fire. They would argue over whether Daemon refused a crown out of wisdom, arrogance, exhaustion, or some combination more human than legend preferred. They would argue over whether Jon Snow was a prince, a bastard, a king who would not be crowned, or simply the last honest man foolish enough to keep accepting impossible work. They would argue over whether Sansa Stark saved the pact by mistrusting everyone equally. They would argue over whether Arya Stark murdered 3 priests, 7 priests, no priests, or an entire temple using only a serving spoon in bad weather. The Maesters argued most of all. They produced histories with footnotes longer than battles. They insisted resurrection could not have occurred as described, then spent chapters describing it. They dismissed the idea that Balerion had returned at his full ancient scale, then included measurements from melted stone that suggested he had been larger. They debated the legality of Daemon's signature, the constitutionality of the Pact of Dragonstone, the theological implications of refusing a messianic title, and whether a dragon could be considered a military asset, sovereign entity, natural disaster, or protected historical force. Small folk told the story better. In the north, they said the dead dragon prince came when winter forgot fear, riding a beast blacker than the space between stars. They said he stood beside the bastard of Winterfell and the Red Wolf Queen and learned that saving the world did not make it yours. In the Riverlands, they said the God's Eye boiled because Balerion bit Winter's throat and spat its blood into the lake. In King's Landing, children still played foolish lords, though the rules changed over generations until no one remembered the original game, and everyone still agreed the dragon won. On the Iron Islands, they told the story reluctantly and emphasized that no Greyjoy had actually been frightened, merely strategically respectful. In Dorne, they remembered the pact as proof that even dragons could be forced to sign terms if enough clever people watched the ink. On Dragonstone, they remembered differently. The island kept fewer songs and more scars. The lower cliffs remained warm where Balerion had slept. The dragon pits were never rebuilt as prisons. Daemon forbade the word. Dragons nested where they chose, within limits negotiated through caution, experience, and occasional screaming. Emberjaw grew into a hard black predator that patrolled the stepstones with a rider chosen not for birth, but for calm hands and a remarkable lack of imagination. Dawnwing eventually accepted a woman from the Vale who had spent 10 years studying wind patterns and never once called her beautiful aloud. Deepfire bonded with no one and became a legend beneath the mountain, which suited everyone except Maesters. Balerion outlived them all. Not forever. No living thing promised that, not even one dragged back from death by blood and fire. But he endured beyond the first generation of the Pact, beyond the rebuilding of the Wall, beyond the death of old lords and the crowning of no kings. He grew slower in movement but not smaller in terror. His black scales dulled at the edges like ancient armor. His crimson cracks cooled to a deep inner glow visible only at night. His fire remained terrible. His patience increased, which frightened Daemon more than his rage ever had. Daemon aged strangely. The resurrection flame kept him alive, but not untouched. His silver hair whitened further until it seemed almost translucent in sunlight. The ember in his missing eye softened over decades from molten red to a steady coal. His scars did not fade. His temper improved only by comparison with his youth, which meant visitors still left Dragonstone, either impressed, insulted, or both. He never married again. He never crowned himself. He never allowed anyone to call him Azor Ahai in his hearing without consequence. He visited Winterfell every few years, King's Landing when forced, the Wall more often than he admitted, and Harrenhal once each decade. Sansa lived long enough to see the Pact survive its first true succession crisis. A Reach Lord attempted to withhold grain after a poor harvest, claiming local necessity. Sansa, old by then but still able to freeze a room with her eyes, produced records proving he had sold surplus secretly to Lys. Daemon wanted Balerion to burn his granaries as an educational gesture. Sansa said that would waste food. Mara's successor suggested seizing the stores and making the Lord distribute them personally under guard. Jon, gray and tired at the wall, sent a raven saying, "Make him load the wagons." Arya sent no raven but appeared in the Reach 2 weeks later, after which 3 missing ledgers and 1 mistress with excellent memory resolved the issue. The grain moved. The Lord kept his head and lost his pride, which Sansa called a more useful punishment. Jon died at the wall, not in battle. That disappointed singers and pleased those who loved him. He died old enough to be irritated by his own knees, sitting beneath a rebuilt tower while snow fell gently, and ghost descendants slept near the fire. Daemon flew north when the raven came. Balerion landed beyond Castle Black, slower than in youth, but still so vast that men on the battlements felt the old awe seize them by the throat. Sansa was gone by then. Arya too, though no one agreed where. Davos had died years earlier in his bed after complaining that dying comfortably felt suspicious. Brienne's armor hung in the hall at Tarth. Grey Worm had sailed east and never returned. Melisandre had walked into a fire of her own making at Dragonstone after saying her last vision had finally gone dark. Daemon stood beside Jon's body for a long time. The man looked smaller in death, as all men did. His hair had gone white at the temples. His face was lined by weather and duty. Long Claw lay across his chest. "You were wrong," Daemon said quietly. The Black Brothers and wardens nearby looked horrified. Daemon continued, "I did need honest men more than dragons." No one knew what to say, so no one said anything. That evening, Balerion breathed a thin stream of black and red fire into the sky above the wall. It did not roar. It burned silently, a banner of flame against the stars. Men as far south as Last Hearth saw it, and knew the old Watcher had passed. Daemon returned to Dragonstone alone. Years after Jon's death, when even the children born after the long night had grandchildren of their own, Daemon made his final journey to the God's Eye. He did not announce it. He did not summon witnesses. But dragons were poor at secrecy, especially dragons larger than castles, and by the time Balerion crossed the Trident, half the Riverlands knew. People gathered at a distance, cautious and reverent. Fishermen drew their boats ashore. Children climbed trees. Old women who had heard the story from grandparents leaned on sticks and watched the sky. Balerion landed where he always did. Daemon dismounted slowly. He was very old by then, though not fragile. Fire had preserved him, but time had written around the flame. His face was lean, his hair long and white, his living eye still sharp. Dark Sister hung at his side. He wore no armor, only black wool and a cloak clasped with a plain dragonbone pin. Balerion lowered his head until Daemon could rest a hand against his snout. The lake steamed in one place only now, a small place near the shore. Daemon walked to it. For the first time in many years, he knelt. Those watching from afar would later argue over whether he prayed. He did not. Prayer had never suited him. He knelt because his body hurt, because the ground held memory, because a man should lower himself once in a while before the places that remade him. "You wanted tragedy," he said to the lake. The water moved softly. "You always did. Singers, maesters, gods, all of you. Easier to love a man if he vanishes at the right moment." Balerion rumbled behind him. Daemon smiled. "Yes, I'm aware you are not sentimental." The dragon exhaled. Steam curled around them both. Daemon looked across the God's Eye toward the Isle of Faces, where red leaves stirred, though there was no wind. Perhaps Bran Stark watched from some root-bound dream. Perhaps no one watched. Perhaps the world, having survived, no longer required constant witnesses. "I did not vanish," Daemon said. "Remember that." He rose, turned from the lake, and walked back to Balerion. The old dragon lowered one wing. Daemon climbed with effort, cursing once when his knee betrayed him. Those close enough to hear carried that detail into legend too, though priests tried to remove it. Once seated, he looked not like a god nor a savior, nor a king denied his crown. He looked like what he was, a man who had been monstrous, brave, foolish, necessary, and alive far longer than expected. Balerion took to the air. No fire, no roar, just the beat of wings older than kingdoms. They flew east toward Dragonstone, shrinking against the evening sun until even the Black Dread became a shadow and then a memory. The pact endured. Not perfectly. Nothing made by men ever did. There were famines, betrayals, border quarrels, corrupt wardens, ambitious heirs, lazy councils, frightened priests, and at least one extremely regrettable marriage alliance involving the Iron Islands. But the wall remained watched. The storehouses remained filled. The dragons remained bound by witness and law, as much as any dragon could be bound by anything. The kingdoms argued, but they remembered. And when they began to forget, some child would point to the sky over Dragonstone, where a black shape sometimes circled at dusk, and the forgetting would stop. Centuries later, singers did not tell the story as a tragedy unless they were very young and trying to impress someone. The better ones knew. The story was not the tale of a prince vanishing into a lake, nor of a dragon dying beautifully after one last impossible flame. That had been the old song, and the old song had already had its ending. This was the song of what came after the ending. The night the Black Dread met winter itself and proved that some fires could not be extinguished. The morning a dead prince refused a crown. The years when fear became law, law became memory, and memory stood guard where pride had failed. And far away, on moonless nights, sailors passing Dragonstone still claimed they heard a roar roll out from the cliffs, so deep it seemed to come from beneath the sea and above the stars at once. They saw, sometimes, a red glow moving along the volcanic ridges. They saw black wings unfold against lightning. They told their children to look well, because no man could understand the age he lived in until he had seen something too large for certainty. Balerion remained. Daemon remained. Not forever, perhaps, but long enough. And in a world that had nearly ended, long enough became the holiest words men knew. And so the world remembered them not as ghosts, nor as warnings lost beneath old water, but as living proof that legends did not have to end in sorrow. Daemon Targaryen did not vanish into the god's eye. Balerion the Black Dread did not die beneath winter's teeth. They returned to Dragonstone beneath a sky slowly clearing of storm. And when the first true spring wind crossed the narrow sea, it found the black dragon sleeping upon the cliffs, his breath glowing red against the stone, while Daemon stood above him with Dark Sister at his side. No crown rested on his brow. No throne waited for him. Only the realm did. And for once, that was enough.